Loki's Successor System by Skystrider. Chapter 1-50, Prologue, extremely short. A teenage boy sat at the dinner table, with 2 plates of breakfast on the tabletop before him. This boy had jet black curly hair which rested upon his elegant face. His symmetrical facial features were more so on the feminine side. His lips were soft and pink as cherry blossoms. Black roundish glasses rested upon his nose bridge, with a perfect jawline and a perfect nose bobby, smooth soft skin, and golden brown eyes. This young man was indeed pulchritudinous. His name was Jin Pierce. "Jin, where's your glasses, dear?" asked an old woman. "It's you. I think I left it upstairs." "I'll go get them." "You can remain seated." She stood up from the dinner table. "I'll go get them for you." "Hurry up and eat, Thor'll be late for school." She hurried away. When she had left the kitchen, Jin quickly whistled, drawing forth a fluffy white dog to him. The slow gait and the slit eyes the dog had hinted at the extremity of its laziness. Jin then quickly threw the food onto the floor for the dog to eat. He simply did not want to be poisoned from his grandmother's horrible cooking by any means today. The greedy dog gulped everything down within seconds, passing its tongue over its mouth when it was finished. The variously gluttonous dog did nothing but eat Jin's grandmother's food all the time, which made Jin question his taste buds. The dog finished the food, looking up at Jin with desperate eyes, as if to say, "More." Having seen this, Jin smiled slightly and jovially said, "Good boy, Benjamin." Jin then rolled his wheelchair over to him, and stood. Slowly, he then sat on the wheelchair, and started steering it to the front door. His grandmother soon returned to him with his glasses. "Here," she said, handing the pair to him. He quickly took the glasses out of the case, and rested it upon his nose bridge. The black glasses were quite round and large. However, it was perfect on Jin's face. It somehow made him even more elegant. "You're finished with your breakfast already?" "Well, someone was hungry this morning." "No. He just simply didn't want to lose his life so soon, especially to food poisoning." He smiled in response, and said, "I'm leaving. I'll be back at 4 for the most part." "Have a pleasant day, Grandma." "Same to you, Jin. Just don't get in any fights." She waved him goodbye as he set out, leaving the house, and using his wheelchair to move around. She watched his departure, and continued to watch on until her eyes could not make him out as he narrowed into the streets. "Jin, Jin, get up." The voice started off as muffled, constant whispering, but quickly relented into much louder bawling. All he could see now was black, but as the words soared through the air, and exploded into his ears, he flew up from his slumber. He jolted upright, rising up from his desk, and looking around in confusion. In doing so, he saw that the students in the class were sitting at their desks quietly, doing an examination. In front of Jin, there was a teenage elf boy. He had long, golden, blonde hair, and eyes that were bluer than the ocean. His ears were sharp, pointy and long. He wasn't fat, nor was he skinny. He was in between the former and latter. He wore a gray shirt, and khaki brown pants. The elf boy was at the desk in front of Jin's, with his arm resting upon the back of the chair he was sitting on. He peered back at Jin with his body turned a bit. "Jin, you up?" he asked, still peering at Jin. Quickly, Jin adjusted his glasses. "Yeah, I'm up, Dobby," he whispered. Dobby then cooed, "Mr. Griffin's not in class for a while." He continued, "Flash wants the answers for numbers 21 through 40. You already know what's gonna go down if we don't comply." Jin nodded his head, and looked down at his desk. On his desk, there was a pen, and a test paper he had long completed. On a piece of paper, he quickly jotted down the answers for the asked questions, even going out of his way to number them neatly. "What are you doing?" asked a hobbit who was sitting at the desk behind him. Jin looked at the figure. It was freakishly short, with brownish hair, and baby-like hands. It sat at a smaller desk, peering up at him. He continued jotting down answers on the paper. I'm just doing what Flash says." The hobbit narrowed its eyes at Jin, and scoffed. "You're gonna get in trouble again, you know." "Whatever," Jin muttered, with his eyes slit. Dobby, the elf boy sitting in front of him, then turned around, and asked, "Jin, you done yet?" Jin's pace of writing sped up as he jotted down the last few answers. "Gimme a seconds. Okay. Done." He folded the page, and handed it to Dobby. Dobby simply looked down at it, and passed it to a dark green goblin who was wearing a jacket. Consecutively, the goblin passed it to a much larger goblin-like creature with greyish skin complexion, and a muscular builder hobgoblin. The hobgoblin's head was bald, and its canines of the lower jaw extended over its upper lip, and reached as high as its nose. It focused on Jin, and winked at him, raising a thumb. Jin simply nodded his head, and stared until it turned away. And finally, he put his head on the desk again, and his eyelids drooped until his eyes were closed. Dobby, an elf boy, nudged Jin in light of waking him up. "What the hell, man? You're sleeping again?" he snapped. Jin bolted upright once again, and quickly peered up at Dobby who stood next to him as he remained seated. Jin's eyes quickly swept the room. The class was empty. He could see no students present except for Dobby and himself. "The test," he uttered. "Has it finished?" "The test finished ages ago," Dobby grimaced. "And you slept through the whole thing. What are you, Dracula?" "What time is it?" "It's time for you to stop sleeping on shit." Dobby folded his arms. "There was a fight between an orc and a hobgoblin a while back." "You miss everything." "Seriously, you should see your face right now." A drawing of a male reproductive organ lingered on Jin's cheek. On top of this, there was a mustache drawn above his lips, with what appeared to be the same black marker. He raised a brow. "What's wrong with my face?" "Gook drew on your face while you were asleep." "I swear, Jin, you can probably sleep through the Big Bang." "Fucking goblins." He looked around to make sure no one else heard him. "Why are they so annoying? Why don't they grow up already and stop doing stuff a middle schooler would? Like drawing penises on your face?" "Yeah, Dobby." Jin stood. "Like drawing penises on my face." "Can't blame him sleeping like that. It looks as if you're asking to be fucked with." "But why mess with the cripple kid? Isn't his life too sad already?" jested Dobby. "Screw you." Jin raised a middle finger. "Just tell me what time it is." "It's time to go home. School's out for summer." Jin's wheelchair was right next to his desk. Simply he sat on it, and started rolling his way outside of the classroom alongside the elf. First they went to the bathroom, because Jin insisted on washing his face to get rid of the drawings. Then, they started walking through the hall. They went through the hallway, passing many students of different fantastical races. Goblins, elves, orcs, centaurs, you name it. Another human boy then started walking alongside them. He was quite short, with curly brown hair, and freckles all over his face. His socks were high as his knees, and his shoelaces were untied. "Hey, Dobby." "Hey, Jin," he said, smiling at them both. "What's up, Ashton?" Ashton was the most popular among the three boys. His name spreaded like fire after he pissed his pants when an orc threatened to kill him for spilling its drink. "I can't believe it's the last day of school," he frowned. "I'll miss school." Dobby narrowed his eyes at him. "Bro, you see why you can't have friends?" He adjusted his glasses. "You geese my friends?" "Who told you that?" Dobby grinned. "I can't believe it's the last day of the school term. I love this time of the year." Jin then remarked, "That'll be summer, just so you know." "Dobby, what do you mean?" "I know." "Yeah, I just figured I'd tell you, because your summer tends to mean an entirely different thing." "Summer equals game on." "Get your keyboards and mouses ready." Dobby smirked. "It's grim time." Ashton then unbiddenly added, "I study all summer. I'm trying to learn Japanese and French. Also, my mom's a teacher here at this school, so she was able to get me the syllabus for school terms yet to come." "You see, the hobbits are naturally smart, and I can't hope to surpass them academically unless I put in the extra work." "Nobody asked you that, Aston," snarled Dobby. Dobby continued, "So Ashton studies like the huge nerd he is." "I mean, we all are. Ashton's literally the embodiment of the thing." Jin giggled. "Seriously, who studies all summer?" "So Ashton studies. I play Grim all summer. Tristan jerks off to elfie girls, and Jin. Wait." He peered at Jin. "What do you do all summer, Jin?" "To be honest with you, not much. I kinda just go with the flow when I'm not procrastinating. But I do enjoy reading manga and stuff." "That's kinda boring if you ask me," confessed Dobby. "Why did you stop playing Grim with me and Trice?" "Long story," drawled Jin. They passed a girl in the hall who was staring at Jin as if he was a TV screen. The girl's eyes always land on him like sniper scopes, gawking perpetually until it triggers you off. Jin coquettishly called Dobby. Jin, baby, I think someone likes you. See what I mean by all the odd looks I get? The girls. I think they like you, Jin, opined Ashton. Jin grimaced. No, I think they just pity me given that I'm crippled and have to move around on this thing. Dobby looked at him. They probably just feel sorry for you. I mean, I do. Exactly. That's what I don't like. People reminding me that I'm disabled is the last thing I need right now. Chill, bro. That accident happened like 5 years ago, didn't it? 6, Jin replied. 6 years ago. You were only 10 at the time. That's a long time if you ask me. Forget about the past. Are you upset about not joining me as a soldier in the military or something? Look, Dobby, I never said I wanted to serve in the military. Never. More than half of the teenage boys in this school want to be law enforcement officers and soldiers, just to regain mana that was locked away from them at birth, as per the law. My reason for being upset, continued Jin, was never because of the sheer fact that I can no longer serve in the military and use supernatural powers. Having the ability to walk means a lot. In the 1800s, they estimated that crippled people only had a 2-year lifespan. Dobby sneered at him. Chill, man. I understand you. Geez. This is why you need to get back on Grim this summer, said Dobby. You too, Ashton. Grim kills stress. Jin grimaced at him. What are you talking about? Playing and map like Grim is like walking on a bridge to stress. Practically every player that plays it rages like some asshole. Speaking of Grim, Ashton looked at Dobby. Where's Tristan? Don't ask me. I don't want to hear about him. Jin looked at Ashton. He didn't show up for the entire school term. Why would he change his mind on the last day of school? True. Anyways, guys, I'm heading home now. See ya, Jin. Yeah, have a pleasant day, Jin. Jin left the school on his wheelchair. After 8 long sessions of absolute torture that felt like an eternity, Jin grew excessively riled. He had not an iota of fun at school today. He never did. He was always a straight-A student from the beginning, and merely saw school as a waste of his time anyway. After all, they were in 2024, and he found that this old education system was getting old. He exhaled loudly, uttering, "At least I get a vacation now." Jin was dwelling amidst a multicultural urban city, a city abundant in numbers of various distinctive races. He was at the grocery getting his grandmother some Greek yogurt, a favorite snack. The grocery was as busy as any other grocery in the area. First, he went to the candy and snack aisle, using his hands to roll the wheels of his wheelchair down the long grocery path. Jin essentially always savored salty snacks such as potato chips, so he had decided to pick up a couple packs of those for himself, before getting Greek yogurt for his grandmother, her favorite. His eyes then quickly met a huge bag of salty all-natural potato chips, which was on the highest shelf. A freakishly tall titan, about 10 foot tall, wearing a long red shirt and black pants, white AirPods in its ears, then walked up to Jin. Slowly, Jin looked up at the gigantic figure before him. He felt as if it would take him minutes to trace from the titan's feet up. "You need help getting anything there, but?" asked the titan, looking down at him. He had obviously asked this question because Jin seemed in no shape to reach for the item himself, given that he was in a wheelchair. Of course. Then again, this was his job. Teenagers would often hustle to make themselves a few coins. They typically get these jobs depending on their races. For instance, this titan was very tall, and so they paid him scraps to reach items for the shorter races in their grocery. "You need help or not?" The music escaped the AirPods and could be clearly heard even from 2 or 3 meters away. It was crystallized that he was listening to Hobrap. As ridiculous as the name sounded, the hobgoblins were still the greatest trappers in the game. Quickly, Jin got up from the wheelchair, standing and reaching for the bag of chips himself, uttering, "No, I don't help thanks," as he sat back down on the wheelchair with the bag of potato chips in the grocery basket. The titan looked at him with freakishly widened eyes, as if he had just seen a ghost. "Why, you just stood? Aren't you crippled?" To Jin, people needed to know that paraplegic doesn't mean some sad person unable to move his legs. He then left the bewildered Titan there. He got the yogurt from the fridge, and deliberately rolled to the cashier. This cashier was a female elf. He stood, rested the basket on the cashier desk, and the machine brought the goods to her. There was a wristband on Jin's right wrist. On this black watch-like device, there was a display. 6 e-coins, said the cashier, chewing gum audibly. He simply put his finger on the large fingerprint scanner before him, and his watch displayed, transaction completed. Then his money that was once 129, went down to 123. He took the bag of items, sat in his wheelchair again, and started steering himself to the exit. Before he could make it to the door, a little goblin boy then suddenly darted in front of him, and burst through the exit, causing him to quickly stop rolling his wheels. The goblin boy, wearing a black hoodie, ran at a remarkable pace, trying to get as far away from the grocery as possible. The glass door at this grocery was beeping, and glowing red. Suddenly, the goblin boy was oddly back at the grocery again, as if he had been taken back in time. It stood next to Jin, scratching its head with a bag of groceries in its hand. A male, green orc, in uniform, who was supposedly working at the grocery, then showed up, folding his arms and callously looking down at the small goblin boy. "What?" snarled the boy, with furrowed brows. The green orc glared at the goblin. "Naive little punk. Don't you know that stores all around the world have had new upgrades since 2020? Try running away with unpaid goods. You get teleported back into the store to make the transaction." The only way to escape the burglar detection glass doors was to get rid of your wristband, which was assigned to you at birth, and grows with you as an adult. There was no removing this wristband, unless you sever your dominant hand. Feeling sorry for the goblin, Jin ultimately ended up paying for its shopping, and had left the grocery. He knew who the goblin kid back at the grocery was. This boy was but a homeless kid, with no food whatsoever, struggling to feed his mother who had grown sick. Jin would oftentimes see them on the streets, and simply pity them. In this world, the poor only wavers further, while the wealthy gets stronger. There were no ordinary robbers, because the fucked up system of this said world would not allow it. Beings were suppressed of their abilities to utilize mana at birth, and could only regain them by serving the government law enforcement officers. This only applied to people whose abilities were deemed dangerous. After learning that anyone who becomes one of these things could regain their abilities, people started making it their goals to become one of these, which in turn gave rise to extreme abuse of power, a tyrannically oppressing system. For Jin, suppressing the world of abilities did make it 1,000 times safer. In fact, it was only because of this inauguration that different races could coexist, and live in serenity. However, the government keeping the abilities to themselves, and meshing abilities with technology was but a huge blunder to Jin. Many fantastical races could no longer exist or be the same because of the government. For instance, dragons in this world needed magic to revert from human to dragon form. At birth, magic suppression pills were given to the dragon babies, suppressing them of all their magic, and permanently limiting them to human forms. Thousands of young people were becoming soldiers and police officers to simply reawaken their abilities that were suppressed at birth, abilities they would then use to take advantage of ordinary citizens. They would be overly engrossed in overpowering ordinary beings. They used technology and magic to take control over everything, overpowering the entirety of the world. A fucked up system it truly was. The sky was gray instead of blue, and the day was strangely cold despite it being summer. In this grim bizarre world, the sky constantly hinted at what seemed to be a thunderstorm, but this storm never came. Even the weather forecast could not, by any means, predict the weather as accurately as before, despite many of the reporters having prediction abilities. Jin was on the pavement waiting to cross the busy road. He, eyes slit, sat on his wheelchair with the groceries on his lap, his curly black hair gently blowing, light bouncing off of his roundish glasses. There was a large crowd of people waiting to cross the road. And there was this one woman, who kept gawking at Jin as he sat there in his wheelchair. Looking up at the woman, he could see that she was a troll, with a dark green hijab covering her hair, and her nose conspicuously aquiline. She also had a strange tattoo on her face that showed the number 618. While distracted, a hobgoblin suddenly rammed its huge fist into the back of Jin's black wheelchair, quickly knocking him over. Jin had fallen face first, his glasses shattered. Blood trickled down from his nose. On the floor, the group of teenage hobgoblins trampled over him, like they would walk upon leaves. Jin groaned aloud, while writhing in pain, as the heavy figures walked upon his back. One of them uttered, "Stop dozing off on yourself, people behind you are waiting to cross the road, human fucking hobgoblins," muttered Jin, watching while still on the floor as they crossed the road. Instead of crossing the road, the troll woman had stopped to help Jin. She bent over, picking up his wheelchair. "All they do is use their inborn physical strengths to bully others," Jin said, as the woman helped him up. She was also considerate enough to pack his belongings back into the grocery bag, and give it to him. Jin stood in one spot, looking at her. "Oh," she uttered, "you can stand." "Yeah, I can." Jin looked down at her as she smiled softly. "Thanks," he said, still standing and looking down at her. Her arms were covered up until the wrist. Her legs were covered up until her ankles. Jin had quickly deduced that she was a Muslim. "It outright sucks being crippled. This right now is just messed up. I'm the one who's supposed to be the gentleman." "Thank you, really." "No problem at all," she replied, walking closer to him. As she put out her hand, Jin flinched remotely. Slowly, he then looked at her again, putting down the hands he was going to use for defense. He felt incredibly embarrassed, having realized that she simply wanted a handshake. "Just a mere handshake though?" He scratched the back of his head, and chuckled a bit. "All I want is a handshake," she grinned. "I'm not gonna hurt you or anything." He then slowly put his hand in hers, when suddenly, she firmly squeezed this hand. Her eyes were glowing green, a smirk trickling on her face. The trees around the area were now doing limbos. Whistling, tussling gusts of cold wind aimlessly flew around, blowing everyone's hair, and shrieking in their ears. Terror-stricken, Jin watched as the tattoo on the troll woman's face dwindled away as she judged his hand. Furthermore, her face slowly morphed into that of a human's. And as this happened, he started to feel a powerful sensation surging through the fullness of his being. "What the fuck?" Quickly, he aggressively hauled his hand away from her powerful grip, looking down at it. "What a damn powerful grip," he said, still looking down at his agonizing hand. He then heard a female voice say, "Ascend to divinity." When he looked up again, however, the woman was gone. Her confusing words lingered on in his head. He heard the disembodied sound again, "Ascend to divinity." He stood there bewildered, trying to make sense of what had just transpired, when suddenly, a hovering translucent screen appeared before his eyes as the wind continued to rage on. "You have been bestowed, Loki's successor system." Grimacing at the screen before him, he could amount to utter no other words but, "What the fuck?" Perplexed, Jin, heart throbbing against his chest, sat down on his wheelchair as people on the same pavement as him walked by. Loki's successor system? He had put back on his shattered glasses again despite not being able to see much with it on. The translucent object before him hovered, and followed his face wherever it might turn. It resembled a user interface in that it was much like a screen you would find when playing a video game. Using his head, Jin looked around in search of a hologram projector. Because he had already told himself that there was no way the screen wasn't being projected by something. He searched, but to no avail. He couldn't find any projector, or any other device that was projecting the screen. Nothing. Irritated, he grimaced, contorting his face a bit. "This is impossible. How do I make this thing go away? I've had a long day of school, and I think it's about time this day stops getting crazier." Upon thinking about removing the screen from his field of view, it suddenly disappeared. Just like that, he made up his mind to investigate the screen further once he got home, because the fact that outdoors was no safe place, has been drenched deep down into his reasoning since he was little. He started rolling the wheels of his wheelchair with his hands. He was about to cross the road when suddenly a meager figure stood in his way. The figure wore a black hood that covered most of its head. Its skin was dark green, and its features were partially deformed. Upon seeing its face, Jin remembered exactly who it was. It was the goblin kid who had tried robbing the grocery a few minutes back. "You kid?" asked Jin, raising a brow, You're kinda blocking the way. I'm sorry. Thank you for paying for my groceries and all, but I need your help again. With what? It's my mother. It sorrowfully dropped its head. She's dying. I need your help. I don't think there's much I can do given that I'm crippled, he sighed, but I suppose I can at least do something. Where is she? Follow me. Jin started pursuing the goblin's path. In doing so, he noticed that the sky was still dark and grim. There were no clouds in the sky. The wind seemed to be blowing perpetually, and it was rather cold. Taking this into account, Jin just wanted to go home. Jin was still following the goblin boy. They were amidst the more rural area of the streets. The boy had been walking with a rather sluggish gait, and this bothered Jin excessively. If his mother was on the verge of death, why was he walking so slowly? Hey, kid, don't you think we should hurry up? I mean, she's dying. Isn't she? Haltingly, the goblin ambled. It slowly stopped, with its back still turned on him. It didn't move a muscle. It became silent for a brief moment. Quietude. We're here, it uttered, looking over its shoulder, when suddenly, Jin started hearing loud clattering footsteps getting louder. Quickly he traced the sound, but before he could turn to face what was approaching him, he was knocked down. Both he and the wheelchair collapsed. He had fallen face first. His glasses were even more broken. He was on the ground clenching his jaw, and trying to get back up, as blood trickled down from his nose, when suddenly, a huge hand rammed his head back down against the filthy ground. The unbeknown figure behind him yanked his dominant hand. Though, what was apparent to him was the fact that it pulled on his arm to merely get a look at the amount of e-coins he had in his possession. No rocket science here. What the fuck, Greg? What? I thought you said he had 1,123 ek? Yeah, I did, said the small goblin boy. What are you seeing on his display? Only 123. You little arsehole. You've seen the wrong thing. At this point, Jin was convinced that he, like a deer, had fallen into a wretched trap set up by a hunter. The figure, who had been knocked down, turned him over, and he was able to see its face. Looking at its face, Jin wasn't surprised to see that the figure was a hobgoblin. This alone explained its remarkable physical strength. You, pretty boy, transfer your coins to Menno. The hobgoblin bent over, and put out its hand for a handshake. Jin quickly used his wristband, and punched in the number, 123. Then he held the hobgoblin's massive calloused hand. Jin's hand looked like a baby's in comparison to the hobgoblin's. After shaking the creature's hand, Jin's watch showed transfer successful, and his e-coins were down to 0. You're a smart kid, human. I'll give you that much. Usually, humans are reluctant when it comes to giving up their cash. Before the hobgoblin could stand, a man in a police uniform shouted, "Hey, you three! Is that blood I'm seeing?" "Fuck!" blurted the hobgoblin, standing up. "Greg, let's get the fuck out of here. There's no telling if the cop has an ability or not." The two creatures scurried away, leaving Jin there on the floor. Jin was bleeding. He was trying to stand and get back on his wheelchair again, when suddenly, the officer yelled, "Stop moving. Don't move a muscle." On one of his knees, he turned his head to face the officer. He had brown hair, a full well-groomed beard, and black shades on his face. He was a human, and so, Jin sighed in relief. Jin surmised that had it been any other race, he would have gotten into a predicament. That is to say, people were racist in this world, and would put his or her race above all others. The officer ambled up to him, saying, "Fighting. You're under arrest for fighting another race." Confused, Jin grimaced at the man. He couldn't help but ask, "What?" The cop started taking out handcuffs. "Don't whip me, boy. I said you're under arrest for doing harm to another race." Jin retorted, "But officer, I didn't lay a single finger on them. They robbed me." "I didn't do." "Stop talking bullshit," the officer blurted, truncating Jin's words. The cop stepped back a bit, and quickly pulled out a black baton. He furrowed his brows, and gritted his teeth aggressively. Suddenly, the baton combusted into luminous, loud sputtering bright, burning flames of wrath. "An ability," Jin uttered in fear. His heart sank. "Kid, if you don't want to be toast. Listen to me." On both knees, Jin put out his dominant arm. "Okay, I'll listen. But can you please hear me out a bit?" "Take a look at my wristband. I wasn't fighting. I've been the one robbed." "You see?" As soon as Jin put out his hand, The cop flinched. Then he started scowling at him. He quickly launched his boot into Jin's abdomen. From the pain, Jin doubled over as he groaned aloud. His head then fell to the ground, as he wailed in the agony. The cop placed a knee behind Jin's neck, and exerted a significant amount of force. He pulled up Jin's shirt, exposing his bare back, and slowly carried the flaming baton closer to his body. "Officer, please don't. Please. This is unnecessary, please, officer." Disdaining Jin's begging, the cop, gritting his teeth, cruelly placed the burning baton upon Jin's skin. The flames ate away some of Jin's flesh, causing him to scream to the top of his lungs as his body spasmed uncontrollably. When unexpectedly, he started to hear speaking that sounded more so over a phone or a walkie-talkie. After hearing, "Urgent need of officers at -749-088. The officer paused, pulling the baton away from Jin, and standing again. He spoke into comms. "Copy that, Officer Clark on it." The hissing flames of his incinerated baton seemed to extinguish itself. He looked down at Jin. "You're lucky this time. Stay right here, and don't move, you hear me? I'll be back." With that said, the officer suddenly hurried away, leaving Jin right there. What stood clear to Jin was that something more urgent came up, and the officer volunteered to be on duty in order to use his fire ability on a more serious case. It was either he was doing it for justice, to exercise his ability, or to get more points in order to reach a higher rank in his profession. Jin immediately struggled his way back up to his feet again. He quickly bent over, and picked up his wheelchair. And then, he sat on the wheelchair and started rolling away. Why would he stay there for someone to come back and use an ability on him? Who would stay there? Not Jin by any means. In short, he freshened himself up, and went home in a hurry. He rolled upon the pavements, crossed the busy roads, and went to his medium-sized house. After reaching the front door, he heaved in relief. He revolved the doorknob with a hand, and pulled the door open. The first thing he saw was his grandmother, sitting on a chair. He could tell that she was worried. "Jin, oh thank God you're home. I was starting to get worried sick." She stood, and started approaching him. He plastered a smile on his face. "You were?" "Yeah, of course I was worried. It's going to be 5 p.m. soon. You've been out all day, not something I see at all when it comes to my grandson." Jin rubbed behind his neck. "You didn't have to worry. You know what's your condition." "I was out with some friends." "What friends?" "My friends." "Who?" "Ashton, Tristan and Dobby." "Those boys?" "Yeah, those guys." "Okay. Since you've been out all day, you're definitely hungry right now." "Oh God, your food must have gotten cold by now," she said, tapping her lips with a finger. "Let me go heat something up for Grandma." Interrupted Jin. "I'm fine. I'm just tired, that's all." "I need to grab a couple of Zeds," he said, rolling his wheelchair towards his bedroom. "What did you eat all day?" He didn't answer her. He entered his room, and closed the door shut. As soon as he had made it inside, he took off his shirt, and threw it on the ground. With weary eyes, he stood up from the wheelchair, and plopped down on his bed. Jin slept for a few hours, still experiencing pain to some degree. He was tired only because of the insane day he had. Everything that had transpired was still fresh on his mind like a sprouting spring upon the hills. He got up at midnight. He perched at the edge of his bed, wiping his weary face. His hair was quite messy as it would usually be, with curly jet black strands poking out from everywhere. His room that remained mostly dark was rather small. His medium-sized bed, and his mid-range computer setup took up most of the floor's area. He had to occupy the room on the first floor, given that he was crippled, and could not climb staircases. He heaved as he sat on his wheelchair. He deliberately rolled over to his white computer desk, and sat on his chair. The setup consisted of 2 monitors, speakers, and some other peripherals. He decided to do some research on the Loki successor system thing, because out of all the things he went through yesterday, nothing confused him more than the hovering screen, and the strange troll woman in the hijab who had violently shaken his hand. Put simply, that whole scenario made him confused as fuck. After about an hour of research later, he realized that his efforts to find something related to his problem were to no avail. It was beginning to look quite fruitless to him already. There were a few sites that included some of the keywords he inputted into Google's search engine, but Loki was the main soul word found in these sites, given that it was the name of a well-known Norse god. After constant attempts, Jin started taking the asking of assistance into account. He was considering whether he should ask Tristan, or not. Tristan was the most tech-savvy person Jin knew. Hacking into stuff was just as easy as stealing candy from 3-year-olds for him. Tristan's life was mostly on the computer. He didn't really show up at school as much as even the delinquents. For instance, he didn't show up on the last day of school for his last test. It's almost 2 in the morning. That's way past Tristan's scum-watching time. I wonder if he'll be on his computer now. Ultimately, Jin contacted him via a special app. Within seconds alone, Tristan answered the call. Hello? Is this Jin? Yeah, it's Jin. Alright, buddy. Let me just quickly close this tab so you don't hear what I don't want you to hear. Ah, okay, drawled Jin, rolling his eyes. Alright, I'm good now. So why'd you call? I haven't spoken to you since the Dryads attacked the city. I called for your help. And the only reason why we haven't spoken was because you weren't showing up at school, and you weren't picking up on Dobby's calls either. Fuck Dobby, man. I know you guys got beef, and whatever, but that's not why I called. Just so you know. Then why'd you call? To duo up in Grim with me or something? No. I already told you guys that I don't play Grim anymore. I called to ask about that insane search engine you use to cheat when we're given online exams. Oh, you mean Super Search? Yeah, that's the one. How do I get access to it on my computer? You can't. What did you mean? You can't get access to the engine because it's been taken down recently. But I can get it for you. Jin got access to the search engine Super Search, and he was able to get better results within seconds of switching to it. The search engine was practically everything the name implied, and more. After using it, Jin made up his mind to never use any other search engine ever again in his lifetime. He saw exactly why the engine was taken down. The engine was essentially taken down in that it was a hacker's tool, which hackers used to private and deleted information. Thanks to the power of this incredible search engine, Jin was able to stumble across many deleted sites, all of which he couldn't open. He tried to use the site copier tool that allowed a user to save copies of a site, but it didn't work on the sites that were already taken down. The tool ceased to function because Jin was required to manually save the taken down sites beforehand. Damn it. Jin later found an interesting website that was only posted 16 minutes ago. His heart crashed into his chest. Provided that the site included his searched keywords, Successor system in the exact order as he typed them. It was only missing the word, Loki. Anxiously, he pressed an index finger down on the left button of his white computer mouse, and was abruptly taken to the site after hearing a click. Most anxious click of his life. The first paragraph of the site was, "Dear citizens, we are at danger. The gods are returning all of them. People will be bestowed with new powers because of divine assets these gods sent down to our world." The blog was nearly 100,000 words long. Jin was able to read and take in a lot of information while reading it. But only 5 minutes in, the site suddenly started loading. It automatically refreshed itself, and continued loading for over 10 minutes. After the said 10 minutes, it was displayed to Jin that the site was no longer available. Riled by this upsetting fact, Jin cursed as he grimaced at the screen. He was vexed because he had not used Super Search's copy tool to save the site, and read it in a file form even after it was taken down. He was just far too engrossed by the strange words of the blog that he had forgotten entirely about the copier tool. What he had learned from reading a small fraction of the site was that the author had re-uploaded it over 2,000 times, and even paid thousands of dollars to advertise it globally. That is to say, the writer was incredibly dedicated to getting his words divulged to the world. Jin was mainly confused. What confused him the most was the fact that the writer repetitively wrote about demons making a grand rise, and wreaking havoc to the world with the power of the gods' assets. Most of this sounded like so much hogwash in Jin's ears that he literally scoffed aloud a few times. Yeah, that it was interesting and all, but demons and gods my ass. The government took out every single hostile race that they saw as a threat to peace. The blog's been posted 16 minutes ago, but it has to be written in the medieval times or something. If Succubi were wiped out, he scoffed, Then why would the demons be spared? He wasn't even convinced that there were Greek gods in the first place to begin with, and it was scientifically proven that the demon race was radically wiped out by the government for insurance of interracial peace. Needless to say, Jin relied heavily on scientifically proven information despite living amidst a world of fantastical creatures. It wasn't true that he didn't believe the site entirely, but it was certainly correct that he found certain facets of it ridiculous. After all, he was merely human, and humans only believe in what their own eyes could see. Overwhelmed, he decided to go back to sleep to make his bewilderment dissipate again until the next day. Jin had been awoken by his loud, defected alarm clock. He bolted upright, and sat on the edge of his bed. Gently, he rubbed his morning eyes a bit while sitting. "Stupid alarm clock," he uttered, peering at the alarm clock with a countenance that hinted at the intensity of his adherence. He continued looking daggers at the alarm clock, as if it were a human he had extreme resentment for. He sat there, with tensed muscles. While sitting he couldn't bear how cold his room was. His air conditioner was on all night, and so, the room was extremely cold. He thought he would freeze should he keep the air conditioner on, so he turned it off. His wheelchair was beside his bed. He brought it towards him, and in doing so, he felt something. He furrowed his brows in confusion. He sat still, not making a move. He became seemingly paralyzed in seconds. After remotely recovering, he slowly looked down at his legs while still sitting. Roving at his legs, he kept his eyes gaped. Then, he slowly tried moving the lower parts of the legs, the parts that he could not normally move. Essentially, he was only able to extend his legs, but not move them as you would to walk. So Jin became dumbfounded after seeing his legs move as per his conscious volition. He then moved his legs again. His heart started thumping relentlessly against his chest. With widened eyes, he started raising up from the bed, standing slowly. He stood still for a while, and then decided to try taking one step forward. "Okay, Jin, it's worth the shot. You've got nothing to worry about if I fail," he consoled himself, taking a deep breath after speaking. He then slowly took one step forward, and was able to do so without collapsing. He tittered a bit, given that he had just taken his first step in 6 years. Quickly and excitedly, he amped himself up for more steps forward. He moved his legs forward in turn one after the other, moving his body. I'm walking," he shouted, when suddenly, he collapsed, crashing to the ground, and stirring up a pot of loud ruckus in his room. His grandmother would usually be up at this time already, so he knew he had drawn her attention to himself. After getting back up to his knees, he heard his grandmother say, "Jin, what's going on in there?" "Oh, it's nothing, Grandma. I just dropped my wheelchair." "I'm fine though, I didn't get hurt." "Okay, since you're up, come for some early breakfast." Okay, I'll be there in a minute." He stood and took a few steps again. He had fallen quite a number of times, as he was getting back in the groove of walking again. He sat at the edge of his bed, asking, "How in the world am I even doing this?" When suddenly a screen manifested before him as if to answer his question. "You have slept for 10+ hours, all injuries have been healed." Jin was peering at the hovering translucent screen before him. His face had contorted, and his eyebrows knotted. "Healed, huh?" He already knew it was practically impossible to heal any wounds completely within 10 hours alone, especially the permanent ones. For instance, his spinal cord injury. Just to confirm that it actually healed his wounds, he touched the area on his back, where the cop had burned him. Upon pressing force in the area, he realized that there was no pain whatsoever. Nothing. Furthermore, he touched his nose, which had gotten damaged because of the hobgoblin. The area, upon which he placed his index and thumb fingers, showed no signs of pain either. This, for him, had quickly become an anomaly to heed. Though, he wasn't complaining at all. He stood, and started walking towards his bathroom. He couldn't shake the feeling of how weird it felt. He had been crippled for years. His gait was a bit goofy, and unstable. He looked as if he was going to fall every now and then, but he didn't care. All that mattered to him was that he could now walk. Somehow he collapsed while walking towards the bathroom, but quickly got back up again. He gradually walked into the bathroom, and started looking at himself in the mirror. What he had immediately noticed was a strange mark below his right eye. In an instant, he felt his heart skip a beat. His pupils dilated as he stared into the mirror, with his back hunched over. What in the world was he looking at? His intense reaction was only stemmed by the fact that there was a tattoo below his right eye. One he had certainly not gotten himself. It was a black tattoo of the number 619. Upon taking the number into account, Jin recalled seeing the troll woman, who had shaken his hand, with the same tattoo, except that hers was the number 618, and it was on the lower, as opposed to the upper, part of her face. 619. Quickly, Jin then turned on the pipe, and water came gushing out of it. Accordingly, he swiftly brought his face down to the pipe, and started to wash it. After rubbing his face to absolute pinkness, he looked in the mirror again, only to see the tattoo still there. He then started washing his face constantly and quickly again like a bat out of hell, all to no avail. The only thing he got from washing his face like this was red, numb skin. He frowned. A mark that won't come off for nothing. A tattoo perhaps? God, Grandma's gonna kill me. Jin went outside on his wheelchair to get the breakfast his grandmother was prodding him about all morning. After overhearing the commotion he made in his room, to ensure that his grandmother didn't see the mark below his eye, he wore a hoodie, and kept his hood over his head. He also made sure not to make his face meet hers at all costs. On top of this, he didn't tell her about his ability to walk yet. Not yet. Why are you wearing that? She asked him as he began to roll away with his breakfast at hand. Stopping with his back turned on her, he replied, I'm going for a little morning fresh air soon, so I figured I'd wear it now. She then sat on the chair, and watched as he went back into his room again. Why is he acting so strange today? Jin went back into his room, shutting the door. While sitting in his wheelchair, he took a bite from the sandwich his grandmother had prepared for him. The cheese paste had far too much mayonnaise in it, but this time her cooking passed for edible, and so, Jin decided to eat it given that he was incredibly hungry and had only just realized this. He knew he couldn't conceal his face from her forever. He deduced that she would inevitably get weary, and his cover will be blown when she looks at him in the face. With that thought in mind, he decided to leave the house to pick up something that would, by a cross of fingers, keep him in the clear a little while longer. He left his bedroom in the wheelchair. As he walked into the living room, he noticed his grandmother wasn't there. Quickly, he rolled the wheelchair towards the front door. He then opened the door, and hurried out of the house before his grandmother could realize he left. He began to roll his wheelchair on the grey concrete pavement. At the side of the pavement and on his side of the road, there was a wall about 3 meters away from him. The wall was built to separate a house's property. Within the brick walls there was a house. On the contrary, there were obviously no houses outside the walls. Looking at the white brick flat house, Jin knew exactly who was living there. It was yet another old woman, living all by herself. She was his grandmother's good old friend. Jin looked around, turning his head left and right. Then he stood up from his wheelchair, and started pushing it towards the back of the brick wall. Simply, he leaned the wheelchair against the wall, and walked away. Hopefully some goblin or dwarf kid doesn't steal it. But then again, who would want a wheelchair? He asked, consoling himself. He then continued walking, without the wheelchair. And of course, his gait was perceptibly goofy to all the people he had walked past. Walking past the people, he could hear constant giggling and murmuring coming from their mouths. Nevertheless, he did his very best to ignore them all. He ridiculously fell a couple of times while walking, and boy was he an attention grabber. He was still wearing his black hoodie, and his hood was over his head. He walked past bakeries, restaurants, malls, and many more, only to walk into a store with beauty cosmetics written in bold all over it. As soon as Jin had opened the glass door, and entered the store, he could see women of different races all looking at him in the face. He paused, and they continued staring at him like dead bodies would. They stared listlessly, like those who walk in sleep. Jin pulled his hood completely over his head, put his head down, and walked further into the store, with both his hands in his hoodie's kangaroo pockets. When out of nowhere, a woman walked up to him. She had her blonde hair in a bun, and her ears were sharp and pointy. Her lips were covered in blood red, and her eyes were blue. She wore white tights and a white shirt. Genuinely, Jin found her a bit alluring, so he thought being amidst a store like this one made him appear as a freak to her. "Can I help you, sir?" she asked him. Yeah, she drawled. "You do know you're in a women's beauty store, right?" Jin put his hand behind his neck, not looking her in the eyes. Shying away in front of her, he bashfully looked around to make sure others weren't looking at him. However, all of them, each and every one of the women, had their eyes drawn to him like magnets. His heart quickly skipped a beat as he swallowed the air in his mouth. "I don't want makeup," he whispered, looking down at the ground. "I didn't hear you." "I want makeup," he said it louder. "Because?" He shifted on his feet. "I'm gay?" the woman asked, raising a brow. Her words scared the bejesus out of him. Timorous, Jin froze for a while. He didn't say anything. But then he discovered a way to rid himself of his current predicament. He slowly raised his head, looking at her in the face now. And he responded, "Yeah, you're right. I'm gay." A woman from the group of women to his right then uttered, "Gays. That's all teens nowadays become. I mean, I don't have a problem with it." "Isn't that kid there a girl?" "No, Sasha. You can clearly see he's a boy." "Hell no, that's a girl. Look at his eyelashes." "He's not." "Take a look at his hairstyle." "That's a girl, bitch." "Can a girl not cut her hair?" "Sasha," said a dwarf woman, "Stacy's right. He's just probably gay, that's all." "He did say it himself just now, didn't he?" Another woman walked up to him. She was a bit old to be drenching herself in makeup. She was a troll woman, with one of her eyes tending to stay closed. She touched Jin on his face and said, "Gay, huh? I knew it from the time you walked in." "Still, you're so cute. I wish you were my son." Another woman then added, "Triana, your son slipped and fell off a rooftop." "No," the troll woman snarled, "he slipped on a banana peel and fell off the rooftop, arsehole." Becoming rubescent, Jin looked at the elf woman, whom he had accounted as an assistant helping out the customers. He looked up at her, and said, "You got anything that'll look like my skin color?" "Yeah, I do," said the woman, walking off. Jin put his hand behind his neck, while the other was in his kangaroo pocket, and he pursued the elf woman's path. Jin was walking home, with makeup hiding the number below his right eye. He totally forgot that he was broke, and so the woman gave him the makeup for free. He walked on the pavements with his hands in his kangaroo pockets. "Me, gay? I can't believe they actually bought that one," Jin said, grinning while walking. He was minding his own business, reminiscing and chuckling upon remembering what had happened in the beauty cosmetics store today. He had a soft smile on his face. When quickly, something suppressed this smile of his. It took this smile away from him right then. It was a strange screen that had appeared before his eyes. His facial expression immediately swung to seriousness. "A successor has fallen. A successor has what?" Suddenly, in the far distance, a blue glowing beam that looked like a beacon erupted and shot into the sky at the speed of sound. There was a shockwave that caused Jin to put his hands in front of his face, when clearly he should be blocking his ears. People in the streets all gathered, gazing at the beacon-like projection of light in the distance. Some of these people had taken out their phones on an impulse. They started recording the beacon. Perplexed yet curious they all were. In the crowd of people, Jin stood there, squinting up at it in bewilderment. The air, it felt ominous. They all knew nothing about what was about to unveil. The blue beacon in the sky lit up the grim city. At peace, citizens of this said city observed its magnificence, when it was in truth a symbol of war. Jin stood amidst the crowd of spectators, finding himself scared shitless. He had been questioning if others felt the same way about the beacon as him, because all of them seemed to be mesmerized by it. They're probably just not as pessimistic as me because they don't see the screen I've been seeing. He stood paying close attention to others, while still shooting a few negligible glimpses at the beacon. Nothing interesting was happening in the crowd, but not for long, because suddenly, a stranger darted through the crowd, aggressively shoving people aside. He rammed his shoulder into Jin, causing him to almost collapse. "Watch it, people. Watch it." Bursting through the crowd of people was one thing, but what the hobgoblin said after was worth all the concern. He went on to utter, That one is mine. I want that one. He started running towards the source of the light after breaking from the crowd. He ran at a remarkable pace, as if his life was on the line. Grimacing, Jin muttered, "That one? What?" He stood there in confusion, looking around at the people near him. Jin stood there looking at the light for 3 more minutes. After the light had disappeared, the crowd had too, and so, Jin finally decided to go home. I wonder what the hell thing was. Does it have any to do with the screen I saw before it appeared? A successor has fallen? Does this imply death? He walked with his head down, hood over his head, and his hands in the kangaroo pockets of his hoodie. He was minding his business as usual in that he wanted to avoid trouble. He grew up knowing that merely looking at a race other than his own too much was like walking into a portal to problems. So he kept to himself at all times when not at home. He didn't even realize when he had started putting his head down, and this bothered him slightly. He had sworn an oath to his long-dead father that he would always keep his head up no matter what. His father always told him that a head held high translated to confidence, and a chin up all day keeps the goblins away. Jin sighed upon remembering these words. He was still bothered excessively at the fact that both his parents had perished. What he didn't know, however, was that in truth they had died because of him. Sorrowfully, he continued walking on the pavement, feeling how cold it was despite being in summer. The day was becoming darker. The world was becoming darker. For reasons unknown, this wasn't rocket science for anyone in this world. They all knew that the days were brighter in the past. But how? While walking, Jin began to hear, "Hey, you, black hoodie, stop." As he had turned round, he saw a cyclops approaching him, and immediately got terrified. After what the goblin kid did to him, he wasn't taking any chances. The cyclops had but one eye alone. However, it possessed all the other features of a human being. Its hair was brown, and it was tall. It wore a black suit, with a white tie. With a monstrous physique like that, no wonder why Jin had started running the other way. One odd, unorthodox facial feature alone made the figure deemed as a walking monstrosity by many. "Hey! Please don't run away." Upon hearing how distressed the creature's voice sounded to his stubborn ears, Jin had decided to hear it out a bit. He stopped, and turned around, peering at the cyclops. "It won't bite. Wait. Would it?" The cyclops sighed in solace, having seen that Jin decided to stop. He walked up to Jin, looking at him with a smile he thought would look pleasant. But it came out creepy on Jin's end. "What do you want?" asked Jin. "I wanted to ask for another citizen's opinion on something." "Why did you start running?" Jin then replied, I was jogging. Kinda. Exercising my body a bit. As I shut in, I don't really get out as much." The cyclops laughed. "So you didn't hear me calling out to you? Huge coincidence that you started calling at the moment I started running. Then again, I thought you were calling someone else." It laughed again, and said, "All right, don't interrupt you. I'll just ask the 3 questions quickly so that you can get back to your exercises." "Okay," Jin replied, standing with his hands in his kangaroo pocket. "All right, I'm guessing you know, or have experienced, the intensity of racial discrimination in our country. Am I correct?" "No shit." The cyclops took note of Jin's response, writing on a notepad. "Good. Even I, as a representative, experienced it an innumerable amount of times. Racism remains one of our greatest problems as of right now. So we must put an end to it. Our greatest accomplished feat ever in history was when the government suppressed the wicked usage of magic, and had created a world where fantastical races could coexist. On a scale from 1 to 10, with 1 being terrible and 10 being great, how do you feel about the government taking such actions?" Our conversation is being monitored by our staff. Having heard that he was being recorded, Jin took his time and thought about an answer. Getting himself into a compromising situation was the last thing he wanted right now. He sighed, and responded, "I'd say 6. Because the government's got people eating ass now that they still choose who to give abilities to." Jokes aside, I think it's fucked up that we gotta fear the cops and shit just because they've got powers. Taking notes, the Cyclops then went on to ask, "Why did you decide to go with this answer?" "Listen, I just wanna go home. It's already been a long day, but just bear in mind that the government's fucked up more lives than we think by just keeping magic to themselves, and giving it to just anyone who meets the conditions to serve them. The Cyclops took note of this too. Then it asked another question. Okay, fair enough. When was the last time you've experienced racism? Yesterday, Jin replied instantly. Okay, lastly, give a feasible method the government could use to fix racial discrimination. Jin had no idea what he'd say in response to the question. After all, this question wasn't one you could just shit out an answer for. It required critical thinking, at least for Jin. I honestly don't know how I'll answer this question, because even if the government changes, racism won't. Take your time. No rush. Okay, racial discrimination will always be a thing. All I can say is that if all of the races were on equal footing financially, then we'd be experiencing less racial discrimination than we do now. The Cyclops took a while to write this down. Then he smiled, and said, "Thank you very much. Jin," replied Jin, "my name's Jin Pierce." Okay, Mr. Pierce. Thank you for your participation. But I do have one more question. What me and my teams do is strive to eliminate racism among citizens. We believe the only way this can be achieved is by eradicating the fear and chauvinism between races. We think this can be achieved by teaching our children not to fear other races. Do you agree with us? Jin didn't completely agree, but to rid himself of conversing deeper about the topic, he decided to agree with him so that he won't have to advocate any further. I agree. I am very happy with your answers, Mr. Pierce. Thank you for your time. Have a pleasant day, would ya? Same to you, said Jin, walking away. Jin didn't like surveys by any means. He hated surveys. But the survey he took on this day opened his eyes a bit. He was now bearing in mind that people were taking actions against their biggest problems in the world. However, he had one main concern that pertains to their actions against the issue. Would it amount to anything? Jin picked back up his wheelchair, and sat on it. He was about to go home. However, at the house, where he had left his wheelchair, a woman started calling out to him. She was on the roof of her flat brick house, and it was only for this reason that she was able to see over her walls, and noticed Jin. "Jin, over here!" she shouted in the distance, waving at him. Using his hands to push the wheels of his wheelchair, he turned his head to the right, to see a woman waving at him. Simply, he put on a fake smile, and waved back at her, still going his way. "Wait, Jin, stop!" Jin sighed as he stopped. He was at the front of her house, waiting at her gate for her. She leapt off of the roof, and deliberately ambled towards her front gate. This weirdo! What was she even doing on that rooftop? She stopped after opening the gate. She stood there looking at Jin with a huge smile on her face. She was a 62-year-old lizard folk, a vertebrate with a backbone stronger than that of a human's. She had the rough skin of a reptile, and eyes of a huge lizard. Yet she stood on two legs as a man would. Her skin was yellowish, and she wore red lipstick, with smudges of it all over her face. For Jin, the most ridiculous thing she wore was undeniably the wig that was atop her head. Running a hand through the strands of her brown wig, she cooed, "Good morning, Jin." With slit eyes, he responded, "Good evening, Miss Linda." She chuckled upon hearing his response. Her body was shuddering like an earthquake non-stop even when she wasn't shaking in laughter. And the way she gawked at Jin with her round eyes, made him horror-struck. "Would you like to come in?" she asked him, opening her gate wider. I don't think I can. My grandmother's worried about me. I've been out all morning." "Come in, I'll tell her you were at my place." "I wouldn't want to bother you, Miss Linda." Come in. I want you to meet my granddaughter." Ultimately, Jin could only yield to the pressure. He found himself in the Lady Lizard folks' living room, sitting on her couch. She sat down as well, gawking at him. "I'd like to hear a bit about my good friend Pearl Pierce." "But I wanted you to meet my granddaughter first." She scratched her skin. "You know what, let me hear something about her while we wait for Hara." Jin rested his hood upon his back to show respect, reclined in the chair, and drawled, "Grandma lives like a robot. She legit does the same thing every day. I don't know what else I can really tell you. She still works that hard at her age." "Yeah. And you frankly look like you're no different from her." She laughed loudly. He leaned forward. "No, I'm being serious. After you've come back home from your daughter's place, the first place I see you again is on your high rooftop." She chuckled again. "Yeah, I was just looking at how rusty it's gotten over the 4 months of me not being home. Yeah, but how the hell did you get all the way up there? Och, I jumped. Didn't I show off how much higher a lizard folk could jump compared to a human? No, you didn't, but I've heard a rumor or two. I didn't know people go around telling rumors about how high we lizard folks jump. Ah, yeah. All the time, pretty much. At school, other races didn't tell the rumors though. They were rather from the lizard folks themselves. She erupted into laughter. That's so? I guess we lizard folks really have nothing to boast about other than our jump heights. Jin then noticed that another figure had walked into the living room. It was a young female lizard folk. She stood there, with her hands behind her back. She wore a white dress, a blonde wig, lashes, and pink lipstick. She was tall and skinny, with a long tail poking out from behind her lower body. Her skin was rough and grayish, and her eyes were just as round as Miss Linda's. Miss Linda then stood, standing next to the other lizard folk. Looking at Jin, she then said, "This is my daughter's daughter, my granddaughter." She chuckled. Hara, Jin, Hara. This Hara couldn't look Jin in the face at all, when Jin was in truth the one frightful. Jin sat down next to the younger lizard folk, and couldn't help but notice how weird she was acting. Constantly, she would dart her pupils to the corners of her huge rounded eyes and dart them away, just to get a glimpse at him. What's more, she kept fixing her hair, and her clothes. But the worst of all, was the fact that a fly couldn't pass by without her being the one to quickly trick-shot it with her tongue. "Sorry for leaving you guys all awkward and silent," said Miss Linda, walking out of another room and into the living room again. "It's just that I got a call from Hara's mother." To Jin, it was more obvious that she was lying, than how obvious it was that her granddaughter liked him. Truthfully, she only left them both there so that they could speak together alone, and hopefully bond a bit. Again, understanding this was no sweat to Jin. "No problem, Miss Linda." Jin forced a fake smile. "Okay." She sat down on one of the couches. "You see Hara there? I stole her from her mother, and she's spending all summer here with me. Maybe this'll allow you two to get to know each other." "Fuck no." "Sure thing," Jin replied, contradicting his thought. Miss Linda smiled back at him. "The reason why I couldn't help but ask her mother for her to spend time at my place, was because she's so damn cute that I just wanna spend time with her before I shed my last piece of skin, you know?" She looked at Jin. "Isn't she adorable, Jin?" Jin glimpsed at her. Of course she is." If this was what they called cute, Jin surely didn't want to meet their ugly. "Why don't you guys talk to each other a bit?" "My Hara's a little shy, but I'm sure she'll come around if you try asking her some questions." Sitting on the couch, Jin turned to face her again, and said, "Hey, Hara." How are you doing?" She didn't reply. "What about school? What subjects do you like?" Honestly, Miss Linda had no idea who would ask about school on the first day of summer vacation, but she simply watched on, letting it slide. While looking at the lizard weirdo, Jin started to hear a strange sound. He looked around upon hearing it, trying to trace where it was coming from. The lizard folk surely noticed how strangely he was acting. "You guys hear that?" he asked, still looking around. Miss Linda grimaced at him. "Hear what?" He looked at her again. It's nothing. Maybe I'm just hearing things." When suddenly, a hovering translucent screen appeared before his eyes, hovering in his field of view. Successor revelation in 3 minutes, 59 seconds. Jin's eyes widened at the screen. He was staring at the screen, but it came out to Miss Linda that he was staring at her. She looked down at her body, making sure her clothes weren't revealing anything to the young man. Having seen that her clothes were fixed properly, she looked back up at him in confusion. "Jin, what's wrong?" "This means they can't see the screen. It's confirmed now." He quickly focused on the screen again. Successor revelation in 3 minutes, 40 seconds. "My favorite subjects are math, chemistry, and finally replied Hara, looking at Jin. "Jin, what the heck is this thing talking about?" "Jin, successor revelation? It's got to be something that's going to be revealed. But what?" "Jin, are you okay?" "I'm sorry, guys." "I'm okay, I just recalled something." "You look worried." "Can you tell us what it is if it's not too personal?" "The screen earlier today showed something about a successor having fallen." "Are these successors people?" "Jin, Did you hear Grandma's question? Are the successors like me? He thought out loud. The lizard folk looked at each other, and looked back at Jin. What did you say, Jin? Jin snapped back into the present. Huh? What's that? Successor revelation in 3 minutes, 12 seconds. Never mind. I was just asking if you could share what you remembered with us. If it's not too personal, added Hara. Oh, it ''s. A tragic memory. I don't feel comfortable about sharing it with you and really sorry about that. It's okay. The lizard girl faced Jin. What are your favorite subjects? They're math, chemistry, physics and biology. I'm a science guy. What about yours? She looked at him, pursing her lips. Then she smiled and asked, so you didn't hear my answer a while back? Fine, I'll just tell you again. I like math, chemistry, and Jin quickly looked at the screen to check how much time he had left. Successor revelation in 2 minutes, 37 seconds. Jin? Oh, sorry about that. He scratched his head. Good choices. Awesome for a body like yours. All the lizard folks at my school are athletic. Her skin crimsoned. Yeah, we pretty much all are. She stroked a finger through her hair. Literally. I know. It's the only subject I beat the other girls in my school at. I beat the elves, orcs, hobgoblins, trolls, and even other lizard folks. It's the only time I really get attention. I like and hate this attention at the same time though. I can relate. But you said the other girls' what school do you go to? It's an all-girls school. Is it Frogmound girls? Yeah. She blinked her eyes a few times. How did you know? Successor revelation in 2 minutes, 02 seconds. I gotta get out of here before I find myself in a compromising position. What if it reveals to them that I have this thing? What would happen then? Jin? Sorry again. What did you ask? My school. How did you know? Just a hunch. You know I go to a school in that area as well. Bishop College. You go to that school? I wanted to go there, but I didn't do well enough in my exams. Yeah, it's a good school, but it's not what it used to be anymore. Why'd you say that? Just anyone could get into Bishop College now. There are delinquents running all about the school. Okay, but I'm pretty sure you'll find what you call delinquents anywhere you go. So Jin then stood and sat on his wheelchair, looking at the female lizard folks. Then, he sighed, and said, ladies, thank you a lot for inviting me in and all. But I gotta go now. I haven't taken my pills and such, so my mind's straying away every minute or so. Miss Linda stood as well. Yeah, we understand you. You can leave gates open. Just be sure to come back sometime, would you? Yeah, no problem at all. I enjoyed my short stay here. Your granddaughter's really cool as well. See ya. He walked through the door. If Hara could have blushed as a lizard, there would be no stopping her. Jin was hiding behind the very wall he had hidden his wheelchair before, Miss Linda's wall, for the reason that he didn't know what would happen next after the countdown. Looking at the screen, Jin's heart was crashing into his chest. Successor revelation in 03 seconds, successor revelation in 02 seconds, successor revelation in 01 second. At the end of the countdown, he felt as if his heart would explode. His eyes were widened. He was panting loudly, peering at the new screen that appeared. He became even more perplexed. You can now be easily detected by successors. What? That's it. The successors are living beings, given that the screen says I can be detected by them. Suddenly, a green glowing hovering ring appeared around Gin's neck. Quickly, he started moving away. But it acted as a part of him now, going wherever he might go. It was around his neck, leaving a lot of excess space, and not touching his body by any means. Looking down at the hovering green ring, Jin scowled. What the fuck is this? God, I hope others can't see this. I really hope they can't. I mean, the screen only said that successors could see me. Clearly the successors can't be normal people, right? And where did it mention anything about ordinary people seeing me? In short, the hovering green ring had disappeared from around Jin's neck after a while. It simply disappeared, still not doing any harm to him in its disappearance. Tired after yet another long day, Jin decided to finally go home. He was in his wheelchair, going in the direction of the house, with his exhausted eyes slit. Rolling the wheelchair, he could feel just how grim the environment felt. In spite of him being in the broad daylight, it was a dark, cold day as always. Eyes partially opened, rolled his wheels in front of the door to his house. Sighing, he put his hand around the doorknob. With his other hand, he passed his fingers through his jet-black, curly hair, and licked his dried lips. Then he finally revolved the doorknob, pulling the door open. His golden brown eyes promptly expanded after opening the door. He stood there surprised. Before him stood an elf with blonde hair, blue eyes, wearing an orange jacket, and black skinny jeans. Raising a brow, Jin uttered, "Dobby? Dobby?" "Yo." Jin's back home just when we were about to leave. Ashton, standing beside Dobby, peeked his head out of the door, looking at Jin. "Ashton? Dobby? What are you guys doing here?" Dobby pressed his lips tightly together in a line, narrowing at Jin. "So it isn't okay for good friends to meet up with each other every so often?" Jin started pushing the wheelchair forward, causing the two boys to quickly move aside, making way for him to pass through the door. "That's not what I'm saying, Dobby," he justified, using his hands to push the wheelchair towards a cocoa-brown couch. Jin stood up from the wheelchair, and sat on the couch instead. He sat peering up at Dobby and Ashton, who were now both looking at him. "So you want us to leave or what?" asked Dobby, folding his arms. No, I didn't say that. But isn't it the first day of our summer vacation though?" "Yay, it is. Why'd you ask?" replied Ashton, adjusting his glasses. Jin tensed his shoulders. Then, his chest rose and fell, as he let out a long, stretched breath. He leaned back against the chair, and drawled, "Forget it." "Never mind." Dobby drew closer. "No, don't never mind us. Tell us why you asked." Jin narrowed his eyes at Dobby. Deliberately, Dobby ambled up to him, and sat right beside him on the same chair, looking at him from a side view. He crossed his legs, and placed both his hands on his knees, still peering at Jin. Irked by Dobby's attentive gawking, Jin scowled and fumed. "What? Why are you being like this?" Dobby's blood boiled with rage. He furrowed his brows, and gritted his teeth. "What do you mean being like this?" "Ask yourself that." "Why are you being like this, Jin?" Jin looked away, relaxing his shoulders. He hung his head, stroking a hand on his forehead. "I'm sorry, Dobby. I just had a long day." He gazed at him. "Can we start over?" Jin had a long day, and so, he wasn't in the mood to talk to his friends at all. Who shows up at their friend's house first thing at the beginning of a summer vacation? Dobby's wrinkles started to disappear, and his rapid breathing started to slow. Ecstatically, he gleamed. "Hey, Jin." He pretended as though he and Jin were never mad at each other a few seconds ago. Now, it was clear to Jin that elves were truly the most forgiving ever race among all others. Jin, eyes slit, brows raised, shook his head. A corner of his lips quirked up. "Hey, Dobby," he answered softly. Ashton decided to sit down on the other end of the same couch. He sat down leaning forward, and looking at Jin, with his hands clasped together. "So what are you guys doing here?" Dobby scratched his head. "Your birthday." "I thought your birthday was on the 2nd of July, which is today," interjected Ashton. "Shut your face hole, Ashton," snarled Dobby, jerking his head towards Ashton. Jin then cooed, "My birthday's August the 22nd. Quietly, Dobby and Ashton slowly turned their faces to look at each other. Their expressions were becoming dull. Dobby's lips twitched and he quickly bellowed, "You got it wrong too, Ashton. You rubbed shit in my face all day for nothing, little twerp." He tugged on Ashton's shirt, and put up his bald fist. Nervously, Ashton raised both his arms in front of his body, and flinched a few times. "I thought it was on the 22nd of July. I'm sorry." Jin chuckled with laughing eyes. "None of you remember my birthday." "At least we knew it had something to do with twos." Dobby glanced at him. "Do you remember ours?" he asked, as one of his brows did a push-up. Jin's eyes widened and his lips pushed together. "Ah, exactly." Ashton pushed his glasses further up his nose bridge. As soon as Dobby had let go of him, he ran a hand down his ruffled, red shirt, ridding it of the wrinkles caused by Dobby's tugging. Looking at Dobby, Jin then asked, "What's up with you and Tristan now?" Dobby scoffed. "Och, you're talking about our fight." "We're good now. We played Grim all that night yesterday." "So, since when did Grim become a relationship counselor?" "Must say, you got to invite it to you and Tristan's wedding or I'm not coming," gestured Jin, with a shit-eating smug on his face. Dobby's face crimsoned as he quickly punched him his arm. Fuck off. Leaning back on the couch, Ashton cleared his throat, put his chin on his chest, and looked over his glasses frame at Dobby. Dobby grimaced at him. What? You're forgetting that there's an adult upstairs. Dobby stuck his tongue out at Ashton. She didn't even hear me. Ashton shrugged his shoulders slightly, just saying. So what did you guys plan to do at my place? Asked Jin, darting his pupils at them both. Dobby looked at Ashton and quickly looked at Jin again. We didn't plan anything. But Tristanesco. Ashton suddenly stomped on Dobby's left foot. Quickly Dobby winced, tossed his head in Ashton's direction, and snarled in his face, "What do you do that for?" Ashton flinched. "Sorry. It's just that why you almost blew it." "Och." Dobby's facial expression softened. Jin leaned back, narrowing his eyes at them, and folding his arms. "Tristan's coming today, isn't he?" They both looked at each other, in silence. "Fuck," blurted out Dobby, pulling on his golden, blonde hair. "Watch your mouth, Dobby," Ashton yelled. They all then started to hear a vehicle that seemed to draw closer to the house. Its shrieking engine sounded, and they were all able to hear it clearly. It was clearer than crystals to them who came. "Speak of the devil," shouted Dobby, springing up from the chair, and hurrying to the exit. Ashton ran outside as well, whereas Jin took his time. He sat on his wheelchair, and rolled towards the door. As soon as he went outside, he was able to see a Volkswagen. It was in a glossy blue paint job, scratches were prevalent everywhere, and one of the tires wasn't befitting to the car model. What caught Jin's attention the most were the engraved penises drawn all over the vehicle. Quickly, Jin covered his mouth, and widened his eyes. Both Ashton and Dobby erupted into laughter. As the car door opened, a figure then stepped out of the car, and closed the door shut. Jin's jaw dropped as soon as he had drawn his eyes at the figure. The figure possessed normal human ears with an earring in one of them, marigold hair, and a chiseled facial structure. He wore deeply tinted black shades, skinny well-seamed black jeans, a golden chain around his neck, resting upon white sweater. Jin had no idea who it was, and if that person was Tristan, he wasn't buying it for anything. He still had a few pimples on his face, and he still wasn't tall either. But no way, that's Tristan. Everyone immediately stopped laughing, and watched as he approached them. They were all simply at a loss for words. Tristan," stuttered Dobby. "Tristan, that you?" he asked, looking at him from head to toe. Tristan stopped, folded his arms, and grinned. "Yeah, it's me. Didn't I tell you all that I hit the gym recently?" Jin raised a brow. "That's one damn sick workout you must be doing. I want in." He passed around, and gave them all a respectable fist bump. Ashton chuckled. "What's with the dicks, Trice?" "New look?" gagged Dobby, bursting out in laughter. "Yeah, it's a trend these days. Everyone's drawing dicks on their cars." They all laughed. "Seriously though," said Jin, "who did that to your car?" Tristan furrowed his brows. "Some dickhead goblin must have done it again." Ashton then added, "Yeah, they really are getting out of hand." He fixed his glasses. "They've been running around the neighborhood burying houses with toilet paper like who knows what." Dobby looked at Ashton. "Hey, they did that to my house recently. But I know they aren't coming back again because boy did my uncle show 'em." Jin turned to Tristan. "No matter how much you grow, it looks like you'll always be short," uttered Tristan smirking. "Sounds kinda stupid to me coming from someone I've always had to look down at." Jin looked at the wheelchair while sitting in it. "I'll get better someday." Dobby looked at him. "But aren't you crippled?" "Yeah, but I've been training myself. I've made a lot of progress. I can move my legs a little now." Dobby looked curiously at him. "Show us what you can do." They were looking down at Jin. Simply, he moved his leg slightly and looked back up at them again. "Nothing much. Beauty's progress, I guess." Ashton put his hand on his mouth. "Oh my god, you actually moved it." "You'll be doing the conga with me, Ashton and Trice, soon at this rate." Jin smiled softly. "I told you." Ashton scratched his head. "No way." "Yes way. I can't show them that I can walk yet. But I will. Because I don't think I can hide it forever." "So you guys wanna play Grim or something?" asked Dobby, looking at them all. "Anyone?" Tristan shook his head. "Sorry, bro. I don't play at this time." Then again, We're not home, so we don't have our computers here. Also, Ashton doesn't play Grim, and I wouldn't want to leave him out," added Jin. "Thanks, Jin." Tristan then removed his shades and put it in his pocket. He raked his hair with his hand and folded his arms again. Looking at his friends, he smiled and said, "I have something better to do, something better than Grim." Jin grimaced at him. "Okay, now I'm convinced that you're not Tristan." "Yeah, the Tristan we know doesn't go 2 hours without Grim." Guys, he chimed in, gesturing with his hands, "I've changed up my life a bit, but I still play Grim though." "Of course you do," shouted Dobby. He smiled. "So you guys coming or not?" "Where?" asked Jin. "Yeah, Trice," uttered Dobby. "Where?" Dobby put his hands on his waist and looked at Tristan. "We're going somewhere," Tristan replied, approaching his car. "Just come, it's a surprise." Jin heaved. "Better be worth it, because I've spent the entire day outside and it was horrible." "Whatever, shut in Mr. Jin, little noob at Grim." Noob, nagged Dobby, nudging Jin. "Whatever." The Volkswagen's engine started with a roar. Tristan wind the glass down and poked his head out of the window. "You guys coming, or what?" After Jin got consent from his grandmother, everyone entered the vehicle and strapped on their seatbelts like kids amping up for a roller coaster ride. Jin sat in the back with Ashton, provided that Dobby opted to sit in the front seat next to the new model of Tristan. The wagon edged away from its initial parting spot and zoomed across the wide road that was at the front of Jin's house. "Who's got their door opened?" Tristan asked, shooting glimpses up at his mirror. Jin looked at Ashton. "I made sure I shut mine properly." "I think it's yours, Ashton." "Definitely Ashton's door," added Dobby. "The guy's too afraid that he'd close the door too hard." "Can you stop so I can close it, Trice?" "Nah, no need for that. Just open it and close it again, it'll be fine." Ashton rammed the door open and pulled it towards him again, with what looked like all the might his skinny little body could muster. The door slammed loudly, seizing everyone's attention like a man on his wedding day seizing his wife before he sweeps her off her feet. "What the fuck, man?" he said to open and close it again, not destroy the thing. Tristan directed the words, "It's okay," to Dobby. Still, Dobby peered back at Ashton in the back seat, and softly mumbled, "The hell's wrong with you?" Jin tittered, trying not to burst into laughter. "For a second there, I thought you were fighting the door, Ashton. But still, you didn't have to curse the guy, Dobby." "I swore at him because I swear the dude's a genius but an asshole at the same time." With a conspicuous frown on his countenance, Ashton turned to his window, leaning his heavy head against the tinted glass. Tristan looked in the mirror again. "You guys want the AC any colder?" "Doesn't make much sense, I'm fucking freezing already," acknowledged Dobby. Jin adjusted his body in the seat. "Yeah, it's been really cold these days. Is it even summer?" "Some major storm is coming, man, I'm telling you. God might be sending the Genesis flood to wipe us out, boys." Without moving, Ashton muttered, "You believe in the gods, Dobby?" "Of course, I don't. Uncle always says there's only one true God." So suddenly, the people of the heavens showered the surface of Earth with their twitch-hot bath water. Cotton clouds carelessly popped like water balloons, drenching the surface with its sprinkling love. "And it's raining," Dobby drawled. "I'm telling you, that flood's gonna come back again." "Whatever, Dobby," said Tristan, "we heard you the first time." It became quiet for a while, until Tristan decided to put some music on to kill the silence. The music sounded through the car, entering their ears. The singer was a female with a high-pitched voice that was rather melodic to Jin. "You guys like Lexi Cyril's tracks?" he asked, paying attention to them all. "Is this the Lexi Cyril?" "Yeah, of course it is." Ashton giggled. Trice used to dance to her songs, and actually paid money for copies as opposed to pirating them online. "Can you believe that?" Dobby cringed. "I remember it like it was yesterday." "Damn annoying songs. Still annoying." Tristan took his eyes off the road to look at Dobby. "What? You geese don't like it?" "Of course we don't," snarled Dobby, turning down the music. Tristan focused on the road again. "I don't have a problem with it," opined Ashton. "Of course you don't," Dobby snarled. "So what kind of music do you guys like then?" Ashton answered, "I like Lexi's songs as well." "Ashton likes my music." "Well, We already know what you like, Dobby. He looked in the mirror. What about you, Jin? What would you like to hear? Jin, eyes partially opened, yawned. I'd like to hear where you're taking us. I told Grandma we're going to pick up some snacks since she doesn't have any at home. Yeah, Trice, uttered Ashton. Where are you taking us? You'll know when we get there. We're close. Tristan turned back up the music. What the hell, dude? Dobby looked at him. What? You turned up Lexi again. Why would I turn off my future wife? Dobby? She isn't a robot, you know. Dobby shook his head. We had faith in you, Trice. We had faith in you. Jin narrowed his eyes. Okay, now I'm convinced that you really are Tristan. Yeah, he's Tristan all right, assured Ashton. I was gonna say that you had no chance with her. Dobby smiled. I always used to tell you that when you were fat. I take it back now. All of it. You got more than just a chance with her. Jin grimaced. But isn't she like? He scoffed. 30 now? 29, rectified Tristan. Yeah, Trice, but that's still a lot older than you. No, it isn't. It is though. Yeah, a 12-year difference. So what if I'm only 17 and she's 29? So what? There are such age gaps between partners all over the damn world today. Then again, elves have longer lifespans than humans. So I'm gonna die before her anyway. Why do you even have so many crushes on elf celebrities to begin with? I am a very cultured man, that's all. Dobby then looked at him, and said, you know what? Fuck Lexi. What was I even saying before? What's wrong with her? Tristan, man, you know exactly what's wrong with her. She's a celebrity, she's a retired slut, she's a woman a lot older than you, she's a person who dated more men than time itself. That is what's wrong with her. Taking his eyes off the road, Tristan gave that I don't know what you're talking about look. Don't gimme that look. You know what I mean. Lexi, the blonde elfie girl with millions of followers, recently retired from being a slut. Dobby finished. Trice, you know what I'm talking about. She was a hub star. You don't think I know that? Everyone looked at him. What? So you're okay with having your girl experienced with you know what because of all the partners who did her? Asked Dobby, sneering at him. Jin facepalmed. I'm not liking this topic right now. Dobby, I mean, Tristan's been watching those very same scum videos with her and all the partners you're talking about. Ashton put simply. Dobby gawked at Tristan. Quickly, a smug look took Tristan's face, the entirety of his face. He even took his eyes off of the road to show it to Dobby. Taking into account what Tristan said just now, Dobby scowled. You. Ashton looked at him, and you know, Tristan even practically hacked online fans to get access to not only Lexi Cyril's fan-exclusive stuff, but many other elf girls. You really do like ourselves, don't you, Trice? Asked Dobby, looking at him. Yeah, with the exception of the males. Dobby put a hand on his chin. What's wrong with male elves? What's wrong with me? Eyebrows furrowed, Tristan quickly and aggressively hit down on the brakes. Haltingly, the car drew at the side of the road, still allowing others on the same lane to pass. Tristan, with a facial expression that remained but ineffable to them alone, uttered, "Get out." Dobby grimaced at him. What did you say? He turned his head, giving Tristan a dead stare with his now impenetrable eyes. I said, "Get out." Dobby stubbornly folded his arms, turned his head, and reclined in his seat. "Get out, or do you prefer me kicking you out instead?" snarled Tristan, wrinkles forming all over his face. Ashton opened his door. Fine, I'll just go with the flow. I'm sure it's a prank anyway. I don't know about you guys but I'm not going anywhere, admitted Dobby. Ashton stepped out of the car, and stood in the rain. Come back inside, arsehole, shouted Dobby, openly directing his words at Ashton. You'll get wet in the rain. Get the fuck out of my car, people, snarled Tristan, flaring up. Especially you, Dobby. Hurry up and get out. My patience is on edge right now. I told you. I'm not going anywhere. I'm running out of time here. Get out. Jin noticed the sheer amount of malice on his face. With his hands clutched to the steering wheel, Jin saw that he had been squeezing it the entire time. It was only a matter of time before he lashed out on Dobby. And they all knew how that went down last time. But now that Tristan was fit and different, they had no idea who would take home the win this time. Suddenly, a screen appeared before Jin. Successor revelation in 3 minutes, 59 seconds. Come on. Not this again. Having seen the screen, Jin pulled his hood over his head, opened his door, and stepped out of the car. His black hoodie started to get soaked in the rain immediately. He then leaned over, and took his wheelchair out of the vehicle and stood with it in front of him. You two are assholes. I'm not leaving for nothing. No way. I wasted minutes of my life only for you to kick me out of your car. And for what? I think you should get out, Dobby, said Ashton, looking into the vehicle from outside. It's not looking so much like a prank anymore. Better listen to Jin and Ashton, Dobby. I'll fuck you up, you hear me? I'm not who I was, and you should know this. Go fuck yourself, growled Dobby. Tristan started bashing both his hands against the steering wheel, striking it with profound might. He ended up hitting the horn a few times as well, drawing people's attention to the vehicle. I swear, I'll hurt you, Dobby. What got you to think you can hurt me now that you're all big and bad? Something that you'll never have. When did your balls grow, Trice? Since I've stopped seeing your ugly face, fat fuck. Fuck you, man. I'm not even fat. No way as near as how fat you were 4 months ago. At least I was able to change. Look at you, Dobby. Oh yeah? Well, at least my entire life isn't driven and controlled by lust. Buzz off, Dobby. You'll never be someone in this world. At least I'm not a fucking pedophile who even watches little goblin girls. You know what? What, Tristan? What? At least my fucking parents didn't leave my sorry 9-year-old ass to live with my uncle and abandon me. Jin and Ashton's eyes widened in shock. A jarring silence filled the air. No one said anything. Only the rain could be heard at this time. Tristan was breathing heavily, staring dead into Dobby's dismal blue eyes, while his heart thumped on. Silently, Dobby peered at him, and shook his head. He finally opened the door, and left the car. He slammed the door the hardest he could, and looked at his own reflection in the car glass. Tristan immediately hit the gas, and sped off, leaving behind only splashes thrown by his tires that quickly drenched his friends in puddle water. They, water dripping from their faces, all stood next to each other, watching as the car shrinks before their eyes, and disappears into the distance. They looked at each other in great confusion. Surely, that didn't just happen, did it? As soaked as sponges, Dobby and Ashton sat opposite each other in a restaurant. Feels better eating something other than Pearl Pierce's cooking. Seriously, I feel sorry for Jin. Dobby took a bite into his hamburger. Ashton, tiny droplets of water on his glasses, sipped some of the soft drink he had on the table. Where's Jin anyway? He's been in the bathroom for like 3 minutes now. Didn't he use the one back at his place before we left? I mean, the only reason we're here right now is because he was so eager to use the bathroom right after Tristan left us. Hey, I give you 1 point. Ashton fixed his glasses. You said Tristan's name without getting mad again. I don't know what's gotten into that guy. He sure is an asshole to do that to us. Something must have come up. What do you mean something must have come up? He didn't pick up his phone from a phone call. He raised an index finger, nor did he look at his wristband. He raised another finger on the same hand. What does he have? Spidey senses? I don't know. Even if something did come up, and he actually looked at his wristband, he still had no reason to treat us the way he did. Dobby sighed. True. This whole world's getting more and more messed up as it ages. As Dobby took another bite from his burger, a cup came darting towards his body. It came so fast that he couldn't dodge it, and so, the liquid inside of it burst out of the plastic cup as it hit his body, and subsequently fell upon him. Dobby quickly turned his head in the direction of where the cup was tossed. Upon looking at the figure who threw it, he scowled irritatedly. It was a male goblin, accompanied by a female one. They both burst into obnoxious laughter, making a ridicule of Dobby, who stared at them dead in their faces. Riled, Dobby, trembling uncontrollably and gritting his teeth, squeezed the burger until all the contained food was squeezed to a pulp, oozing out of the burger patty and onto his plastic plate. He seized Ashton's cup from him, and turned his head to face where the goblins had been sitting again. No, don't even think about doing that, advised Ashton, peering at Dobby with caring eyes. Come on, Dobby. They're short, but they're still stronger than us in spite of this. Coincidentally, Jin, on his wheelchair, then came out of the restroom, and approached Dobby and Ashton's table. Having seen him, Ashton moved closer to the other edge of the seat, making room for him. Sighing, Jin stood up from the wheelchair, and plopped down on the seat again. He contemplated Dobby's countenance for a while, and then he turned to Ashton. "What's wrong with him?" "You see those goblins over there? They hit him with a cup filled with soft drink." Jin looked at Dobby. "That's what you're mad about? If you are, just forget it, man. They're not worth our time." Slowly, Jin put his hand on Dobby's shoulder. "Come on, forget about them. The last thing we want right now is a fight." In truth, after the events that took place because of Tristan, Dobby, brimming with rage, more than wanted a fight to sate his hunger of lashing out on something. Ashton then fixed his glasses, furrowed his brows, and peered closely at Dobby. Quickly, he leaned forward in his seat, stretched his arm back, and launched it into Dobby's cheek. Dobby nonetheless winced from the negligible agony brought by Ashton's weak slap. He turned his head to face Ashton, and snarled, "What'd you do that for?" "And nothing." Ashton cowered, raising his shoulders. "Guys, I think I wanna leave this place." "It's been a long, long day for me," drawled Jin, eyes slit. It became quiet for a while. Tristan had a blank facial expression, and Jin, slouching in the seat, had been yawning the whole time. Even after they finished eating, they sat there in silence, not saying anything. But then, Dobby chuckled with a smile on his face. Having heard him, they both tossed their short attention spans at him. "What's the matter?" Dobby's inner laughter became a boisterous guffaw that drew people's eyes to the table in which he sat. After his laugh had come to a gradual halt, he let out a loud sigh, as he shifted his attention towards Ashton, who gawked at him in confusion. He smiled and said, "You slap like pussy, Ashton." Ashton smiled. The boys ended up taking the same taxi home, given that their houses weren't too far apart from each other. It was still raining heavily outside. Jin, in a white shirt, slouched on the couch in his living room, dozing off. His grandmother then sat next to him. "Jin?" Jin flew up, and turned his head to face her. "Can you explain why Tristan didn't drop you boys back home?" "Honestly, Grandma, I have no idea." "So he just randomly did that to you all?" "I guess. As I said though, I have no idea why he left us like that." "Did you guys fight?" "Actually, yeah. Tristan and Dobby were quarreling with each other because Dobby, as stubborn as he is, refused to leave the car." His grandmother sighed and shook her head. "What about earlier today?" "Why'd you leave for fresh air so long?" "You didn't go for this fresh air, didn't you?" "Grandma, if you've been worrying about me. Stop. I'm fine, I swear." She shook her head again, and turned her face away from him. "I have a lot of concerns about you right now, Jin. Since you're so quiet, I'll leave you be. For now. The remote's next to you. Can you turn on the TV?" Jin then took up the remote, pointed at the ultra-wide TV screen, and pressed the red power button on it. Accordingly, the TV came on. "I'll find something to watch, thanks." With slit eyes, Jin then tossed the remote for his grandma, and slouched in his seat. He watched as she switched through different channels. "No good shows on today." "Why am I even paying for this?" complained his grandmother. He had not an iota of care about what was showing on the TV, but then something grasped his attention. On the TV, a news reporter sat down, while images of different colored beacons were shown in turn. Jin's eyes widened promptly on the spot, as he peered at the TV screen. Quickly, his grandma switched to a different channel. He looked at her. "Hey, Grandma, go back." "Where?" "What's wrong?" "Put back on the news for a second." She grimaced. "You? News?" "All right." She switched back to the news channel. "I don't know why you're interested in this now." "I've been watching the channel 3 days straight, and all they spoke about were the lights that were shot into the sky." Jin continued to peer at the screen. His grandmother promptly noticed how enthusiastic he was about what was showing, and she mentally took note. He listened closely, hoping for some valuable disclosure of information, which he in turn would use to learn more about the successor system. Today, 4 more beacons were shot into the sky. A huge red one was spotted in England. The blue one was spotted again this morning here in New York City. And lastly, a white one was spotted in the Atlantic Oceans today at about 3:15. by a group of sailors. We still have no idea what these lights are and where they came from. But what we do know up to this very day is that we are finding dead bodies in the center of these beacons. The words "a successor has fallen" came back to Jin after hearing the news reporter mention dead bodies. I'd like to switch over to Lisa Kainda, who last time on BBC News made a phenomenal prediction of where a beacon would shine. What's that? She just left. Just like that? Okay, the news reporter continued. Oh, sorry folks. It appears that Lisa Kainda won't be able to speak to us today. Maybe tomorrow. Lisa Kainda is extraordinary, and she claims to know almost everything about the beacons. Again, maybe she'll share her knowledge with us again. She deserves for us to allow her to speak to the people of the world after the insane predictions she's been making. After a short commercial break, we'll be reporting live to you the events that took place in the school shootout that took place on the last day of school yesterday. Not interested in what was coming up next, Jin stood up and sat in his wheelchair. You can change the channel. I'm gonna go get some sleep now. His grandmother looked at him. No, I wanna hear about the shootout. Also, don't you want some food, Jin? I ate at a restaurant today. He rolled to his door, and closed it shut. After locking his door, he kicked his wheelchair aside, and walked up to his bed. He perched on the edge of the bed. I have to learn more about this Loki successor system, he muttered. It sounds like a big deal to me after listening to the news just now. He wanted to start learning about the system, however. He was far too tired. He ultimately laid down on his bed, saying, I'll get to the bottom of this. But maybe after a short nap. As expected, Jin slept until the next dawn. After all, it was truly a long day yesterday, and he was burnt out as fuck. Laying on his bed, still asleep, he then heard that strange sound he would hear when there is an incoming system screen. As expected, a new hovering translucent screen materialized from what seemed like thin air, and remained in a fixed position in his face. Slowly, he opened his eyes, peering at the screen before him. Upon seeing the message on it, he quickly jolted upright to a sitting position, settling at the edge of his bed once more. He rubbed his eyes, and looked at the screen again. Third day of system inheritance. Do you wish to fully activate this asset? Jin grimaced at the screen. So it wasn't fully activated before? Looking at it, he couldn't help but think about how much similar to a game's user interface the system screen was. Had it been in an actual game, he would not even question it for a second. This goes to show just how much it resembled a user interface. The word asset lingered on in his mind. Surely, if it's an asset then it must be to some benefit to me. But what benefit? I'm probably overthinking it. He was. Yeah, I'm definitely overthinking it. He stood up. Alright, I'll accept your offer, system thingy. He had decided to grant permission to the system so that it bestows him with the asset. It was clearly stated that it was an asset, and as such, he hoped it would be to some avail to him. With impatience written all over his face, he grimaced at the screen again. Hey, didn't you hear me? I said I'll accept the offer. Just as I thought. It's stupid. He plopped back down on the bed. Jin then let out a long, stretched, stressful breath, and narrowed his morning eyes. Jin, your life sucks. He told himself, if God offers another life to me through reincarnation right now, I'd accept. Scratch that. I don't want to have my memories of this wretched world. Only if he offers me a completely fresh start only then would I say yes. Because then suddenly, a new message appeared, truncating his sentence right then. Activation word prompted. Activating successor system. What? Wait. He jerked backwards. What was the activation word? Activating, was it yes? In a split instant, the entirety of Jin's slim body glowed luminously green. His eyes quickly expanded in shock. What's happening? Your system have been activated. Suddenly, yet another screen appeared before Jin's drifting, dilated pupils. New task, consume sufficient sustenance, reward, 1 exp. It was at this moment that Jin realized that it was much more similar to a game than he initially thought. He was even so convinced that he was questioning if his life had always been a game. Exp. Like experience from Grimm? This means some kind of leveling up is gonna go down, doesn't it? Still, He didn't know whether the leveling up would do anything that would affect him in any way. But when considering that the system was already this unfathomable, Jin could only wait and see what the future holds for him with such an unpredictable asset in his possession. He looked at the screen again, and asked himself, it wants me to eat? Does it know I'm hungry? Or is this just a mere coincidence? Jin exhaled loudly, stood, and ambled up to his wheelchair. After looking down at it for a good while, he decided not to go outside with it. Confident, he was about to do something he deemed more than stupid. But he desperately wanted to rid himself of the vile memories that were associated with being crippled. He scowled at the wheelchair, and turned his head. It was time to make a big change with his life for once. A change he would never revert from. A change he would always remember. He left his room, and stood at his door. In the living room now, smiling softly, he looked down at his grandmother, who appeared to be engrossed by the news. "Grandma, is there anything to eat?" With her eyes still peering at the TV, she answered, "You're up." "Good morning, Jin. There's stuff for you to eat in the kitchen. Help yourself, would ya?" Jin walked in front of the TV, and stood in front of it, blocking her from seeing the screen. Slowly her head raised until her eyes met his head, and as an expected reaction, her eyes expanded in shock. She looked around for his wheelchair. "Where's your wheelchair, Jin?" He smiled again. "It's in my room." She stood. Did why you walk all the way in here?" "Yeah," he replied, looking down at her. How?" "That's what I'd like to know as well." He looked down at the ground. "It looks like my prayers to God finally paid off. I guess." She darted towards him, holding behind his head. Her chest was against his. She squeezed him lovingly. Drowning in her arms, he could feel her heart thumping. Still squeezing the breath out of her grandson, she clamored, "It's a miracle. Rejoice." She released him from her chest trap, and held his hands. "I heard you ask about food just now," she sniffled. "I made breakfast already, but I'll go make you something much better." She then hurried off to the kitchen, while Jin stood there smiling at her. He genuinely didn't think it was going to be that easy. Sure, he knew she believed in miracles, but this time was different. Things could have gone far worse than it just did. He decided to eat nonetheless. Meanwhile, his grandmother prepared a big celebration meal for him. The obvious reason being was that he was eager to complete the system task. He sat down at the dinner table, with his hands clasped around a spoon and fork. He had two delicious-looking plates in front of him. One plate accommodated scrambled eggs and sausages, and toasted bread with cheese was on the other plate. Without saying anything, he was about to dig in when suddenly his pet dog, Benjamin, ambled its way up to him, stealing his eyes. It looked up at him, silently begging for food like it usually would. Its pink tongue was sticking out of its mouth as it breathed, and its white fur remained messy. Jin dropped some of his food on the floor for Benjamin to eat. Then he finally started eating himself. He ate the two plates of food, neglecting how bad they were to his sense of taste. However, the task was still not completed, and so, he returned to the kitchen, and got more of the scrambled eggs and sausages to sate his hunger. After he had taken his last swallow of his second round, a new screen appeared before him. "Your hunger has been sated. Task completed. +1 exp. Exp. 1, 5, level 0. Having seen that his exp went up, he felt some accomplishment. He couldn't begin to assimilate why he felt like completing more of these tasks. "Grandma, can you please feed Benjamin? He looks kinda hungry," he said, rising up from his seat at the table. She grimaced at him. "I fed greedy Benjamin less than an hour before you got up. That thing can eat an elephant. Only God knows what species it is." Jin giggled as he walked to his room. He closed his door shut, walked over to his bed, and sat on it. "Okay, so there must be a way I can navigate through the user interface of the system." "Is there? But how do I open the system screen in the first place?" Jin simply thought about opening the system, and a hovering screen appeared before his eyes accordingly. "So I just open it with my mind? Just like that, huh?" Jin played with it a little, opening and closing the screen by simply thinking about doing these actions. He was like a curious child flipping a light switch on and off again. He controlled the entire thing with his mind, without having any chip or anything of that nature implanted into his brain. That is to say, He controlled everything without raising a finger or suffering any casualties whatsoever. He grew quite comfortable with the bringing up and the closing of the screen. Looking at the screen, he could see different headings on the top part of it. The headings were individual sections. The sections were home, me, stats, weapons, skills in this said sequence. At the moment, he was in the home section. Nothing was special here, as it was blank. However, he noticed that the tasks and messages usually appeared on this screen. He had no idea how he would switch to another tab, but on an impulse, he raised his index finger. With this said index finger, he touched the me text, and was in turn promptly taken to another section. Name, Jin Pierce, race? Successor, 619, level, 0. He became bewildered after seeing a few question marks next to his race. It's surprising that it knows my name and stuff. But, come on, isn't it obvious that I'm a human? With a weak vessel like his, he had no doubt that he was a human. Simply put, he knew he was a mere human, just as he knew he was a mere virgin. And clearly, he would always be these things, or more so he believed. He then pressed on the other tab, tapping on it with his finger. Although the screen was intangible and his finger could go right through it and feel nothing, it was still quite responsive to his finger. He was on the stats tab now. Only at the first glance of the screen, Jin already commented, just like a freaking video game. Stats, strength, 1, health, 10, speed, 2, skill, 0, available out points, 0, he scoffed. I'm surely a weakling. Alright. No surprise there. He then tapped on the other tab, and was taken to another section once again. Weapons, reach level 1 to unlock. Having seen that it was locked, Jin then tapped on the skill tab. Obtain any skill to unlock, he cursed. What the fuck? I guess I gotta deal with what's unlocked by default. He shrugged his shoulders. No problem at all. He then drawled, please, I want more tasks to do. Eating's too easy. As if to respond to his inquiry, a new screen took form. Daily task, 200 push-ups, reward, 5 exp. Upon seeing how many push-ups he had to do for only the 5 experience points, his eyes widened. His body was clearly not in shape to carry out such a strenuous task like this one, at least not to him. Jin was essentially deemed a lucky guy at school, believe it or not, because although being crippled had its many, horrible flaws, this didn't mean there were no ups to the disability. One great example of this, befitting Jin's current problem, was the fact that he didn't do any at school, no physical activities by any means. He only wrote the written exams. What's more, his teachers had no choice but to give him full marks every single term, when he had not done anything to deserve them. No physical activities whatsoever acted as a foundation that built Jin's body into what it was at the moment, a rather vulnerable, inexperienced body. As jarring as the task was to slim, weak Jin Pierce, he decided to give it a shot regardless. He stood, stretching from left to right, touching his toes while straightening his knees. After a quick warm-up, he dropped to a plank position, where both his hands and feet touched the ground and held up his body concurrently. Then he let his chest touch the ground, and pushed his body up again, with not too much difficulty. The number on the screen that was in his face went up by 1 point after he had completed a push-up. Progression, 200 push-ups. He smiled at the fact that he was able to do a push-up. The second time around, however, he collapsed and hit his chin on the ground. Subsequently, he bit his tongue, and winced in pain. Nevertheless, he, brows crimped, got in position again, and continued doing the push-ups. He persevered despite being at one of the pinnacles of weakness. Constantly, he would fall to the ground and hurt himself. His arms were cramping up, screaming in pain, and begging him to stop. His body started prodding him to stop as well. His chest was rising and dropping faster than the stock market. Veins were appearing in places he never had them before. Yet he persisted, and started raking up what he sowed. What he reaped was succession after planting great effort into what he wanted to accomplish. Lifelessly, he sprawled out on the floor, looking up at the ceiling while panting loudly. He had only one more push-up to go, but his body seemed to deceive him. It didn't listen to his commands and could take no more. Yet, Jin slowly rolled over to his chest, crawled, and made his way up to plank position again. Clenching his jaw, and using all his mustered strength, he, veins appearing on his face, pushed his body up from the floor, groaning loudly. Progression, 200. Like an inanimate object, he collapsed again. Task completed, +5 exp. Congratulations, you have leveled up, +1 up. Upgrade points, exp. 010, level 1. He sat on the floor, leaning on his bed. Having realized that he unlocked the weapons section, he decided to go check it out for a bit. He pressed on the text, and was promptly taken to a new screen. Weapons, 1, would you like to beckon your Levitine? Jin had no idea what it was referring to with the strange word. Perplexed, he grimaced at the screen, raising a brow, and slightly furrowing the other. What the fuck is that? Levitine? What's that? Given that it was in the weapon criteria, he didn't see where he could go wrong by summoning it to him. He sat on the floor, leaning against his bed, with his legs outstretched widely. What was the activation word again? Oh, I remember now, he said. It was yes. Levitine, Mistress of Deception has been summoned. Suddenly, Jin heard what sounded to him like a sonic's boom and saw green lightning at the same time. Unexpectedly, something bolted through the roof of the house, with a green contrail, bursting through the ceiling, and got stuck in the flooring between Jin's trembling legs. Furthermore, its handle was pointing upright. His hair blew from the impact, and there was a blinding light that caused him to put his hands in front of his face. Jin stood there, grimacing with his eyes closed, pessimistically presuming that he was already dead. He shuddered in fear, removing his hands from his face. The first thing he realized was the message on his screen when he did so. HP, 4/10. After seeing that he had lost health from the jarring entrance of the strange object, he started roving at his body, scrutinizing it for wounds. He searched, but to no avail, for he seemed practically unharmed physically. Apparently, the shockwaves brought by the object's entrance were so impactful that it did Jin harm. Finally, he decided to look at what he had beckoned to his house. He deliberately looked ahead, focusing on what was between his ankles. Quickly, he spasmed, darting up from the ground, and rushing towards his bedroom door. He locked the door in case his grandmother came budging in and seeing what it was. He certainly could not have her do so by any means. After locking the door, Jin leaned his back against it, and peered at the object again. It was a black blade with green accents. It looked like it was called upon, and edged straight out of hell. By just looking at it alone, Jin could tell that it was insanely sharp and deadly. It looked entirely from another world. The energy it dispersed had filled the room, wafting through the air. This dark energy was but ominous to his senses alone. This said energy felt like the one that would flow out of a murderer's body when he finally breathed his last breath. Jin started brimming with fear, upon hearing it call out to him, sinister, muffled whispering sounding through the room. Standing there, he was stricken by an upsurge of the utmost regret immediately. The weapon seemed to be calling his name, calling to him, greedily keeping his undivided attention to itself. He was mesmerized by its presence. Jin was only snapped out of it after hearing, "Jin, are you okay?" He looked away from the sword, and answered, "Yeah, Grandma. I'm totally fine." "What happened?" "It's nothing," he replied. Her aggressive efforts to open the door were heard clearly by him. "Open the door, Jin." He put his hands on his head. "Fuck, what am I going to do now?" he muttered. "Jin, open the door now." He heard a loud bang coming from the door. This caused his heart to race like a sports car. "Just a second, Grandma. Gimme a second." On an impulse, Jin opened the system screen, and went back to the weapon tab where he had summoned the weapon. In light of finding an option that would make the sword disappear, Jin, heart pounding like bongo drums, crossed his fingers, shuddering nervously. He quickly opened the weapon screen. Weapons in use, Levitine. Jin had no idea what to do from here. But then he got a hunch that he hoped would amount to something. He pressed on the area where it showed the weapons he was using, but nothing happened. Then, he did the same thing again, pressing on the text, Levitine, this time. Subsequently, something else came up. "Are you sure you want to expel this weapon? Jin, what's taking you so long?" "Let me in." Jin skimmed through the prompt message, and quickly blurted out, "Yes." "Who are you talking to in there?" The sword suddenly disintegrated, leaving behind particles that in turn disappeared. There were still things to cover up: the hole in the ceiling, and the damaged floor. Jin opened the door to his room, and his grandmother promptly burst through it. The first thing she saw was a rumpled bed in the middle of the room. She quickly came to know that this bed wasn't there before. "Jin?" "Grandma." She looked at him. "What was that loud sound?" He scratched his back. "Was it that loud?" "Yeah, I heard it from all the way outside." "What happened?" "I told you already." "Grandma, you don't have to worry about me so much." "I'm fine." He approached her. "I was simply playing Grim with my game speakers all the way up, when an explosion happened in the game. It almost deafened me." "You sure it's the game?" "Yeah, I'm telling you." He put an arm around her neck. "It was the game." "I'm pretty sure it wasn't that loud though." "Is it something to do with your age?" "I heard you lose a lot of your hearing when you age." He walked her out of his bedroom, but they in school say that an instant of superhearing is a rare symptom and a side effect of taking the ability suppression pills as a newborn at the hospital. "For real?" He simpered. "For real. I've got research as well to back it up if you're that desperate." "They say that the pills permanently hinder your body. When you age with these damaged nerves and whatever, you develop hyperacusis as opposed to the more common hearing loss." "Grandma," he frowned, "I'm worried about you." "I can't believe you're getting symptoms of hyperacusis. It's the retarded government's fault again." "Those stupid pills, man." "You know, I'm pretty sure you even heard loud sounds coming from my room about a day or two ago, didn't you?" I did." "Didn't you take the time to ask yourself, how can a skinny, weak, crippled boy like my grandson be capable of making all that ruckus? And why now of all times, when he never made it before?" She chuckled. "I suppose you weren't so capable. But look at you now, you are walking, Jin." Tears trickled down her face as she sat on the couch, bursting in tears like a cloud on edge. Grandma," he cooed, "why are you crying?" "I'm on cloud 9 today. I woke up walking like Jesus after death." "Aren't you happy for me?" Wiping her tears, she sniffled. "I'm sorry, Jin." "No problem. Now get some rest, all right? I'm in my room if you need me." "Okay, just come sit with me and chat for a while when you're not busy." "Okay, will sure do." He, back turned, smirked, walking away. He walked into his room, and locked his door. Sighing loudly in great relief, he leaned against this closed door, raising his head and looking up at the ceiling. Showing my ability to walk to Grandma now was one major, risky blunder on its own already. Her catching me doing the impossible, or using an ability, is a risk I cannot afford to take right now. He sighed. There's no telling what they'll do with me, knowing that I've got this thing in my possession. People whose abilities cannot be suppressed tend serving a life sentence in jail, regardless of their ages. I don't want that for my life. Not until I decide what I'm gonna do with it at least. I'll get to the bottom of this new asset I have. I will. And I'll do my best not to get my cover blown. When suddenly, another screen appeared before Jin. Deception, 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 +3 exp, 4/10, level 1. Jin knew that he had only received the experience points because of what he did to his grandmother. After all, there was a conscious usage of repetition in the phrase, deception, deception, deception. This could only mean that Jin had just deceived someone who other than his own grandmother. He approached his bed, and pushed it a meter back, now revealing a cracked flooring, and a hole in this same area. Some of the tiles on the floor were cracked as well, and traces of the ominous energy lingered. He shook his head, and covered up the damage, by pushing his bed over it again. Looking at the hole in the ceiling, he still had no idea how his grandmother missed it when she had budged into his room. Thinking about his grandma made him feel guilty. Incredibly guilty. He felt horrible about what he did to her. He sat on his office chair, peering up at the ceiling. He felt horrible yet strangely great at the same time. An ineffable, mixed feeling. Feelings contradictory to each other. A feeling he never had before. What was this feeling? A feeling that made him worry about himself. He used his quick thinking, knowledge, and his grandmother's flaw, which was her age, against her. Should his obnoxious lying keep at this rate for the rest of his life? There was no way in hell he would even get a peek at heaven. He turned on his computer, peering at the screen. He made up his mind to do a little research, given that he now had a godlike search engine in his possession. He did have his worries about using it though, as it was clearly illegal. Expeditiously typing the word Levitine into the Successor's search bar, he smirked. Goddamn, I had no idea I could lie like that. He shrugged his shoulders. But hey, not complaining. Free exp after all. Jin, eyelids drooped, sat at his computer desk, peering at his monitor, without blinking his eyes. He entered the name of the weapon he had recently beckoned to him into Successor's search engine. In doing so, he felt a strange unbeknown that delivered a warmth in his nose, escaping his nostrils. It oozed out his right nostril, trickling down from his straight nose. Slowly, he placed both his index and middle fingers together and touched the spot where it was coming from. Then he gradually moved the hand away from his face, and peered down at it. As recognition dawned on his face, his eyes quickly widened upon seeing what was on his fingers. It was a warm, red liquid with a strange scent. What else could it be other than his own blood? He quickly deduced this was the stemmed aftermath of the sword's dramatic ingress. After all, he considerably lost health because its entrance alone. He brought up his screen, looking at his health. HP, 6/10. After noticing that he started bleeding from his other nostril as well, he jolted upright, and leapt off of the chair, rushing towards his bathroom. Looking in the mirror, he could see that his nose was bleeding, for reasons still unbeknownst to him. His golden brown pupils were slightly dilated, as he peered at his slim, jet-black-haired figure. Strikingly, the makeup that concealed the tattoo below his right eye was long washed away. He quickly recalled being in the rain earlier, and he immediately scowled at himself in the mirror. He sneered, how the fuck did I just miss that? I still can't believe no one told me about the tattoo. Simply, he washed his face, and put on the makeup again, rubbing it in the area. He let out a stressful breath that he had been holding in, and he walked back to his computer again. He sat on the chair, and peered at his computer monitor. It's time to learn about this weapon. Jin sat there, learning about Levitine for a few minutes. What he learned about it was the fact that, in Norse mythology, it was a sacred weapon forged and owned by the god Loki himself. The weapon was said to have extraordinary abilities like the calling, astral projection and so forth. Of course, Jin clearly didn't know whether his sword would have these abilities or not. He found this fact harder to believe than how hard it was to pronounce the Norse name of the sword in the first place. I honestly don't know what I'll do with such a weapon. He gazed up at the ceiling. The hell is happening to my life anyway? Why was I chosen to have this? It's the only reason why I can walk and all, and I'm thankful, don't get me wrong. But isn't this just a little too much for someone like me to handle? Why me of all people? Why? He was asking for answers like those slow hobgoblins at school who rely upon the smart ones when it comes to schoolwork. Levitine seems like a powerful weapon. Looks like something straight out of Grimm. But I don't see why I'd wield it in modern times like this. He sighed. That's if my body could handle the wielding of it to begin with. The thing almost killed my ass today. Who knows what it's capable of? As is, his body wasn't at all in any shape in any way to heave Levitine, the mistress of deception. But then he came to notice that he could use the system to level up and become strong enough to wield it later on. Again, he saw no reason to lift a sword, and walk around the modern city with it like who's what. But basically, curiosity acted as his fuel, as in the one you would fill up a car with. This fuel would drive him forth, and encourage him even in times of reluctance on the road of innumerable obstacles. When he runs out on it, he would simply be fueled up again, all in light of getting to the other side of the bridge, where knowledge is imminent. Simply put, he, driven by curiosity, wanted to explore what was bestowed upon him, even if he doesn't plan to use the gains he makes in the process. I'm bored, he drawled, putting his head on the white desk. I don't know what to do these days. I'll just take a cat nap. Unexpectedly, Jin had fallen fast asleep for 2 hours. What woke him up from his peaceful slumber was the ambient sounds that he would usually hear when a new system message appears. He bolted upright in the seat, looking around. He squinted at the hovering screen in his face. HP, 8/10. Your hunger grows. Insufficient nutrition to fully regenerate. New task. Consume sufficient sustenance. Reward, 1 exp. Immediately, his stomach growled aggressively like Benjamin would when he hadn't been fed for a day. So it takes food to heal. Noted. Simply, he stood, and started walking towards his door. He clutched his hands around the doorknob, and revolved it, hearing a clicking sound. He pulled the door towards him, and walked out of his bedroom. His grandmother was sleeping on the couch, and the TV was still on. 9 bodies, 2 of them being cops, were found today at the suburbs of Frodmount today around 12. The bodies had strange engravings on their faces of the same D that looked like a logo. On top of this, a young human girl was stabbed to death today by a person of the hobgoblin race in the same area of Frodmount. The murderer was Jin. Turned the TV off with the remote. Then he walked to the kitchen. The huge meal his grandmother had prepared was there, still on the stove, waiting for him. To celebrate his ability to walk again, she made him soy-glazed meatloaf, creamy broccoli pasta with chili breadcrumbs, and a cauliflower pizza all for himself. Jin, with a fork and spoon in his hand, sat at the table, with 4 white plates scattered all over the tabletop. Immediately, he stuffed his face, eating voraciously. Around his mouth was filthy, and all he did was chew, and swallow. The lunch, prepared by his grandmother, surprisingly tasted like shit, even when it looked so pleasant to his eyes. Such a letdown it was for him. It was apparent now to him that no matter what his grandmother does, she would never make him a meal he would ever savor. She was just a horrible cook. An intrinsic, inscrutable inborn tendency resided within her to make food even people's taste buds scowl at. Nonetheless, Jin ate like there was no tomorrow. Your hunger has been sated. Task completed. +1 exp. 5/10. Level 1. 5 more to go. Jin still ate the rest of the food even though he was already stuffed. He got up from the chair, approaching the kitchen sink with his empty plates stacked atop each other. In short, he washed his used dishes, and went back to his room again. He had decided to use his computer to kill time a bit. He sat down at his computer desk, peering at his monitors and using his mouse with his dominant hand. In bed, Jin jolted upright, sitting on his bed with the bed sheet covering the lower half of his body. Golden brown pupils decreased in size, was panting loudly and his heart was constantly crashing into his chest. A nightmare, just another one. Rubbing his temples, he winced in agony. Headaches this time too. His eyes roved around his room, looking clearly not accustomed to his bed being in the middle of it. He sighed, and got up from the bed, leaving it ruffled. He walked away. Before he could walk into his bathroom in order to commence his daily mundane of early proper hygiene, a screen appeared before him, and he paused. With eyes partially opened, he squinted at the screen. New task, 200 push-ups, reward, 5 exp. Like a robot carrying out tasks, Jin promptly turned around, and went down to the floor in a plank position without even taking the time to warm up. He simply yielded, relenting to the system's commands. It was raining outside where all that could be seen was the grim world and not much more than this. A grim world, with a grey sky, and danger lingering in the ominous air, where so many bizarre things transitioned to the norms. Jin was doing the push-ups. He got so many cramps in so many different places, and, even to him, it was clear why he insistently lamented about not doing that warm-up, but he pushed through nonetheless. He constantly collapsed. But this information is but trifling alone, because he got back up again, and continued, rubbing his succession in the face of his own incertitude. His tensed, overworked muscles were aching like his head, and veins were popping up all over the skin of his body. Still, he was able to complete the task once again. He rose up from the ground, with his mouth partially opened, and his eyes closed shut. Drenched in his own sweat, he stood, with his hands on his waist, looking at the new messages that appeared on his screen. Task completed, +5 exp. Congratulations, you have leveled up, +3 up. I've been collecting this up for a while now. Maybe I can use it in the stats tab to increase my vitality in some way. Curiously, he navigated through the system user interface, and went to his stats. Strength, 1, health, 10. Speed. 2. Skill. 1. Available up points. 4. Having looked at the screen, he was quite sure that the up points were what he had to use in specific areas to become more invulnerable in them. Moreover, there were plus signs after each and every one of the upgradable fields. These plus signs were certainly what the user would have to press in order to advance the statistical area of choice. At first resolution, Jin made up his mind to spend the points he retained on both the health and strength categories. His resolve quickly changed because of undue zeal. Curiosity steered him straight into advancing the skill area. His finger hovered over the plus sign, and then slowly touched it. He repeated this a few times, and as soon as he was finished, he felt a huge change, an immense upsurge of power already, regardless of how small it truly was. What's this? I upgraded my skill, yet I feel like I've gained strength. It can't be, can it? You have unlocked a new skill. New skill, Deceptive Delusion. Deceptive Delusion sounds pretty new to me. Definitely not something I've heard of before. He clasped his hands to the bottom of his shirt, and pulled it up until it was over his head. Gazing at the screen again, he then put a hand on his chin. What can it possibly do? Just force people into delusions? If so, how's it gonna do anything when there are so many delusional people out there? I think it might be pretty useful in this world if you could literally force people into believing whatever you want them to. But I have my doubts. After all, I got this skill at level 2, so probably just some useless skill. He shrugged, walking to his bathroom. He took a bath. As he was bathing in sweat from the exercising, brushed his morning teeth, and he stood in front of the mirror, peering at himself, standing in front of the mirror with a white towel wrapped around him. He raked his curly hair with his fingers, while pursing his pink lips remotely. Then, he changed into some clothes, and ambled his way out of his room. His grandmother was the first thing he saw when he left the room. Apparently she was going to him when he unexpectedly came to her. "Grandma." "Good morning, Jin," she uttered, with her hands clasped together behind her back. "Good morning." I was going to wake you up just now. Yesterday or so, I asked if you could sit and chat with me for a bit. It looks like you forgot." She gazed down at the floor. "I'd like to do so now, please, if you can." "Yeah. Okay. I'm free. I guess." They sat on the dinner table, opposite each other. It was silent for a while, until Jin's grandmother decided to go all in and pour out her feelings on him, as if she was pouring water into a glass. "Jin, to be completely honest with you, I'm very worried right now." Jin raised a brow and pressed his lips together. "I don't see any reason for you to be." "What reason other than yourself? The only damn thing. The only person I care about." She frowned. "Your grandfather ran off with some younger Mexican girl, and probably got his ass poisoned by her or something, who knows. But hey, I don't care." "All the more reason for me to stay single. Our family's been through a lot." "You're going to be an adult soon, and I'm really sorry you didn't have the family you needed." "Grandma, no. Don't do that." He grimaced at her. "What do you mean that? Don't pretend you're fine when you know you're not." "Man up, Jin. If you gotta cry, cry instead of holding it in." "Cause trust me, you have no idea how crazy holding things in can drive you. I see it on your face every day." "You know exactly what I'm talking about. Don't pretend not to." "I understand that you're a high schooler, and as such there is a lot for you to do, but still, you're always locked up in your room." "I don't even know you anymore." "Come on, Grandma, let me speak," she interjected. "You just need to hear me out. That's what you gotta do." "Times are getting hard. We ourselves are running out of money, while the people with abilities get rich by default. I even got a message on my wristband that your e-coin balance was 0. People are robbing each other. People of different races are dying every single day. It's a dangerous world we live in. You know that." "On the last day of school, you came home with a swollen face." She leaned forward. "Tell me, you got beat up again, didn't you?" Jin gazed away. "I didn't." "What about during the school term?" "You came home banged up pretty bad a few times, with scratches and swollen areas on your face, and your clothes ruffled." "You're getting bullied by some kids, aren't you?" "For the last time, I'm not, Grandma. Jin snarled at her. Open out to me, Jin. Am I not your grandma? You could tell me anything you're going through, and I'll try to help. I've been hearing a lot of things in your room these past couple of days. He grimaced. Where are you going with this? I talked to a psychologist, she said, crossing her legs. I spoke to her yesterday about the noises I've been hearing. I told her everything about you, including the fact that you're crippled, getting bullied, and showing a lot of aggression these days. What aggression are you even talking about? Like the fact that you just yelled at me. You also look rather depressed all the time. I'm tired of this. I miss the Jin who used to sit with me, hand in hand, all day. The one who used to smile all the time. Where did that Jin go? Tell me, where did he go? Jin, brows furrowed, shot up from his seat, pushing the chair back, and resting his hands on the table. The Jin's long dead, Grandma. He's fucking dead, he sighed, and I'm glad. I'm happy I stopped being delusional about life. A goblin and a human can never be true friends like a human and another human would. He turned around, and lifted his shirt, showing his back to his grandmother. On his back, there were scars all over it, as well as bite marks. Remember Garak, the homeless goblin kid? He did this to me. I almost died. Turns out, he'd forget it. Just forget it. He turned around to face her. That's not my point. My point is I started seeing the world for what it really is. His grandmother continued, so I told the psychologist about you over the phone, and I told her what your situation is. You know what she told me could be the noise I've been hearing from your room? What, Grandma? What? He snarled again. A psychological problem. Jin immediately sneered. One called displaced aggression. She says that you show all the symptoms and have met the conditions for it. She stood too, approaching him. You're sick, Jin, you're sick. She held one of his hands with both her hands, and looked up at him, when suddenly, he shoved her away. You know what, Grandma? You've been bothering me too much. Stop prying into my business, and study yours instead. With the little years again you have to live. Her eyes widened. Maybe you're the one who's sick. I'm totally fine. Don't tell me I'm sick when I'm fine and you're the one who's sick. I'm totally fine. The noises in my damn room aren't even me lashing out on something because I get bullied. The sounds weren't even loud to begin with. Again, maybe you don't have hyperacusis. You're just probably mentally ill. You're mentally ill. I'm a teenager, Pearl. A teen. I'm growing up. Me growing up isn't some psychological illness. I'm just a Jin, not a little baby anymore. Of course I'm not the old Jin. You're sick about me. You're too overprotective and obsessive. You've always been this way. Maybe you need to grow up. I don't know. You're so obsessive that you're even fooling yourself into believing that I'm sick. Were you even hearing yourself? So you see, you're the one who's wrong. You're the one who needs to grow up. You're the one who's sick. You're mentally sick, and you're physically sick. You need to go and sleep or something. All the coughing and all the jazzy. You are probably dying. The overdosage of the tablets you took a month back weren't the cause of your internal bleeding. You were just always sick mentally and physically. Especially mentally. You're mental. I'm being serious. You're sick, Grandma, and you need help. If this keeps up, you're not gonna make it past the age of 70. His grandmother's jaw dropped, and her eyes remained in a widened state. Her eyes were sparkling with moisture, and her expression hinted at the extremity of her sorrow. They stood there, peering at each other. His chest was expanding and contracting, her lips were sealed, as she gawped in shock. Such deafening silence it was for both of them. A tear trickled down his grandmother's face. I'm sick? Maybe I really am. Suddenly, Jin's vehement eyes started to radiate, luminously glowing green. What's more, a screen had appeared before his face, displaying a strange message to him. Effect: deceptive delusion. In this dystopian world, a civil contribution is essentially a citizen's pecuniary contribution or serving of time in a specific job class. Those, other than law enforcement officers and soldiers, who don't amount to sufficient civil contribution, aren't entitled to what the government gives to people who meet the prerequisites. Jin continued to peer long and hard at the screen before him. Effect: deceptive delusion, +1 exp. 115. Quickly, he stormed off to his room, leaving his crestfallen grandmother right there by herself. He locked his door, and plopped on his bed. I'm sorry, Grandma. He wasn't in the mood for anything system-related. He just laid flat on his back, sprawled out on his bed, while peering up at the hole in the ceiling from Livertine's entrance. I was far too harsh on her just now. Why did I act like that? Jin thought about closing the screen, and it immediately disappeared accordingly. Simply, his eyelids covered his eyeballs as he laid on the bed, and he let out a loud, stressful breath. Jin woke up late the next morning. He warmed up, and got in the groove already. He slept all day yesterday after what went down, but today, he made up his mind to make a difference. Without wearing a shirt, he, covered in sweat, stood with his hands on his waist, looking at the screen in his presence. Task completed, +5 exp, 615, level 2. Jin made up his mind to apologize to his grandmother first thing in the morning right after completing his expected daily task. He had not much planned for the day. All he wanted was to make up for the bad day he had yesterday. He essentially hated being a jerk to people, because he sure as hell knows what it feels to be the subject of some jerk's insolence. He knows how it is. Walking out of the bathroom from a hot shower, a screen appeared before him. New task, consume sufficient sustenance, reward, +1 exp. Only then did he realize that he hadn't eaten anything all yesterday. His stomach was snarling at him, and roaring like a lion. He could eat even his grandma's horrible cooking at the moment. Put simply, he was hungry as fuck. He changed into a black, long pants that reached his ankles, and a contemplating black shirt. On his nightstand, there was another pair of glasses that he only wore once. The glasses were basically too weak for his eyes, and he had to get another prescription pair from an ophthalmologist that wasn't such a bonehead as the last one. Jin was essentially blind as a bat. He could not see words and such without his glasses there for his ass all the time. For whatever reason, he decided to wear this pair today, given that his good one was long fucked. Alright, how long has it been since I wore this? He asked himself, picking it up. He wiped it in his shirt, and contemplated it well. After doing so, he extended the temples, and placed the pair on his nose bridge. Immediately he grimaced, squinting his eyes a bit, trying to see through the lenses. It was just a huge blur to him. He couldn't see a thing with it on. What in the bloody hell? The tested glasses seemed to be too strong for his eyes, when this was never the case before. Wait. He took it off. Wasn't this the same glasses that was just too weak for me that it didn't help me see any better? How the hell is it too strong now? I swear, I'm going nuts. Ultimately, Jin put it back down on his nightstand, and walked away in confusion. He left his room, and went looking for his grandmother. She wasn't in the living room, nor in the kitchen, and he found this really, really strange. He even called out to her, but she didn't answer. He immediately found himself appalled right there and then. She never really went outdoors. The reason being was because she feared the other hostile-like races, like the shit-eating hobgoblins, and the menacing orcs, because she feared getting harmed by them. She would always see the negatives of everything, and think up the worst possible outcome of her staying outdoors. And so, Jin knew she wasn't outside. Still, he walked around the yard of the house in light of finding her. Given that his search was simply to no avail, he began to stir up reasons for her absence, like the fact that she probably hit the ceiling ropes because of him. He immediately started fretting about finding her. To him, he felt like finding her became a necessity now that he knew she was missing. He was about to look beyond his yard, but then he remembered that he hadn't checked the second floor of his house. Shit, how the fuck did I not think about checking the second floor? He snapped, rushing back into the house. Since he was crippled, he lived on the first floor alone, and this made him even forget that there was an upstairs entirely. He rushed up the flight of wooden stairs, calling out, "Grandma, Grandma, you there?" There were two doors. He checked the one on the left first, only to see an empty room. Not here either. Then, he rushed to the one on the right. His ankle and feet pivoted as he displayed great agility. Bursting through the wooden door, his eyes widened in shock. What laid on a huge bed was none other than his grandmother. But this wasn't what made him horror-struck. It was the fact that she could have been dead, for she wasn't moving at all although her eyes were open and peering at him in the soul. He darted towards her, and knelt beside her bed, holding one of her hands. And as soon as he had touched her hand, a screen appeared before him. Effect, deceptive delusion. He felt as if his heart, thumping in his chest, had exploded. It skipped a beat when he feasted eyes on the hovering screen before him. Could it be? Is she really sick? Did the skill do this? Simply he closed the screen, and paid all his attention to her again. Seeing her in such a condition, immediately he frowned. "Grandma," he called in an apprehensive tone. She slowly turned her face to look at him now that he changed position. Her eyes were dull, and her hands were burning up. Her dried, flaky lips trembled while moving up and down as she struggled to say his name, Jin. With his heart thumping against his chest like a lumberjack bashing an axe into a tree, he felt a subtle burning in his eyes as he unblinkingly peered at her. "Grandma." "What's wrong?" Wincing a bit, she cooed, I don't feel so good." "What do you mean? Weren't you fine yesterday?" She didn't say anything in response. A nuance simply took her face. Panic-stricken, he started to evince his nervousness. "Should I call the ambulance?" "What should I do?" "I'll be fine, Jin. Just go get some medication for me at a pharmacy." Given that he was robbed of the little sum of money he had nothing in balance. And so, he pulled his grandmother's wristband towards him, and looked down at it. He grimaced when his eyes met the money she had remaining. 200 alone? "Grandma, where's your money?" She blinked, and said, "That's what I was going to tell you. I'm running out of money, and my pension has been cut." "What do you mean your pension has been cut? Isn't it a fixed sum of money every month?" "What about the money you're getting for taking care of me alone?" "You don't get it every month anymore. It's every 2 months now." He recalled the government making a huge change to things recently. One of these changes was the fact that custodial money in general and money paid to foster parents would be every 2 months as opposed to the initial 1 check per month. This new change only applied to those who weren't making or hadn't made adequate civil contributions. Their reasons for making such a major change was that people were making children simply to get this sum of money, while staying at home and not making contributions to the society in itself. Jin quickly transferred his grandmother's money over to his account, by simply shaking her hand. He stood, "All right, Grandma. I'm gonna see what I can get at the pharmacy for you, all right?" "Okay, just hang in there. I'll be right back." "Wait, Jin. Have you eaten anything since yesterday?" she said, trying to get up. "Don't worry about me. I'm fine." She continued trying to get up nonetheless. "Grandma, stay the hell in bed. Don't you move. You're ill." "Why do you even do this to yourself? Just acknowledge the fact that you're sick, and let me help." Taking his reaction into account, she dropped her body back on the bed again. "Why you're right. I really am sick." "One of your active skills strengthens, +1 exp. 715, level 2. Suddenly, all hell broke loose. A small disperse of aura started coming from his grandmother's body, and she lifelessly closed her eyes. The aura was dark and ominous, and for some odd reason, he could both see and feel its grim energy surrounding her. The outcry of energy sounded through the air, and he could hear its horrifying, cacophonous hissing and its sinister whispering. He checked for a pulse by putting 2 of his fingers on her neck. He felt her pulse linger, and so, she was alive. Immediately, he hurried downstairs. He rushed into his bedroom, took one of his black hoodies, put it on, and he darted out of the house, jogging towards the nearest pharmacy. Jin now knew that he underestimated the wrath of his first skill, simply didn't know what it was capable of. But what he did know was that he was irrefutably the cause of his grandmother's misery. And maybe just maybe the cause of her atrocious death. The rain had burst down on Jin, as he hurried through the strikingly quiet, busy streets. Luckily, he chose to wear his hoodie beforehand. Panting as he trotted, he realized that he was still far from athletic. His energy had once again failed him, and he was already exhausted when his running had only just begun. So many things were on his mind as he rushed to the pharmacy. What bothered him the most was his skill. His first skill, the one that had managed to strike fear in his heart already. And if his first skill was the cause of such an atrocity, He couldn't begin to imagine how powerful and dangerous the rest of these skills might be. Who might he become with such power residing within the fabric of his being? He could only wait patiently to find an answer to this question. An unfathomable question that would certainly bother him until he crosses paths with its boundless answer. Jin burst into the huge pharmacy that was not too far away from his home. The main color of the pharmacy was conspicuously white. The walls, doors, shelves, everything was white, with the exception of the boxes of medication that sat on hundreds of shelves. What's more, all of the shelves were behind the pharmacist, who stood behind a white counter in white apparel. That is to say, the customer didn't do the shopping. The pharmacist prescribed medication to him, depending on his condition. The strange thing to Jin was the fact that there was only one box of a specific medication each, though. He quickly assumed that there was another part of the store that accommodated the real stocks of the boxes. There were only two people in the line before him. One of them was short and human-like, supposedly a hobbit, and the other was big, buff, and green, an obvious orc. Jin stood in the line, awaiting his turn to speak to the pharmacist. In no time, he found himself first in line, peering at the female elf pharmacist in his presence. The elf lady looked like she was in her late 40s. She had gray, long hair, wrinkles on her face, and a pair of completely rounded glasses sitting on her nose bridge. "Hello, dear. How can I help? My grandma's really sick. She's like burning up and stuff. I don't know what to do about it." "Fever much?" "I think so." In truth, he knew it was a matter worse than just some fever. "Okay." She constantly tapped her fingernails on the countertop. "If your grandma's not here to answer the questions, he won't know what to give her. However, you can purchase hyper pills or magic pills. I'll save you the jargon, and just use simple words. Basically, these special pills are enhanced by either basic supernatural abilities or magic. They are scientifically proven to heal the average consumer without any problems whatsoever." She raised an index finger, though. "Do note that these are expensive, child." How much do they cost?" "Spell suppression pills are for 500 e-coins, but they might not be suitable, unless your grandma ran into someone who maliciously used a passive ability on her that still hinders her body." "Is this the case?" Jin responded. "Number. I don't think she needs that one. Does she?" "I don't have the money to buy it now, but I'll have to come back for it after completely confirming that the normal medication doesn't work. If the normal medication doesn't work, then it's definitely my skill that made her ill." The elf woman licked her lips. "All right. Another option we have here are AHX pills that single-handedly tackle bacteria that causes illnesses. These are also magic pills as they tend to magically heal the body and kill the bacteria. These cost 150 e-coins." "I'll take them," Jin blurted out. The woman tilted her head a bit and smiled at him. Then she turned around and started roving at the shelves on the wall. The shelves had labels, and so, she quickly found what she was looking for. When she found it, took the box up from the shelf, and turned around to face him. "Take a look at this," she said, peering at the box. Jin watched as her hands began to glow with the box in them. She had a constant smirk on her face, as the brightness of the glow intensified. She then slowly rested her other hand on the desk, with her palm upright and facing the ceiling, when suddenly, the same box she had been holding in her other hand, conjured up and appeared in her empty hand as well, leaving two boxes. Jin's eyes shimmered at the jarring sight. She then slid the box across the countertop to him, and on an impulse, he quickly caught it before it could fall. Slowly he looked back up at her again. "Cool," she simpered. "Got to love my job, right?" "What ability do you have?" Jin asked, scrutinizing the box. "I was born with healing powers." She put a black plastic bag on the counter. "After becoming a pharmacist, I was given an ability called perfect replication since my level of education was so astounding." "Take care, kid. There are people in line." She pointed behind him. "I hope your grandmother gets better. And try not to catch a cold yourself. All right?" "It's raining bullets outside." "Thanks," Jin replied, putting the box of pills in the plastic bag she gave him. Just watching the pharmacist work swung Jin's sorrow a bit. Abilities can be reckless. Abilities can be terrifying. Abilities can be harsh, especially in the wrong hands. but they can be miraculous when used for the right things. With his hood up, Jin, eyelids drooped, was walking in the heavy rain, holding the black plastic bag in his left hand while his other hand was in his kangaroo pocket. It was again another rainy, grim day as always. It was unbeknown to the world why this was the case. They had no idea why the environment was altering so much, but they could certainly perceive the change. Jin had walked into multiple puddles of water only halfway through his destination. Some water had sunken into his shoes, and his clothes were drenched in water as well. He felt incredibly uncomfortable wearing his soaked clothes, while walking upon the wet pavements of the streets. In front of him, he could see a massive orc coming in his direction. Its hair was orange in color, and was quite long. Although the orc was going a different direction compared to him, they were on the same side of the pavement. Simply, Jin continued walking on this said side of the pavement. And when the orc, who stayed on the same side of the pavement as well, drew closer, it shoved Jin sideways. "Watch it, fool!" Jin went edging off from the pavement, flying to the corner of the road, and collapsing into a huge puddle of water. The water splashed all over the people who were passing by. As a red car came speeding down the road, Jin flinched while still on the ground, as he thought he was going to get hit. However, he was at the corner of the road, and so, he didn't get hit by the vehicle. It zoomed by without touching him. Suddenly, he heard a loud wail that sounded much like someone in agony behind him. And as he turned round, sitting in the puddle on his behind, he saw a figure crouched down on the floor, putting out its hand to assist him up. Next to the figure, the orc, unconscious, sprawled out on the pavement as if dead. This was the same fat orc who had pushed him in the road, and almost caused him a jarring casualty. Jin slowly turned his head to face the figure again. Contemplating the figure, he could see a black-haired teenager, with impenetrable eyes and a smirk on his face. The person had a high fade, sides cut low, with jet black long hair on top of his head that was curlier than Jin's. His lips were red, and his eyes were gray. His skin was clear, and smooth, yet had a pale tone to it. Jin simply took his hand, and was pulled up from the floor by him. "Hey," he said, peering at Jin. Looking at the teen around his age, Jin could notice that the boy was a lot taller than him. Jin simply put his unoccupied hand in his kangaroo pocket, and responded, "Thanks." "Yeah, these creatures are a damn pain. I'm glad I stumbled across the ugly bastard pushing you like that." "Well, you showed him again, thanks." "No problem at all. I'm just glad I took those martial arts lessons." "Och, no wonder why you were able to knock out a freaking orc." "I mean, it was an obese one, but I'll take the flatter." He put his hands in his pants pockets. "Yeah, but I think its weight should have made it a lot harder to knock out nonetheless." "Shouldn't it?" "I don't know, man." "Don't complicate things," he grinned. "I knocked him out for you." "I knocked him out for you. That's all to it." "Okay, then thanks for the third time." "Really, I appreciated it." "Say, which way are you headed?" "That way?" he asked, pointing in the same direction Jin had planned to go. "Yeah, that way." "Nice." He punched a hand into the air in delight. "We get to talk for a bit." "Cool." Jin started walking. The guy pursued his path. "I didn't get your name," he said. While walking, Jin glanced at him. "It's Jin Pierce." "What's yours?" "I'm Flint." "Cool name, not gonna lie," complimented Jin. Flint smiled. "Guess that makes two of us." "Thanks." "Also, speaking of cool," he peered at Jin's face, "that's one hella cool tattoo you got there." Jin touched his face, and looked at his hand, only to see that his makeup had gotten washed off again. "Oh, thanks." "It's nothing really." "Okay, if you say so." He gazed up at the rainy sky. "I think it's cool." "Thanks." Again. He looked at Jin once more. "Where are you from, Jin?" "I live here in the city. Just right around the corner from here." He pointed both his thumbs at himself. "Shameless city rat here as well." "Cool. What about your school?" "What school do you go to?" "Bishop Caligeth, one next to Frogmound Girls." He grinned. "Is there not something we don't have in common?" "Really? You go to Bishop too?" "Well, I oftentimes skip classes a lot. But yeah, I do." "What grade?" "I'm a 12th grader." "Och, one class higher than me," said Jin, looking away. "You're an 11th grader? How come I've never seen you before?" "To be honest with you, Flint. I'm barely known in that school. I'm far from cool there. Totally understandable, even though I'm also cool as fuck. Jin giggled. You look like you are. Confidence on another level. You just freaking knockout punched an orc. He laughed. Crazy shit, isn't it? Say that to my mum, and she won't believe a thing. All she knows is that her only son is a waste of her time and money. Parents, am I right? Mine are. They died. He gazed down at the floor. 6 years ago. Och, he droned, peering at Jin. My condolences. Yeah. If only humans were immortals, man. Still, I don't think I'd want to live so long in such a messed up world. Would you, Jin? Nah. Jin peered at him again. I'd prefer death after living a full normal life here. That's if I don't get killed by some hobgoblin, that is. Jin, are you sure you're not secretly a badass too? That tattoo's sick. I'm totally gonna get one myself. I'll probably put 620 as mine though. Jin chuckled. It isn't even cool. Trust me when I tell you I'm just a weird shut-in. A dweeb who doesn't know what to do with his life. Don't we all too? Jin had arrived at his house. You, Flint. It was nice meeting you and all, but I gotta go now. He pointed. My house is right across the road. Flint quickly raised his wristband and looked down at it. Okay, I'm sending you a friend request. Accept on your own time. I'm glad I met you today, Jin. Yeah, you actually made my day just now. Jin smiled at him. Thank you. Also, since I know where you live now, can I pass by sometime? Sure, but just remind me to not get on your nerves. You've never been knocked out, and I don't plan to be. He grinned. No problem. Have a good day, man. Jin smiled at him before crossing the road. You too. Jin, soaking in water, returned to his grandmother with the pills he had bought for her. He stood at her bed, looking down at her with hints of guiltiness radiating out from his face. He pushed a hand down into the plastic bag he had been holding, and he took out a box. His grandmother wasn't moving. She laid there stagnantly, with her eyes shut, brimming with apprehension. Jin pessimistically assumed that she had been laying dead before him, as opposed to presuming she was merely slumbering quiescently. To stab incertitude into its core, Jin decided to ascertain whether his grandmother was alive or not. Slowly, he handed the box to her, prodding her lifeless hand a bit. Grandma, here. He pushed it closer. Medication that'll help you heal up. Hopefully it does. Hopefully. Slowly, she opened her eyes, looking up at the ceiling. She stared at it for a while. Then, she deliberately took her time and veered her body on the bed to in turn get a better view of her lamentable grandson. She took the box. Thank you. She opened the box, and took out a small, transparent packet of light green pills. I'll go get some water for you to drink as well, said Jin, departing the room. He left the room, walked down the stairs, and poured water into a glass, filling it to the brim. Then, he went back up the stairs, with his hands clutched around the glass cup. He entered her room again, and stood before her. He waited until she sat up properly to drink the water, and then he finally handed the glass to her. She put 2 pills in her mouth, and took the glass from Jin, looking into it, and bringing it to her lips. Her lips rested gently on the brim of the glass, and she slowly raised the cup as she gulped down the water along with the pills. She handed the empty glass to Jin. Thanks. But, it took a lot out of me to sit like this. Next time, she winced, I'll swallow the pills as is. That's so difficult though. Jin furrowed his brows. Are you even that sick? Too sick to sit down? She gazed up at him. Yeah, I'm that sick. Too sick to sit down. I'm really sick. Jin. Just as you said. One of your active skills strengthens, +1 exp, 815, level 2. Jin tinged was boiling with seething rage but tried not to show it to his grandmother. Okay, I'll have to make you something to eat. Are you hungry? Yes, I'm starving, she confessed, laying back down in the bed. Jin looked down at the floor with balled fists. We're running out of money, Grandma. She peered at him, with a worried look lingering on her countenance. What will we do, Jin? Jin clenched his fists tighter, still gazing down at the floor. I'll get a job. One that'll help pay for things. Her eyes expanded. But Jin, it's really dangerous out there. I wouldn't sleep for a second knowing that you're out there with those goblins. she scowled. And those orcs, those hobgoblins, who cares? Just because they're stronger than us doesn't mean we have to cower away inside our shells like some turtles. We're people too. Jin, you're missing the point. Those creatures are unruly. We can't trust them for a second. They're disgusting. Can you remember what they did to your uncle? He didn't answer. He's dead, Jin. He's dead. Shot by a hobgoblin for the little money he had. That's just the way it is. Grandma, you're worrying again. I'm sorry, Jin. It's just that I don't want to lose you. Look at how many people I lost. Both of my daughters are dead, Jin. She looked at him. If you start working out there, I won't sleep at all. Jin turned to face her. Well, he said, looks like you're gonna be having insomnia for a while. Jin was about to make his grandmother some chicken sandwiches to eat. He did his best. He wasn't a cook by any means, but he hoped his grandmother would enjoy them nonetheless. While preparing the sandwiches for her, he couldn't stop thinking about his system. He still couldn't believe he had something as powerful as this all to himself alone. Still, he had no idea why it was given to him. Why him of all people? A lowly human being struggling to survive amongst the other races every day. The Muslim troll lady, Jin believed that it was her who bestowed the system upon him. Sure, he had absolutely no idea how she went about doing something like that. And he didn't know who she was either. But he had a hunch. Was she a god? Or was she one of these so-called successors? These were the two questions with answers still disturbingly unknown to him. He desperately craved answers to these questions. Why would she choose someone who has no plans to use it for neither good nor evil? Jin began to feel overwhelmed with all the questions he had been asking himself, as if to magically receive the answers. No. He had to get his ass up and search for answers himself. But for now, he had to save someone dear to him. In the kitchen, he stood with his hands on his waists, his eyes sweeping the room. Then, he let out a loud sigh as he walked up to the freezer. He opened the freezer, and took out some already cleaned meat. The meat was already gutted and skinned, and so it was easier to cook. He rested the 3 chunks of chicken breasts on the countertop, and went for some extra spices and ingredients. When he returned, however, one of the chunks of meat had disappeared. Looking down at the floor, he saw Benjamin chewing on the chunk he was looking for. He deprecatingly shook his head at the dog, and continued working. Greedy piece of shit. Fine, eat your share or eat it raw, Benji, eat it raw. Cause there's no way I'm gonna give any more pieces. Especially the ones I'm about to cook. The dog peered up at him, it passed its tongue across its mouth, and barked twice. Roof roof, Jin mimicked. Fuck you too, Benjamin. Jin then rubbed his index and thumb fingers together in a sprinkling motion, drizzling salt and pepper onto the chunks of raw meat. After doing so, he pushed the chunks of meat in the middle of the counter as opposed to the end where Benjamin couldn't get them. He then went for some flour. He took a glass bowl, and dropped some flour into it. Then, he, eyes slit, ambled his way back up to the chunks of meat again. He placed the bowl on the same counter, and took each chunk of chicken breast in turn and dipped them front and back in the bowl of flour. Smiling at his progress, he got a pot, and walked over to the stove. He put the pot on the stove. Then, he placed his fingers on the knob designated to the specific pan support area where he had placed the pot. He then revolved the black knob, and suddenly there were sputtering flames beneath the iron pot. Jin quickly rubbed his hands together. All right, let's get the meat cooking. He then put a piece of butter in the heated pot, and walked over to the seasoned chicken breasts that were covered in flour. Slowly, he dropped the chunks of meat into the pot. A sizzling abruptly wafted through the air, and a drifting aroma conjured, escaping the said pot. The scent entered Jin's nostrils as he stood there. He was very pleased with the progress he had made. Who knew cooking could be this fun? Jin flipped the meat in turn so that the other side could get cooked. Loudly, the pot sizzled. When the meat was finished frying, he took them out of the pot entirely, and turned off the stove. He placed the crispy, fried chicken on a plate, and went for some buns. He then opened the buns and put the meat in them. Finally, he added some vegetables, ketchup, garlic sauce, and some cheese. He rested the created mouth-watering chicken sandwiches on a plate, and went upstairs with it in his hands. A soft smile appeared on his face as he entered his grandmother's room. He watched as she ate the sandwiches, and drank the soft drink he gave to her. She burped loudly. "Pardon me, I didn't know I was that hungry." "Yeah, it happens to me as well." "It does?" "Yeah." "Also, how did it taste?" She tinged with euphoria, that it was honestly better than what I would have made, Jin. "Of course it was." "Thanks," he cooed. "Who taught you to cook like that?" "Honestly, I just watched you a few times." She smiled. "Your mother would be so proud of you." Suddenly, a nuance took form on her face for a split second. Her radiant smile quickly withered away. "Jin?" "Grandma, there's something I've been wanting to tell you for a while," he droned. "And that is?" She looked at him in the face, and quickly gazed down at the floor. Sighing, she then asked, "I can't." "You know what, I need some more time." "Can I tell you later?" "Sure. Take all the time you need. You're going to make it out of this sickness alive anyway." She uttered not a word in response, and Jin heeded her demeanor while gawking at her. Simply, he carried out the dishes, and washed them at the sink. With drooped eyelids, he walked over to a couch in the living room. He turned around, and was about to sit on this couch, when suddenly he heard a ring that sounded through the air. It was so quiet yet so loud. It was the doorbell. The doorbell Jin and his grandmother hadn't heard in years. They even forgot it existed. Yeah, it was irrefutably the doorbell. But who could it be at the door? Who could it be visiting them? Who? Slowly, Jin walked up to the door, clasping his hands to the knob. He inhaled deeply, and air came rushing into his lungs. Then, he let out the air with an exhale. The air that brimmed his lungs quickly gasped out from his mouth and nostrils. And, finally he opened the door. His heart accelerated. Who was it? His eyes gaped. In front of him, stood a tall figure, with a high fade cut, curly jet black hair on top of his head. His impenetrable eyes peered at Jin, as he stood there smirking widely. From the time Jin landed eyes on him, he knew exactly who it was. Flint. Jin and Flint sat on the same couch, peering at each other. Flint looked the same as earlier, but this time, his clothes were dried, and he wore a black jacket with red accent colors. Jin also noticed quite a number of piercings on his ears. "What brings you here?" "I asked you if I could pass by now that I know where you live. You gave me the permission, so," he drawled, "I passed by." Jin narrowed his eyes. "On the same day?" "That a problem?" He smirked, slouching on the couch and sitting like a lazy but powerful king. "No, not at all." Flint roved around. "You live here all by yourself?" His eyes sweeping the room. "No, my grandmother's upstairs." "Can I?" He looked at Jin. "Meet her?" "Why would you want to meet my grandma?" "I mean, it isn't your house, so technically I'm in a house without the owner's permission." "Oh." Jin looked away. "Grandma's sick, so you can't see her now." "You don't have to leave though." "She's sick? Does the weather have anything to do with it?" "No," blurted Jin, "I don't think so." "The rain's not stopping for nothing." "It rained all day, and only stopped about an hour ago." "I bet it's gonna resume soon." "It will resume all right," said Jin, folding his arms. "So Jin. What do you do here in this house all day?" Jin glanced at him. I kinda chill in my room all day." "Nothing much." "Must be boring." "You don't really get out, don't you?" "You're right. As I told you before, I'm a dweeb." "Then you're one cool dweeb." His smile took his face. "Not." "You are, I know what I'm telling you." Suddenly, Benjamin came running into the living room. It started aggressively snarling and barking at Flint like a bat out of hell. It didn't attack, it cowardly kept its distance. However, its barking wasn't stopping for nothing. Flint peered at Jin. "Your dog?" "Benjamin, stop being such a pussy." He looked at Flint. "Yeah, he's my dog. I've never seen him bark at someone like this before." The dog continued to growl, and bark loudly at Flint. "Actually, Benjamin's never barked at anyone before." "Sure, we don't get many visitors here, but when we had visitors in the past, Benjamin's barking was still only heard when he was asking for food." "Benjamin, shut the fuck up." Jin snarled. The dog continued to bark excessively. There was no stopping it, not with verbal commands. It growled, snarled, and barked at Flint perpetually, not taking a minute to breathe. Jin stood. "Stop it, Benjamin." "What the fuck's gotten into you today?" The dog continued to bark like there was no tomorrow. Jin was sure that even his grandmother had awoken after hearing its extremely loud barking. "Benjamin, Jin approached the dog. "You're gonna wake up Grandma, you little." His voice trailed off as his body charged in action. Quickly, he then raised a leg a bit, and malevolently launched his foot into the dog's body. When suddenly, the dog snarled, and promptly sunk its teeth into his leg. As the leg spasmed from the agony, the dog continued to sink its teeth into his flesh. HP 9/10. You've done it now, Benjamin. It had only lost grip after Jin kicked it away from him. It whined loudly in agony as it went pitching away. Jin looked down at his foot as blood trickled down his limb. He could see the bite mark clearly. He tinged in boiling rage, and gritted his teeth uncontrollably. "You bit me. I can't believe you bit me, Benjamin. You fucking greedy shit. You're useless garbage trash. I should have gotten myself a husky instead. You're a good for nothing. All you do is eat all the food in the house, like that piece of meat you stole from on the countertop. The piece of meat that was supposed to be for Grandma." "You're greedy shit," Jin scowled. "You're so greedy that you're eating your owner's legs now, Benjamin. Is that what you're doing? Why don't you just go eat until you kill yourself or something? Because apparently, you're never full." "You're never full." Suddenly, Jin's violent eyes started to glow green. He stood there breathing loudly as he peered at the silenced dog. Then, he sighed loudly, and softened his face. He turned around, and walked up to the couch again. Then, he plopped down on it, rocking his legs while the anger that resided within him only festered. The glowing dwindled away. Flint looked at him. "You wanna go out?" "Why?" "Apparently a certain someone doesn't want me here." A shamming frown took his face. "I don't know, man. My grandma's sleeping," he interjected. "Didn't you tell Benjamin that he's gonna wake her up?" "Yeah, I guess." "Then it's decided." He stood. "We're leaving for a few minutes, a little stroll to clear your mind a bit. Besides, the rain stopped." Okay. Can I just change into some clothes quickly?" Flint folded his arms. "Sure." Jin and Flint left the house, walking alongside each other. "Fresh air, Jin. Fresh air." "Yeah, Jin." Flint gazed at him. "Are you interested in magic?" Jin looked up at the sky as he walked upon the pavements. "I am. Just nowhere near as much as before. I used to love magic. I liked the fact that they use it in technology, pills, jobs, and all that jazz. I even wanted to be a soldier before I was crippled." Jin noticed what had escaped his lips. Flint grimaced. "Crippled? You didn't tell me you were crippled." "I can't just go around telling people I'm healed after being a crippled for years, so it was a joke." Anyway, continuing. "As I said, I liked how they used magic to practically change the way we live. I was younger than 10 at the time, and when I was younger than 8 years old, as ridiculous as it sounds, I wanted a superhero." Flint smiled. "Why?" "I don't really know. I was just a kid with a wild imagination at the time. The time when I believed in superheroes." Flint looked up at the sky. "I guess you must have learned that superheroes don't exist in this world, and never will." "Yeah, you're right. I learned the harsh truth in a harsh way." Flint looked at him. "There are only villains out here, Jin. Everyone's a villain in their own ways, whether they like it or not. Can't change that. We're born to sin." "I think I understand what you're saying." A sigh trailed Jin's voice. "We really are villains." "It doesn't mean that someone who sins can't be superheroes though. People just aren't so selfless to be this kind of hero." "Yeah, that's why there are billions of villains, and so few heroes." "No superheroes whatsoever. Only the heroes you would find anywhere, like doctors." "They're heroes, just not the super ones." "You're right again." "What are your thoughts about the government, Jin? Do you like what they do?" "No way." Jin scowled. "I hate what they do. They fuck up the world. That's one of the many horrible things they do." Flint smirked. "What do you mean fuck up the world?" "Elaborate." "Any normal person in this world, regardless of his or her age, would know exactly what I'm talking about." "Yeah, I'm one of these normal people, so I understand." "Do you really believe that the government managed to wipe out all dangerous races for interracial peace?" He continued. "The races like the vampires, dragons, giants, liches, ghouls, and whatnot. Do you really believe they were able to pull off something crazy like that?" Jin peered at him. "Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's scientifically proven too. I just find myself wondering about how powerful the government and their servants must be to take down creatures like vampires who can single-handedly bring armies to their knees." "Yeah, Me too. Also, if everyone gets abilities right now, what kind of ability would you want? Jin started tapping a finger upon his lower lip. Let's see. He looked up at the grey sky. I'd say the ability to rewind and skip time. Why would you want that kind of ability? Because with an ability to control time, I'd go back and fix my fucked up mistakes, relive my greatest moments, and I'll speed time up a notch when I'm really bored. For instance, when my teachers are blabbering all day. Jin looked at Flint. What about you, Flint? What kind of ability would you want? He looked at Jin. I'll want an ability that allows me to manipulate others, and sovereign over it all. Force others into doing my bidding, and ensure that there is not a single person who could stand in my way. He smiled softly. Jin looked away, intense. He tittered. It isn't. Whatever you say, Flint, the monarch of the world. All right, Jin. Kronos, the god of time. Jin smiled. All right, Jin, my guy, we're exactly where I wanted us to be. And that is? Flint stopped and looked at two girls, sitting on a bench, who Jin thought they were going to simply walk past. Flint then pointed at Jin. Hey, ladies. What took you so fucking long, Flint? I'm sitting on a wet bench right now. Hey, Flint. He smirked. You geez remember the really nice guy I was telling you about? Yeah. The person who you dragged me into meeting? Your crush? Of course. He raised a middle finger at them both. Well. He outstretched hands to present Jin to them. Here he is. Your friendly neighborhood Jin. The girls in Jin's presence struck fear in his heart from the time he had feasted his wandering eyes upon them. There were two girls. One of these girls was perceptibly older than the other. The older one possessed long pink hair that was supposedly dyed, long pointy ears, and nose piercings. She wore a dark purple hoodie, a black neck choker, and gray yoga pants. She gazed up at Jin, and said, Hey. Jin waved when he was literally right in front of her while she sat on the bench. He then turned his head to look at the other girl who was sitting on this said bench as well. The other girl wore exactly the same black hoodie as him. What's more, Jin found her more attractive than the older one despite their age gaps not being too large. She had long, black hair that reached her breasts, and grayish eyes that almost passed for white. Her facial features were eye-grabbing, and her radiating quietude seemed to appear as alluring to Jin. He had no idea if she was trying to be coy with him. He had no idea. All he knew was that whatever she was doing, it was working on him. She glanced at Jin. Got a problem, guy? What are you staring at? Quickly Jin tossed his head away, and tinged with embarrassment. Nothing. I just realized that we're wearing the same hoodie. Flint smiled at him. Inexperienced with ladies much? He peered at Flint. Hey, I have some experience. Hogwash. Jin had no experience with ladies. The only exception that stood clear to him was none other than his very own grandmother. Explains why he was still a die-hard virgin. Actually, yeah. He put both his hands on his waists. I have a lot of experience. The older girl coquettishly winked at him. Any in bed? Her tone was at the pinnacle of seduction. Oh, uttered Flint, a smug taking its course on his countenance. Crimsoned, Jin quickly gawked at the ground, not looking up at her at all. He couldn't maintain eye contact. Why can I not stop blushing? Flint then introduced the girls, Jin Allura, and Sylvia. Allura and Sylvia. Jin. Allura's the girl in the purple. Sylvia is the girl wearing the same hoodie as you. Hey, Jin. Allura winked at him again. Upon seeing this, he quickly looked away once more. Where do you guys wanna go? Asked Flint, looking at them. Anywhere other than a wet bench, responded Sylvia, standing up from her seat. Mischievousness took Flint's face. You girls think Jin's ready for us to show him that special place of ours? Yeah, of course, opined Allura, but it's best we get something to eat first. We have to fill up our Jin before we take him there. All right, Flint said, rubbing his hands together. Let's go eat at a restaurant. They all sat down at the same table in a fast food restaurant. Jin was sitting next to Allura, since she had insisted she'd sit next to him. Flint was sitting next to Sylvia. Jin decided to go with 2 burgers, and some French fries as his order. Allura went with the same thing. Sylvia didn't want anything to eat. She bought a smoothie. And lastly, Flint, the one who paid for everyone's orders, got himself some pizza. Jin took a bite from his burger. Thanks for the free food, Flint. No problem. I've got you, bro. Allura gawked at Jin. The burger's great, isn't it? Jin glimpsed at her. Yeah. He looked back down at his food. It's great. I guess the fries are just a little too salty, she grimaced. No biggie though. She munched on a handful of fries, all of which she had shoved into her mouth. Conspicuously riled, Flint gave her a warning look, clearing his throat. He promptly seized everyone's attention. She peered at him in confusion, but then she realized just what he was silently chiding her for. "Oh, I'm sorry guys," she tittered. "I'm eating like a pig right now. It's just that I'm really hungry, that's all. And I'm the one who suggested coming here, remember?" Jin looked at her. "It's okay. You should see me when I'm outright hungry. Sometimes I wonder if super eating's my ability or something." She smiled softly at him. "Jin? Yeah? Have you ever seen abilities in action? I know boys love those kinds of stuff." Allura narrowed in, decreasing the space between Jin and herself. "Yeah, like yesterday for instance." Jin looked at her. "A pharmacist literally cloned a box of medication." "Cool." "Yeah." He looked down at the table again. "It's some cool stuff. All the more reason why people want to get into careers of the middle class." She inched closer to him. Then, he nervously gazed at her again. Have why you seen the abilities in action, Allura?" "Yeah, of course." "All the time," she scoffed. "BFFT, like literally all the time." "How come?" She gently stroked a hand along his right shoulder. "You'll understand soon enough," Flint added. "Yeah, Jin. You'll understand soon. When we're finished eating we're gonna take you somewhere sick. Our little block." Jin looked at him. Okay. A block as in something related to a gang? Where could they be taking me, and how's it related to experience with abilities? I guess I'll just have to see." Remotely apprehensive, Jin slowed his eating, taking his time to chew and swallow now because he had no idea where they were going next. What's more, he felt like he wouldn't be able to succumb to their prodding, and would only relentlessly follow them to this block of theirs. And so, he knew he was going to go there either way. Allura moved closer to him, acting as a catalyst for the manifestation of his rubescent, tinged face. He could not stop blushing for nothing. Constantly, he would shoot glimpses at her, only to be even more fervent. Girls at his school always liked him, but he didn't dare to try wooing even one of them. In truth, he was just far too shy, and regardless of how pretty they were, he couldn't stop getting sweaty palms, and a racing heart he would try so hard to slow but just never could. "Jin, Flint told me about some tattoo below your right eye," she cooed. "Can I see it?" Jin looked at Flint. "Why would you tell them about something as insignificant as this?" Flint shrugged his shoulders, keeping them tense. "What?" "I just couldn't help it, man." Allura peered at Jin, repeating, "Can I see it, Jin?" Jin looked directly at her, allowing her to see his whole face. Slowly, she placed her hand on his cheek, and her mouth remained partially opened even though she wasn't speaking. Jin's face quickly reddened again like a rose in the sunset as she peered into his eyes. While caressing his face, he had no idea when she was going to move her hand, and so, he grew quite uncomfortable. Flint cleared his throat, putting a balled fist in front of his mouth. Sorry, am I interrupting something?" Jin looked at her. "I don't know, Flint." "Allura, is he interrupting something?" She didn't utter a single word in response. She simply continued to peer at Jin, as if she had fallen mesmerized by him. "Allura?" She moved her hand. "No, you're not interrupting anything, Flint." Flint raised his brows, looking at her. "Okay," he said in a high-pitched, mock-shock tone. "Jin, that tattoo. Where'd you get it?" asked Allura, looking at him. Sylvia then peered at him as well. "Yeah, Jin. Tell us." Jin started to sweat right there and then on the spot. He swallowed the saliva in his mouth loudly, as they all awaited his answer, attentively gawking at him. "Fuck. What should I say?" Sylvia raised a brow. "Well?" He started nervously rocking a foot. I was in a little gang with some boys from my school. They got me to do some stupid things I still regret today." "Like that tattoo?" asked Sylvia, now sipping on her smoothie from the white straw. "Yeah, like this tattoo. There are other things too, but I regret this one the most," he lied. "Grandma blistered my behind when she saw it." Flint snorted in laughter. Allura looked over at the opposite of the table. Flint, you should get a tattoo like this. Just make sure yours is the number 620. Yeah, it'll act like you and Jin's engagement ring, drawled Sylvia. Flint raised a middle finger at her. Allura then looked at Jin. Really sick tattoo you've got there, Jin. But why go with that number? One of your active skills strengthens, +1 exp, 915, level 2, grammar. Jin? Sorry. Where was I again? You asked why I decided to go with the number 619. Well, I went with this number because it was my username in a game called Grim. Allura grimaced. Grim? Yeah, it's a map. Sylvia knotted her brows. So your username was 619? Isn't that too short for a username? No. My username was Jin_619. Flint peered at him. So your gang forced you into getting a tattoo with the number from your username? No, they didn't. They all got tattoos as well. I just chose this as mine. Allura nudged her shoulders. Okay. It became quiet for a while. Everyone just continued eating their food given that it was getting cold and they hadn't finished it yet. Then, Allura started gawking at Jin again. She sat next to him, not taking her eyes off the prize. Allura? He asked, peering at her. Jin? Yeah? She stroked a few strands of her hair with a finger, putting some behind an ear, and she smiled. Allura? You were going to say something? Yeah. And that is? She put her hands on her lap, and looked him straight in the eyes. Then, she confessed. I like you, Jin. Allura's rather simply put words came out jarring on Jin's end. He gulped down the food in his mouth. What do you mean by you like me? Sylvia remained silent, staring listlessly at him. But on the contrary, he could hear Flint giggling uncontrollably, and choking on the food in his mouth as if karma took action right then. I like you, she said, smiling at him. Jin grimaced. Didn't we just meet each other a few minutes ago? Yeah, we did. But that's got nothing to do with it. What's wrong with telling a guy you like him on the day you meet him? So you don't see a problem with that? Of course I don't. I like you. I like you. It's not like I asked you to marry me on the day we met. But this is no different though. Jin sighed. Okay. Let me start over. She turned her body to him, sitting in the seat. Hey, Jin. You're hot. I like you. Quickly, Flint and Sylvia directed their eyes at Jin, as if they were expecting a response out of him. But he had no idea what he was going to say, provided that this was the first time a girl, out of all the girls who liked him, just looked him straight in the eyes, and confessed out of the blue. Sure, he could just say I like you back, but he couldn't find a way to just tell her. He feared that telling her he liked her too would stem a relationship. He didn't want to start a relationship with anyone at this time. Even if he wanted a girlfriend, he wouldn't find the time to interact with her. Plus, he was far too awkward when it came to these things. Far too awkward. Even if he had the time, bravery and patience to get into the relationship, he felt like it wouldn't go smoothly since he had the system running its course every so often. After thinking long and hard for a while, Jin had come up with a feasible response that he hoped would rid himself of the predicament he stood amidst at the moment. He looked at Allura, finally with a serious facial expression. Then, he gave himself some good mental pep talk, and he blurted, Allura, you've been seducing me all along. Everyone was shocked. Oh really? She bit her lips. Yeah. I like you too. She cocked her head while peering at him. That's great. I like you, but I don't think I wanna get into the relationship. Totally understandable, Sylvia jested. You're taken by Flint already. Whoa wow. She raised an open hand. You're speeding, Jin. Slow down. He knotted a brow. Huh? I never said I wanted to be your girlfriend, Jin. I just decided to get the fact that I liked you out of the way. Jin immediately crimsoned, turning as red as blood. I'm sorry. Hold your horses, cowboy, joked Flint, grinning perpetually. Don't rush the brush there. Allura punched Jin's arm gently. Yeah, Jin. Slow down. We'll get together sometime. Not yet. There's always time for that. As soon as she had punched him, a screen suddenly manifested, appearing before his eyes. Malicious intent detected. Defeat your enemy. Reward, 500 exp. A grimacing nuance stretched across Jin's face as he skimmed through the information before him. The exp mentioned on the screen was but mouth-watering to him alone. Why so many experience points for this one person? What in the bloody hell? Seeing Jin roving at the air, Flint couldn't help but ask, "Jin, you okay there?" "But yeah, I am." He then quickly thought about removing the screen from his view, and it suddenly disappeared. Apparently, the screen had more than one thing to do with the word left, because it left after Jin's command, and it also left a load on his mind. 500 exp. "Jin, are you sure you're okay there?" asked Allura this time. Jin forced a smile. "Yeah." He looked at Allura. "I'm fine, guys." He looked at Flint. "Are you guys okay?" "Of course we are." Flint then stood. "Are you guys finished eating?" "Jin's got a grandma to take care of back at his place and it's getting a little late. Let's hurry up and take him to our block quickly." "You live with your grandmother, Jin?" asked Allura, peering at him. "Yeah, I do." Sylvia then questioned, "What about your parents?" Jin gazed elsewhere. "They died." "Guys, I'm gonna go use the bathroom for a bit." "Gotta go pee," said Flint, killing the whole parents topic. This parents topic managed to slightly shift Sylvia's dull facial expression. Her curious eyes edged away from Flint, and focused on Jin's face. "Your parents. When did they die?" "Recently?" "No." He looked at her. "They died 6 years ago." This was the first time he had stared into Sylvia's silver eyes for this long. They were shimmering radiantly as if they had been enchanted by some sorcerer. In Jin's entire life living amongst people of the most bizarre races, never had he ever seen eyes like hers. Having realized that he was staring at her, her head veered away from his direction, and suddenly that dull, unfathomable facial expression of hers took form again, while the new one withered away in seconds. "These eyes, they can't be that of a human, can they?" "No way." "Can't be." Even Allura managed to notice that Jin had been staring at her. To kill the silence, she turned to him, and said, "You poor thing. No parents anymore, huh?" "My extremely late condolences." "Thanks. But no thanks at the same time. They're in a better place now. And like you said before, the condolences are extremely late." They cleaned up their table at the restaurant, and sat in their seats, waiting for Flint to return to them. They waited for a whole 9 minutes for Flint. When finally, he returned. "Sorry, guys. Had some bathroom problems." "Bathroom problems like what?" "Long story." He folded his arms. "Okay, boss. So you girls ready to go to our little block with this fine young man here?" "No. I'm just ready to know where you're gonna take me in more detail." "Sure. We're ready." "You ready, Sylvia?" "Yeah." "Then," Flint smirked, "let's go." They all left the restaurant, and walked upon the pavements of the grim New York City, following Flint. As to where they were going, it was to a block. As to what this block was, Jin obviously had not a clue. He simply went with the flow, following them to this block of theirs. What he realized was that there were quite a number of people staring at them as if they were some celebrities. A little bit again, and Jin would have thought that they would rush after them for pictures and autographs. But he already knew why citizens were staring. It was because a group of human teens all walked closely together wearing attractive clothes while looking attractive. Most, if not all, of the old troll and goblin men were only gawking at the two alluring women to check their behinds out a bit. Then again, this was always the case. No rocket science here. Jin was just a bit nervous about getting all this attention, because clearly, he wasn't accustomed to it by any means. Sure, he would get a few gawks at school, but those were at school. This time, they were on the streets, and people of all different kinds of fantastical races had their eyes glued to him. What's more, he feared that someone like a hobgoblin might try picking on them. Everyone knew that the city hobgoblins were the last race you would want to attract attention from. Nonetheless, Jin, alongside the girls, followed Flint. Flint had taken them to a dark alley in the streets. "Reminds you of something?" Jin immediately grew apprehensive. After what that backstabbing goblin lured him into, he didn't want to experience anything like that ever again. "Not this again. I can't afford to get into trouble. Not now. My grandma needs me more than ever. When I was probably the one to make her sick." "Okay, Jin. Calm down. Just keep your distance, And don't let your guard down. Keep looking behind you. You're not getting ambushed today. Flint and the others were further down the dark alley, whereas Jin kept his distance from them. Suddenly, Flint turned around and peered at him. Do you like magic, Jin? The girls turned around as well. I do. Wanna see something cool? He smirked. In truth, he didn't. He just wanted to go home to his grandma. He shifted on his feet. I don't know. Maybe? Okay. Flint's smirk turned into a grin, stretching the widest it could. This mischievous smirk came out as nothing but trouble on paranoid Jin's part. Suddenly, Flint raised a hand, while peering over at him. Slowly, he then raised his index and thumb fingers. He then loudly snapped these said fingers. And finally, as the snap sounded, a magical portal conjured up itself, manifesting from what seemed like thin air. In the past of this bizarre world, fantastical races have the ability to use magic. Some were born with certain supernatural powers that differed from their peers. These powers were known as abilities or superpowers. At present, abilities weren't available for public use anymore, and it became illegal for just anyone to use them. They gave injections and pills to babies, which in turn took away their abilities. One could only reawaken his or ability by getting into a career that set them up to work for the government one way or another. But this was no easy feat. While it is true that most people were affected by the ability suppression pills or injections given to them at birth, it is also true that some people found a way to reawaken these abilities, without serving the government. People with special class abilities, who weren't affected by the ability suppression drugs, were carried to a special organization at birth. People who found some other special way to extricate themselves of the ability suppression drugs were deemed smugglers. They surreptitiously utilized their illegal abilities and henceforth were known as ability runners. Frightened and standing at the summit of fear, Jin stood in the distance, shaken to his core. After all, there was a jarring phenomenon unveiling before his drifting pupils. They were in a dark alley in the grim street, with red brick walls to their rights and their lefts. The only thing in this said alley other than they themselves were huge recycle bins. A dark portal, that looked like someone cut a chunk of outer space and brought it to Earth, was behind Flint, veering in a spiraling motion as fast as a black hole. Ginny, boy, Flint smirked, are ya ready to hop in on the fun? The two girls then stood on either side of Flint as he callously posed. His pose hinted at his arrogance, charisma, and exhilaration while also injecting some anxiety into Jin's heart. Allura looked as if this was nothing out of the norm for her. She stood there with her hands on her waist, chewing what appeared to be gum. On the other hand, Sylvia seemed to be a little apprehensive about it. The stoic look on her face that seemed to always linger, had disappeared after Flint created the portal. What's the matter, Jin? Aren't ya gonna go in with us? No way I'm gonna trust that shit. It looks as if it's gonna send me straight to outer space. Pressured, sweat started to trickle down his face, and he had to constantly wipe it. His heart showed no mercy, while his dilated pupils lingered. Flint's got an ability. Do all have abilities? No wonder why they were asking me about magic so much. Can Flint be a successor too? Jin, aren't you coming with us? Allura peered at him, evinced impatience written all over her face already. Jin furrowed both his brows. Why should I? Yeah. Why should I? It could probably be another trap. This time there are no goblins involved, but it doesn't change the fact that too could be a trap. Allura then quickly facepalmed. If you're gonna be my boyfriend, you gotta man up. Flint folded his arms, and stood like a king with his nose looking down at the cowering figure ahead. What's the matter, Jin? Are you scared? No, blurted Jin, I'm not. He shifted on his toes. It's just that there's a portal behind you. And you're using an ability. Flint grimaced again. So I don't want to go in. We can get in a lot of trouble for something like this. Just using your ability subjects you to that secret organization they take people to. Or even worse, meta prison. So you are scared. Allura rolled her eyes. Flint tittered. You're being a pussy, Jin. I've only met you geese today. There's no telling what's on the other side of that portal. Jin snarled, knotting his brows. Allura slightly furrowed her brows at him. What do you think? We're gonna just stab you in the back? Take you to hell or something? Flint looked at her, What the hell does he think is behind that portal? Flint looked back at him. Jin, you can trust me, pal. I swear I'm not gonna do anything to you. He outstretched his arms widely. We all aren't gonna do anything to you. I can't be too sure. Allura scoffed at him. You're making my patience run out. Jin, are you that much of a pussy? I'm not, I swear. I'm just a little skeptical about it. I'm not an asshole, you know. So walking into a portal makes you an asshole? Yeah, it does. Jin wiped his sweat. It does when you don't know what's on the other side. Sylvia then finally said, Jin, the portal's not gonna take us to Mars, you know. I know. But, fuck. Sylvia continued, stop being a baby about it. Aren't we all gonna walk in together? Look, we're still gonna be in New York when we're on the other side either way. We don't have a car. And even if we did, taking the portal is the fastest route. Okay, Jin. You're really embarrassing yourself. And hey, if something goes south, I'll just summon my Levitine and start gashing like there's no tomorrow. Jin sighed. Alright, screw you guys. He started approaching them. Flint and Allura quickly looked at each other and grinned. Jin stopped in front of them. Okay, how am I doing this now? You just walk in, said Flint. Easy, right? I'll go first, enlisted Allura, turning around to face the portal. Then, she voluptuously rocked her hips from side to side as she deliberately bustled to the portal. She walked straight into it, walking and not even taking a moment to question whether she should or not. The others did the same. Both Flint and Sylvia simply walked into it. As soon as Jin had become the last one to enter, he started questioning if he should just bail on them, and call it a day, or simply grow balls and bite the bullet. It was clear that he still didn't want to go into the portal, regardless of who recently entered it. And so, he was still quite paranoid. Still, he stood in front of the portal, and exhaled loudly. Here goes, he said, quickly darting towards it. Though, before he could jump in, a screen appeared before his eyes, causing his motion to come to a sudden halt. He stopped there, peering at the screen. Hypnosis detected, +2 resistance. Then another screen appeared before his eyes. One of your active skills strengthens, +1 exp, 10-15, level 2. Grandma's probably in trouble. Also, what's this hypnosis thing? As soon as I walked a lot closer to the portal, the first message appeared. He put a hand on his chin. Hypnosis detected. What's trying to hypnotize me? Whatever it is, it's got to be weak, cause I don't feel anything somehow. He peered at the portal. Could it be the portal? At this point, I don't feel like going in anymore. I never felt like going in to begin with. Suddenly, a head poked out from the portal, staring. Immediately Jin flinched, jerking his body away remotely. It was Flint's head. He looked at Jin, narrowing his eyes. I almost closed the portal on you there. If I closed it the exact moment you walked in, you'd be somewhere in the Milky Way right now. Jin narrowed his eyes. Way to go, Flint. You just made me even more unwilling to step into that thing. Are you not coming in? I was gonna. When out of nowhere you appeared. He raised his brows. Jin, I don't know why you're afraid, but you should just know that you've got absolutely no reason to be. He then brought his entire body through the portal again. Sorry. And besides, Flint looked down at Jin again, with a smug face. You're ruining your chances with the girls the more you chicken out. Whatever, Jin replied, gazing down at the ground. I wanna be your partner, Jin, so I would never even think about getting you into trouble. Just trust me on this one. And you know what? As someone who wants to be good with you, I think it's best I give you the option to leave right now if you wanna. No pressure. He folded his arms. Take your time and make a decision. Flint was no longer prodding Jin to go into the portal. He wasn't being forced to do what he didn't want to anymore. But dignity was yelling at him, wishing for it to be secured. Yes, it was a matter of pride now. And so, Jin squeezed his balled fists in tightly, and started walking past Flint, who had a permanent smirk on his arrogant face. He looked at Flint. Are you coming in or not? And just like that, Jin, as paranoid as he was, finally walked into the portal. He slapped suspicion to its face, and walked right in when he clearly had no idea what was on the other side. Took you long enough, said Sylvia, her eyes remaining slit. Allura turned round and looked at him as well. Looks like you got your balls to grow. Jin then looked over his shoulders to see Flint closing the portal with nothing but yet another snap of his fingers. He then walked past them all, and presented the place to Jin. He outstretched his arms to their limits, and smirked widely. "Welcome, Jin, to our little hideout." The large room in which they remained was dark, but there were white strips of LED lights prevalent throughout the entire room that were the only light source. There were black egg pod ball chairs, ordinary couches, a huge TV on one of the walls, and even a small pool table. There were two other people in the room other than them. A hobgoblin playing pool all by himself, and an elf laying down on one of the convertible chairs. Flint ran over to one of the couches, and plopped down on it. Then he slowly looked up at Jin, who stood there looking around. "Like it?" "Yeah, but what do you mean it's a hideout?" "I said it's a hideout, because..." He pressed his lips together in a line. "It's a hideout." "And why is that?" Flint started getting up, rising to a sitting position instead. "You're gonna learn exactly why just now. Just hang out with us and you'll see." "By the way, welcome back, boss," greeted the hobgoblin. The hobgoblin possessed all the normal features of a hobgoblin. However, its skin was noticeably paler than that of your average one. Its head was bald, and there was a gold earring in one of its ears. It also wore a black jacket that screamed the word expensive to Jin. The elf then greeted Flint as well. "Yeah, welcome back, boss. Been a while." The elf's skin was also incredibly pale. It wore the same black jacket as the hobgoblin who was at the pool table, playing all alone. Jin grimaced at Flint. "Boss?" Flint stood. "Yeah, Jin." He smirked. "I'm the leader here." "Leader of what?" "Come on, you're gonna make me spoil things for you. Hang out with us, and you'll figure it out yourself." Flint then approached the hobgoblin. "Yo, Crod, I see you're practicing." Crod watched as Flint outstretched a hand, and a cue stick came hovering into it. Clearly, it was impossible for a normal guy to just make an object come towards him, and so, Jin was astounded by Flint's exhibition of magic. Telekinesis and portal magic. Who is this guy? What else can he do? Flint held the cue in his hands firmly. The cue was a long, thin stick that they would use to play pool with. Crod smirked. "I see you're up for a game." "Yeah, sure." Flint smirked as well. "8 ball?" "Yeah." "What's on the line, boss?" "Call a bet." "I see you're trying to wager back the money you've lost to me." Flint passed a hand through his hair, and bent his back lower than normally. Crod started heaping the balls together with the help of the diamond-shaped rack. When the balls were held in place, he removed the rack. "Yeah, I lost thousands. Trying to win it back from you." "Call a bet." "You call it." "All right, then I'd say 1,000. Shooting for the stars, I see." "Bet." "You go first." Crod then rested his cue ball on the table, and behind the head string, which was a white drawn line that acted as a starting line for the game. Then, he got in position and took aim. Simply, he then thrust his cue into the white cue ball, which was the only ball that had no number on it. The ball hit the heap of numbered balls, causing them to scatter about the table. 6 solid, called Crod, changing positions. There were 2 types of balls. Solid colored balls with no stripes. And then there were balls with a stripe of main color, and the parts without the stripe remaining white. Crod then took aim again, and struck the cue ball with his cue. The white cue ball quickly hit the completely green ball, which was solid 6. Crod smirked at Flint given that he had just landed his first hit with a breeze. "I win," said Flint, as he struck the cue ball with extreme delicacy. The cue ball then hit the black ball with the number 8 on it. Consecutively, the 8 ball bounced off the edges of the table, and went into one of the pockets, which were holes the balls were supposed to get hit into. Flint callously smirked at Crod, making his brows do push-ups. "1 extra 1,000 to my bank account. Sheesh. Thanks, Crod." "Fuck you," Crod snarled. Flint blew a kiss for him. Aggressively, he clenched his teeth, held both sides of the cue stick, and broke it to a perfect half. Flint peered at the broken stick. "You're paying for that." Riled, Crod dropped the stick, and pounded the pool tabletop with his balled fist. Some seconds later, all the colored balls on the pool table bolted into the air. Looking up, Jin could see the balls stuck in the ceiling, and not falling down to the ground again. With widened eyes, He then looked down at Crod once more. Flint's smirk reappeared. "You're paying for that too." Crod quickly stormed off, stomping his feet loudly. After an incredibly fast-paced game, Flint was triumphant. Never before had Jin become so enthralled by a simple game of 8-ball pool. If he had the chance to watch them play for hours, he would have done so without regretting a minute of it. Merely a minute in the game, Jin had heeded both Crod and Flint pro players, even though they were clearly cheating the entire time. They were using magic to move the balls, while their sticks fooled the viewers into thinking that they were hitting them with the sticks. "Alright, then. What are you guys gonna do now?" asked Flint, folding his arms again. Allura and Sylvia were sitting next to each other on one of the white couches. Allura then looked over at them. "I want a drink." "Sure," Flint replied, turning his head to face Jin after looking at her. "Jin, you drink?" Jin scratched behind his head. "Yeah. I drink." "Really?" Flint's eyes got bigger. "What do you drink?" "Let me hear." "Anything that isn't alcohol," Jin responded. Flint narrowed both his eyes at him. "That's not what you call drinking, man." "I know, I was just kidding." "So you don't drink at all?" "Here I thought we were gonna grab a few drinks, and get drunk at a bar somewhere." Did someone say drinks? The loud, high-pitched voice that sounded throughout the room was that of the elf who had been sitting silently in the living room all along. Suddenly, he appeared before Jin's face. Did someone say bar? If an earthquake were to occur, Jin and the elf would be smooching like a couple under the fireworks. Ill at ease, Jin moved his head back, and then quickly did the same with his body, edging away from the elf guy. Unlike the normal elves, this one had jet black hair, and just this fact alone made Jin slightly amused. Seeing an elf with dark hair was like stumbling across some pig twerking. You don't see it at all. Sure, he could have probably dyed it, but dyeing your hair was known as a sin to elvish culture. And there weren't many people who opposed elvish culture. So stumbling across a black-haired elf was impeccably a rare sight. Flint gazed at the elf. "Baron, we were going to the bar," but Baron disappeared before Jin's eyes, and reappeared in front of Flint, interjecting his statement with the enthusiastic words, "We're gonna go to a bar together?" "We were." Jin grimaced. "Teleportation? Then let's go." He boisterously put a hand on Flint's neck and around his shoulder. "Let's go drink till we're drunk." "Jin here," Flint pointed, "doesn't drink alcohol. And I wouldn't wanna leave him out, so I'm changing my mind." Slowly, Baron's neck rotated, until his entire face was directed at Jin. In an instant, he was still next to Flint and peering at Jin, but in the other, he was standing at the side of Jin. Jin turned his head to the right to get a look at him. "What?" Baron's brows knotted, wrinkles started appearing all over his face. When his face was completely contorted, Jin started to wonder if he had said something bad. Standing amidst Jin's personal space, Baron finally asked, "You don't drink?" "Just who is this elf guy? His breath is strong of alcohol when he looks clearly under 18 like me." Baron then reiterated, "You don't drink?" Jin took a step back, and started gazing down at the floor. "No, I don't. I'm still underaged." Suddenly, Baron rested his hand upon Jin's chest, and quickly, he found himself standing amidst a strange place, filled with all sorts of people boozing away their souls with drinks. Nervously, he looked around, darting his head from left to right. Baron was nowhere to be seen. "Guys?" A few people at the bar stared at him. When unexpectedly, Flint and Baron had appeared in front of him again. Flint smiled. "Sup, Jin? Funny meeting you here." "In a bar too? I thought you said you don't drink." He gestured. One after the other, Allura, Sylvia, Crod, and even Baron himself appeared. People in the bar glued their eyes to the jarring scenario before them. One of these bewildered spectators even spat out his drink all over the person he was sitting next to. Jin and the others were all confused, with the exception of Flint and Baron himself. Crod was the last person to appear in the bar. He had collapsed to the floor, with a magazine entitled New York City's Hottest. What's more, his unbuckled pants were down, and had his jacket not been in the way, he would have displayed to them what they didn't want to see. He dropped the magazine, flew up from the floor, pulled up his striped boxers, and then pulled his pants up as well. Then, he started looking around in confusion, What in the fuck? I was taking a dump. How did I end up? That's when it hit him. He started gritting his teeth as he glared at Baron. The magazine started to hover first, and then everyone's drinks started to do the same. Not too long later, even people's hair started to hover as if gravity were on a coffee break. Everyone, who was standing beside Baron, quickly took a step back. Baron raised a thumb, grinned, wiggled his brows, and said, "Nice pipe, Mr. Stripe." "Motherfucker," cursed Crod in a calm, quiet tone as he could not believe what Baron had uttered in response. Baron grinned again, waved, and disappeared. Baroon. Crod had chased Baron, running out of the bar. Simply, Baron kept teleporting over and over again, whereas Crod had to use his legs, which in turn made the chase fruitless either way. As soon as Crod edged too far away from the bar, like a remote-controlled car losing signal, all the glasses of alcohol came crashing down from the ceiling, glass shattering all about the floor. A piece of glass pitched off from one of the tables at the bar and flew straight into the eye of a customer. "Ugh, my fucking eye, my fucking eye," he snarled. The drunk boozers who had all lost their drinks to what they assumed were ghosts looked around in confusion, trying to make sense of what had happened while in utter dizziness. A boozer stood swaying left to right and sidling on his feet. "Hey, what happened to my drink?" Another one of the boozers took his time and walked up to the counter where they were supposed to purchase their drinks. With a head rocking from right to left, the old man pointed a finger at the woman behind the counter. "You." "3 of the biggest beer jugs you've got." "Same here," said a meager, dark green goblin, who was missing an arm. He hopped on one of the bar stools given that he was too short to see the woman behind the counter, "and these ones are on the house, right bartender?" The bartender behind the counter was a blonde elf woman with an eye patch. She wore the typical clothes a bartender would wear, and just looking at her wide build, the boozers could see her massive breasts under her clothes. She knotted her brows at the old goblin guy. "What do you boys mean on the house? I didn't do that to your drinks." A cyclops started up front and towards the counter. "You better give us our drinks back that we paid for, woman." "I think a fight's gonna go down," opined Sylvia with her eyelids drooped, peering at the scene. Flint looked at her. "You betcha." He turned around. "I'll go do something about it." Flint had walked up to the counter, eyes landing on his body like flies on a listless corpse. An arrogant smirk trickled on his face, and he leaned on the countertop, in a little bit of trouble. "Aileen?" The bartender quickly turned to Flint. "Och, Flint." "Just the guy I needed to see today." She smiled. "Yeah, these boys look like they want to take advantage of me 'cause I'm a woman." Flint looked at the Cyclops. "That's the last thing you wanna do, One Eye." "This chick's got more muscle mass than an athlete." Aileen rolled her eyes. "1 minute these geezers are tracking me, and looking at my ass. The next minute they're pulling knives for me." One of the men yelled, "I want you in my bed, woman." "But you mess with my drink, you mess with me." "Yeah," shouted another in agreement. Flint looked at the man. "You geese don't wanna mess with Aileen. Trust me." "You see that eye patch she's got?" He smirked. "That's a scar from the army." "She served in the military?" "Yeah," replied Flint. "She served in the military." "She served as an ammunition woman, using her replica ability to copy bullets for the soldiers on the battlefield. After getting hurt really badly, she was forced to retire. To make a little bit of money, she opened this bar, and started using her ability to make drinks for you alcoholics." Flint started walking with his hands behind his back. "You wouldn't want to get on her bad side." "Hundreds of men who even get touchy with her end up getting beaten so badly they wished they died as a child. And if one of you fellas hurt her, you're gonna get on my bad side too." His eyes darkened. "And trust me, you don't want that." Flint walked back up to the counter. "Aileen, everyone's drinks on me. I'll pay for 'em." He turned to the customers. "You hear that, boys? All drinks on me. Order whatever you want. Don't spend $1 from your pockets." Everyone punched a hand in the air, and started cheering for Flint. "Thanks for the drinks, man," said a brown-skinned human in suit. "What's your name?" Flint looked at him. "It's Flint." "All right everybody, make some noise for this man. Flint's his name." "Make some noise or you ain't getting anything free." With that said, Everyone got out of their seats and started cheering for Flint as if they were in a stadium cheering for their favorite team. Flint, 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 Flint. We want some beers. Flint smirked, and looked at Alien. You hear the people. They want their drinks. Hell no, condemned Alien. I'm not gonna let you waste your money like that. No way. Come on, Alien. She took her head. Knew you. Ain't happening. Flint folded his arms. Don't make me have to pull out my trump card on ya, Alien. Suddenly, Allura started approaching the counter. She tossed her hips from one side to the other as hurried her way up to the bartender. The horny boozers at the bar had started whistling from the time they feasted lustful eyes upon her body. Where ya going with all that cake, madame? Said one of the men approaching her. She simply eyed him, and he had collapsed to the floor before he could even take another unstable step forward. She stopped walking when she was in front of Alien's face. She looked at Flint. Leave this to me. My trump card's here, uttered Flint, maintaining his smirk. Allura's facial expression remained dull, with boredom in her listless eyes, when suddenly, a smirk trickled on her face, and her eyes began to glow pink. She stroked a finger through her hair. Alien, she waved. Hey. She then beckoned Alien closer to her, raising a hand. She raised this opened hand, with her palms directed at her. Then, she put all the fingers of this hand down, leaving her index finger up. Allura raised this said index finger up and down again, keeping her seductive smirk and beckoning Alien closer to her. Confused, Alien leaned over the counter, and brought her head closer to Allura's face. The entire bar became silent. Allura then seductively brought her face closer to Alien, their faces a hair's breadth away from each other. And slowly, she put her lips to Alien's ear, and started whispering into it. A nuance appeared on Alien's face, and suddenly she bolted upright like a robot that had been turned on, and with gaped eyes she shouted, "Free drinks for everyone. Let's go." Flint, 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 Flint. Allura grinned at Flint, who had been shaking his head with folded arms. Still works like a charm, he said. Jin watched as the bartender, with cheerful eyes, placed a huge jug of alcohol on the countertop. What's more, she hovered a hand over its brim. Then, she swiped her hand as if she were slicing the air, and identical jugs of beer consequently appeared one by one in a straight line on the countertop, following her arm like a contrail. Everyone boisterously rushed up for their drinks like a stampede of reckless animals crushing everything in their path. Jin and Sylvia were the only ones who weren't at the counter rushing to get drinks. Jin shot glimpses at Sylvia over and over again. She gazed at him. What do you want? He looked at her. Huh? Don't play stupid. She folded her arms and started tapping a foot on the ground. You know what I'm talking about. Why are you looking at me? See something you like? Jin flung his head away from her, and quickly he began to crimson. Sorry. She scoffed. You're a weirdo. Out of thin air, Baron suddenly appeared in front of Jin's eyes, followed by a sinister sound. Did Baron hear drinks? Jin took a step back. What are you doing here? Yeah. Flint stopped when he was next to Sylvia. Baron, where's Crod? Baron grinned. Hey. Baron led chasing Crod miles away from bar. Funny, he giggled, won't be coming back anytime soon. Flint laughed. Crod's still the way he always was. Who'd chase a guy with a teleportation ability? Baron tittered. Baron doesn't know. Jin looked at Flint. Why does Baron speak like that? What's wrong with him? Flint put an arm around Baron's neck. Baron here is like the little baby of our squad. Jin grimaced. Why'd you say that? 'Cause he's got a mental disorder. An ID called intellectual disorder. Pre and post-natural exposure to alcohol when he was under 18. Baron nodded his head. Baron likes to drink. Jin looked at him. Premature drinking caused that? Yeah, it did, responded Flint, letting go of Baron. Jin peered at Baron again. He frowned. I'm sorry to hear that about you, Baron. Baron wants to drink with Jin. Sorry, Baron. Jin laughed. Jin no drink. Baron quickly disappeared in an instant, and reappeared with a huge jug of beer in his hand. Hey, where'd my beer go? Baron then handed the drink to Jin. Baron wants you to chug. Flint cracked up. Jin, you heard the guy. Chug the thing. Allura showed up. Yeah, Jin, she drawled. We wanna see you chug it. Jin shifted on his feet. Guys, I'm fine. I don't know. I Donnie. Dr. Sylvia peered at him. Jin, don't baby out on us again. Don't. Holding the jug of beer, Jin felt incredibly pressured. It was then that the fact that Baron had gone utterly retarded from drinking came back to him on the spot. He didn't want to drink it by any means, but now that Sylvia was prodding him as well, he felt like he was obligated to chug the massive jug of beer. Looking at Sylvia now, his reluctance had completely withered away. For Sylvia, everyone started to prod him upon seeing the subtle change of his countenance. Chug it, chug it, chug it, chug it. They got louder, when Baron started to scream it to the top of his lungs as if he were in a rock concert. Chug it, chug it, chug it. Jin blushed as he quickly placed his lips upon the brim of the beer jug. He slowly raised the jug of beer higher as he constantly swallowed the large quantities of alcohol. After drinking all of it, he exhaled loudly, stumbled on his feet, regained his balance again, and raised the empty glass in the air. With widened eyes, everyone instantly started to clap. Baron is impressed. Woo, Jin, applauded Allura. For a second there I thought you were about to chicken out on us again. Flint smiled at him. Sylvia then caressingly tapped a hand on his shoulder with a smile on her face. Took me by surprise there, Jin. My first drink, huh? Upon looking at everyone, Jin could only smile. Jin sat at a table with everyone, drinking away his worries like a vampire suppressing his long-kept bloodlust. He sat down at the table in the bar, with Flint, Allura, Baron and Sylvia. Crod still hadn't returned yet. It looked to Jin like Baron did the job well. The bar was packed with people of different races, and different ages, and all of them had insane amounts of alcohol in their stomachs. Drug detected, resistance +2, with the system providing Jin's body with resistance to the alcohol. It took a lot out of Alien for him to get drunk. A lot. Jin slammed an empty jug on the table. These beers taste like shit. Flint peered at him. Jin, it doesn't matter what it tastes like. As long as it could make you drunk, that's all you would ever want and need from it. Yeah, replied Allura, as long as I'm drunk, I don't give a fuck. Baron gives no fuck too. See? Baron doesn't give a fuck either. That's the spirit, Baron. Flint smiled. It's all fun and games at the bar. Jin looked around the table at Flint and the others. Everyone had been boozing, except for Sylvia. Still, she seemed to be having fun listening to everyone crack jokes every so often. He had not had this much fun in a long time. It felt like a Christmas party for Haimon with people other than his grandmother. Yet he felt like he was missing something. What could he be missing? In short, it was his school friends. Tristan, Ashton, and Dobby. He had been meaning for them to be right next to him, having fun with all the new crazy people he met, and already admired so much that it was just weird. He hoped for a day like this to anew, and maybe next time by a long shot, his school friends would be next to him alongside his new ones. He stood up from the table, getting a few eyes. Jin, where are you going, pal? Asked Flint, looking up at him. Just gonna get 3 more jugs. You're not drunk yet? Kinda. Flint amiably tittered and scratched his head. Man, you're gonna make me broke at this rate. Allura narrowed her eyes at him. You're already broke. What are you talking about? After today, you're gonna be owing Alien. Again. She then turned to Jin. Jinny boy, you go get yourself some more drinks. We don't want all Flint's money going to some total strangers. Jin turned on his feet, and started walking towards the bartender's counter. When he was there, he stopped at the counter, and peered at Alien. Alien, the bartender, looked worn out already. Sweat had been trickling down her face, and she kept panting as if she had just run a marathon. What's wrong, Miss Alien? Asked Jin, grimacing at her. She panted, I''am just kinda tired. Abilities don't just work without taking anything from you, no. Can you elaborate? What do you mean? What does it take from you? Your energy? Chemical energy, she replied. The type you gain from eating. Do all magic users' abilities take chemical energy from them for it to work properly, miss? Jin already knew the answer to this question like he knew the back of his hand. Before the accident that crippled him happened, he was rather enthusiastic about magic. This enthusiasm had long dwindled away, but apparently he started getting curious about it again. Aileen knotted her brows. What's wrong with you and being all formal? You ain't in a castle, you know. She placed a hand on her waist. Just Aileen is fine thanks. I'm sorry about that. No biggie. So what do you want? To get filled up again? I was gonna ask for 3 more jugs, but now that I know you're all tired already, I wouldn't bother. I'm gonna close up shop soon. No need to worry about me. It's fine, she smiled. He put his hands in his pockets. Miss Aileen. She facepalmed. Oh, boy. Here we go again. Do I look so old to you that you just can't help yourself? I'm sorry, Jin tinged in embarrassment. It's fine, she sighed. You were gonna ask a question? Yeah, I was gonna ask about you being in the military if that's not too prying. I see. Well, what can I say? It was an okay experience I guess. I had a couple of friends working alongside me as well. Something interesting that I learned from the experience is that soldiers without abilities don't get paid nearly as much meta soldiers do. Well, no rocket science there, replied Jin. Another thing I grew accustomed to was pain. She leaned an elbow on the counter. You know, I wasn't always like this. She moved a hand in a circular motion around her body. I wasn't. Jin raised a brow. What you mean? I mean I wasn't fat, and whatever, she sighed. I have a perfect replication ability, one of the most prized abilities in the world. It allows me to make perfect copies of just about anything. Using this kind of ability takes a lot out of me, a lot of my energy. What I figured out, that I wish I didn't up to this day, she chuckled, was the fact that eating a lot allows me to use my ability for more challenging stuff. Jin tittered. I was a pretty girl back in my days. All skinny and far from fat. Those days were great. Wait. What am I even talking about? This ain't no my 1,000-pound life. I'm not obese. And I'm saying back in my days like I'm some old hag. I'm a young woman 32 years old. She glared at Jin. See what you're making me do, kid? Sorry. Alright, there's another drunk piece of shit's coming. Kid, let me tell you one last thing. You see this? She pointed at her eye patch. This shit hurt like a motherfucker. It looks like it did. How do you get it? Someone with earth magic ended up shooting a spike about the size of a bullet straight into my eye. I'm darn lucky it wasn't an actual bullet. Thing would have entered my brain. Jin winced as if I'm pain. Ouch. You can say that again. A man stood the next to Jin. Aileen, fill me up there again. And this time fill it to the brim. Also, when the bar closes, he quickly licked his lips. Meet me in the back, would ya? Sure, she smiled. I genuinely felt like killing someone today. What a lucky guy you are. Her pretentious facial expression disappeared as she turned to Jin. See ya, kid. I'm saying my goodbyes now, cause I ain't serving you no more drinks. You had enough. Jin smiled. Jin had finally fallen drunk. As a matter of fact, the entirety of the people at the bar had drenched their mouths in alcohol already. Expect Sylvia. Baron had chugged 7 jugs in a row, without taking a break. Remorse quickly struck into him from the time blood trickled down from his nose. After getting over it, Baron started drinking again. And when a strange customer brought a DJ set to the bar, and started playing music for free, Baron had completely stripped down to his underwear, and started hitting the light fantastic. Jin and the others laughed until they could no more, drunk until they could no more. At long last, Jin was at his limit. His vision started to wither, his body started to sway. He felt as if he would pass out when the seemingly incurable nausea ran its course. What's more, he ridiculously couldn't even stand the scent of his very own breath. The music continued to play on, as his head began to ache. Looking around the bar, he could see Baron quickly teleporting about the room non-stop. He was drinking while teleporting so fast that Jin's dizzy eyes could not keep up, his headache exacerbating. Why is Baron doing that? He asked, his pupils still trying to keep up with Baron's body. Flint, who appeared to be in far better condition than him, smirked and replied, when Baron drinks too much, he doesn't pass out like us. His body starts to spasm, and starts teleporting him like crazy. He only passes out after getting dizzy from all the teleporting. Allura put a hand on Jin's lap. Think of it as Baron's way of putting himself to sleep. Jin began to blush. Okay. Also becoming convinced, she stroked a finger on his cheek. Jin, remember when I told you that I like you? Yes, he said with a slight tremble to his tone as his panic-stricken heart throbbed. She put both her hands on either side of his cheeks, and turned his head to face hers. The music. It's not a beat anymore. Can you hear it, Jin? Why yeah, it's perfect for dancing, isn't it? She looked at him as she bit her lip. I guess I wanna dance with you, Jin. She stood. May I? She put out a hand. Have this dance? Sweating in fear, Jin swallowed the air in his mouth as he peered up at the incredibly seductive woman in his presence. His fear had quickly arisen like the first step of a staircase up, and something quite lower down his steps had too. Flint looked at Jin. Go get her, cowboy. I don't know how to dance, he stuttered, still sitting at the table whilst Allura stood there, with a hand out for him to grab. Jin, called Sylvia, peering at Jin with a smile on her face. He turned his head to face her. Sylvia? Remember what I told you about being a big baby? Come on, she winked. Go get her. Having heard Sylvia, Jin's guts expanded. He held Allura's hand, and she quickly pulled him up to his feet. She stood in front of him, her face reddening. Looking down at her, he gulped down the air in his mouth as she held both his sweaty hands. Relax, Jin, she cooed, smiling lovingly. He heaved, okay. She then released his hands, and continued to peer up at him. To him, she truly was attractive. Slowly, he lay down at her waist, and started to become even more aroused in the act. Come on, Pinky the Pipe, chill. Her hips were curvaceous, and the grey yoga pants she had been wearing allowed him to see this clearly. She looked down at her own waist as well. Go on, she grinned. I'm sure you know that you're supposed to hold there. Jin then deliberately carried his hands to her waist. His shaking hands inched closer. Still, her waist hadn't been a hold by him. His trembling hands hovered over her lower body, not drawing closer. She slowly looked up at him. What's wrong? Just go ahead. He had always been meaning to touch a woman's body since he had become curious about it in his recent teenage years, but it always was a mere pipe dream to him. He placed his hands on Allura's waist, and could already feel her seducing warmth, and boy did it feel heavenly. As he brought her body closer to his heart beastly throbbed. Then, clearly on purpose, she deliberately leaned her chest against his. Her breasts were upon his body, and he could feel her heartbeat throbbing like his own. They shared a heartbeat, as a hand edged away from a single side of Allura's waist. She slowly looked up at him, as he tangled his fingers in a hand of hers. They then both raised the hand where both their fingers were gently laced. They raised their connected hands to the level of their colliding chests. People in the bar had been silenced by the scene before them. They were so drunk that they could not focus on what they were seeing entirely, yet they watched on. Allura and Jin were cheek upon cheek, chest on chest, hand in hand. Both their faces were tinged as they acknowledged each other's warmth. The DJ suddenly put on a romantic song for them, and it was now that Jin felt like he was actually in love with this woman who had only just met. The sweet music in the background lingered, as they danced in a swaying motion. Jin kept pushing her away from his body while keeping a hold of her hand as if he had been rolling out toilet paper. Then, he would pull her back in his arms again in a spinning motion in flow with the melody. He had been brimming with ecstasy right then, and at that moment. Am I in love? Can't be right? He spun her around. Is that what it feels like to be in love with someone? Are we going to be a thing? He brought her back in his embracing arms. Is she feeling what I'm feeling, or is my sudden obsession for her unrequited? He gently pushed her away from his body while holding her hand. I feel like kissing her right now, but I'm scared. I've never kissed someone before. I don't know how to do it. My heart is raging, and for some reason, it hurts. It feels so good at the same time. It definitely isn't love. I don't know this girl. What is this feeling? He brought her back into his arms again. I could do this forever. After Jin and Allura had grown exhausted from a few minutes of dancing, they stopped with their bodies still colliding and delivering warmth. Everyone immediately rose up from their seats, and started clapping their hands loudly, applauding the magnificence their eyes had unbiddenly feasted upon. Flint whistled. That was amazing. Sylvia smiled at them, and Jin said he couldn't dance. Both Allura and Jin then walked back up to the table where Flint and Sylvia were. They both had smiles stretched across their grimaced faces. "You guys were like light itself out there," complimented Flint. "Thanks," Jin smiled. "Are you guys gonna sit here or?" Allura held Jin's hand and looked at him. "Not yet. We'll be back in a minute. We're going outside for a second." Jin looked down at her. "We are?" "Yes," she giggled. "We are." Sylvia raised her brows at the same time as a smug look took Flint's face. "Okay, then we'll leave you two to it," said Flint, smirking widely. "We'll be back soon." Jin was taken outside of the bar, and to yet another alley, where two walls opposite each other were close. As soon as they had left the bar, even Jin, as drunk as he was, could tell how late it had become. It was still light outside, but it was clear that dawn was beginning to say its temporary goodbyes. Sweat began to trickle down Jin's face. Allura, with a seductive expression on her countenance, she drew closer to him. "What?" She pursed her lips. "I'm not gonna bite." Jin edged away, drawing closer to the wall behind him as she closed in. "What are you going to do?" She walked closer. "Nothing. Much." "Is she going to kiss me?" He shifted on his feet. I really. Her tone stretched. "Like you, Jin." Jin's backs began to lean against the wall. "I like you too," but she placed a finger upon his lips. Shhhhh. His back was pressing against the wall as she pushed her face closer to his. He quickly turned his head away from her, but then, she held his chin and pulled it to face her again. "Jin, I don't think you understand." She pushed her breasts against his chest. He grimaced. "What don't I understand?" "You clearly don't understand." She placed both her hands on his face. She quickly bit her lips. "I want you." Jin felt as if his heart had exploded in his chest. He looked down at her as his heart painfully throbbed, and he promptly started to get aroused. "Kiss me, Jin." Jin couldn't move, and so, she brought her lips closer to his. Her tempting red lips were the embodiment of seduction for Jin. It definitely wasn't love. So what was it? "Is this really happening?" She closed her eyes. "Kiss me." Inhaling her sweet perfume, Jin felt obligated to kiss her now that she forced herself upon him. "I can't." His eyelids drooped. "Hold out." He then slowly carried his lips towards hers. He carried it closer and closer, his head shuddering nervously. Their lips moved towards each other until they touched each other. Their twisting lips began to embrace each other lovingly. Jin closed his eyes as he shared saliva with her. As he shared his nervous breath with her. While kissing her, he felt her tongue slip right into his mouth, and he quickly opened his eyes again in shock. And as her tongue wiggled and fluttered in his mouth, he simply closed his eyes again, and gave her his tongue. He continued to kiss her as their heads danced in a slow motion. He could hear their lips smacking, sucking and their tongues moving about in each other's mouths. It was disgustingly beautiful. To him, Allura's mouth smelt and tasted like cherries when it should clearly be tasting like alcohol. Spell detected, +2 resistance. Jin peeked at the screen grimacingly. Spell? Having felt a halt to his lips' motion, Allura moved her head away from his and looked him in the eyes. "You liked it?" Rubescent. Jin nodded his head in approval and they continued gently kissing each other with closed eyes. The screen disappeared when he had shifted his attention. They only stopped when Allura heard something coming from behind them. When she had turned around, she saw Sylvia walking away. "Sylvia," she called. Sylvia, with her face becoming tinged, turned around and peered at her. "What?" Allura grinned. "Wanna join us?" She raised a middle finger. "I'm going to the bathroom. Flint forced me into drinking, and I need to get the taste out of my mouth." She walked away. Jin then broke away from Allura. She looked at him. "You're a natural." He scratched his head. "Thanks." She smiled. "Meet me inside again when you're ready, all right?" "Yeah, okay," he drawled, with his eyes remaining calmly slit. Allura walked away, leaving him there, with his back still against the wall. He then dragged his body down on it until he was in a sitting position. He sat with his hands on his knees. His eyelids drooped in serenity. "So this," he loudly exhaled, "was my first kiss." He closed both his eyes. Jin ended up passing out right there on the floor. He was only spotted when Sylvia was leaving the bathroom and taking the alley to the bar. She told Flint where he was, and they all carried him back inside the bar again. If he's not dead, then all the alcohol he drank must be taking its toll, probably. I can't believe Jin actually drank all that, and is now getting affected. Special kid. I like him. Yeah, you're right. Jin's special, said Allura. I think he should join our gang. Yeah, I think so too, opined Sylvia, looking at Jin, who had been on Flint's back like a book bag. Flint turned around. It's gonna be dark in about an hour. I'm gonna carry him home. Maybe I'll pick up some soup for his grandma as well. Do that. Just don't bail on us though, uttered Allura. We still got to put our unconscious Baron to bed too, remember? Yeah, replied Flint. That's not a problem. The bar was empty, only Flint and the others remained. Baron's like a baby. Crod folded his arms. I'm still waiting for his ass to get up so that we can settle things once and for all. Baron would win again though. Fuck you, Flint. Flint smirked, and snapped his fingers. As a result, a dark portal promptly opened in front of him. Aileen stood next to him. When are ya gonna bring him back here? I dunno. Fling shrugged his shoulders. Maybe in 2 days if things run smoothly. Alright. Don't forget to buy his grandma the soup. I won't. He walked into the portal. Jin woke up the next day, his mouth brimming with something that was still completely unbeknownst to him. He flew up from his bed, and darted towards the bathroom. Standing in front of the sink, he quickly bent over and began to puke out his organs. He puked until the sink was filthy with vomit. Puke even gushed out from his nose, and he had begun to even excessively scorn himself. He turned on the pipe, and water came gushing out and into the sink. Then, he quickly washed the entirety of his morning face, and looked in a mirror. Looking into the mirror, he noticed that there was still lipstick on his lips from kissing Allura. He quickly began to reminisce about that moment. Strangely, he started to feel a throbbing pain on his head. When he touched the area, he realized that it was swollen. Did I collapse? Simply, he exhaled, picking up a toothbrush. He squeezed toothpaste onto this said toothbrush, and promptly started to brush his teeth to in turn suppress the returned, lingering wrath of his morning breath. He brushed his teeth, took a bath, and went back into his bedroom again. He then walked to the door of his room, standing in front of it with partially closed eyes. I need cold water. He clutched his hand to the doorknob. When he started opening the door, something that was on the ground, and leaning against the said door, had slid across the tiles, revealing itself to him. It was a brown bag. Confused, he bent over and picked the bag up from the floor. It accommodated 3 white, plastic bowls of soup that appeared to be bought from a restaurant. There was a piece of paper that had handwriting stuck to the first plastic bowl. It was conspicuously a note. Jin immediately started skimming through it. The note read, "Hey, you passed out cold so I said portal no hikiosis, opened a portal and carried you home. And oh, you're looking at soup right now. Obviously. Therefore your grandmash needs all the strength she could get to handle your troublesomeness. Don't touch it." Flint having read the note, Jin could not help but smile. He simply closed the bag again, and walked through the door. The first thing he had landed eyes upon from the time he entered the living room were his friends Dobby and Ashton. His eyes had immediately widened. It was clear to him that they had slept through the entire night on the couches in his living room. "Guys?" They both flew up. "Oh, thank goodness," said Dobby, "you're awake." Ashton looked at him. "Dobby thought you were dead." "Jin, shut your face hole, Ashton," hissed Dobby. "What are you two doing here?" "In my house." "We spent the night here," replied Ashton. "State something other than the obvious." Jin sat down on one of the couches. Dobby stood. "You're fucking out of your mind, Jin." "That's something other than the obvious." Ashton looked up at him. "SHHH, you can't swear solo," Dobby interjected, raising an index finger, and chiding. "Don't even think about starting that shit today." He shifted his attention to Jin again. "You know what you're doing, Jin? You're fucking up your own life." Jin grimaced. "What do you mean?" "I mean you're straying away from your true self. You were literally drunk last night." "I was?" Ashton narrowed his eyes at him. "You were?" "Yeah," Dobby continued. "We thought you weren't home and all, but still, we waited the entire day for you to return. We made your grandma food to eat while you were busy partying. On top of this, you just appeared last night out of the blue when we were worried sick." Ashton stood. "Yeah, Jin. We were going to start looking around the streets. We thought something happened to you. Dobby continued. Let me finish. Ashton. He peered at Jin again. You appeared last night, walking out of your room. Place we already checked. We ended up smelling your breath, and seeing that you had lipstick on your lips. Alcohol was fresh on you. So we proceeded to scold you about it. And you know what you did? Jin sighed. What did I do? Dobby, you cursed us like some kind of animals. You even wanted to hit me. Ashton then added, and you kept mentioning the summoning of some cliché thing or whatever for us too. Jin felt his heart incinerate in his chest as he listened on. You're lucky Ashton was the last night, Jin. I would have more than knocked you out. How's your head feeling? No. He became speechless. I'm an asshole. I got drunk and lost myself. I could have killed them if I chose to use the power I have now. They could have died. They could have died after all the nice things they've done for me. I let my guard down. I almost blew it. He rubbed his temples. I put my first ever friends in great danger. What kind of person am I? I can't stand myself. I was busy having fun. I was stuck in a delusion deluding that everything was okay now when it isn't. It's not okay. With this system in my possession, I can't slack away and risk everything. I can't risk the lives of the very few people I care about. I must stay focused. I must push through. Jin? Is he even hearing us? Jin? It's probably the alcohol, man. It's gotten to him. I think he probably took some crack too. Jin? Jin flew up from the couch. What? You died on us for a second there. I'm sorry. I'm supposed to use this power that I've been bestowed to protect the people dear to me. I'm really sorry guys. He smiled. I'm sorry for the wholeness of yesterday. I'm really sorry about everything I put you through. I'm a horrible friend, and I'm sorry about that as well. I'll have to get stronger to protect them stronger so that no one could harm them. Dobby approached him with a countenance that he could not delineate. He stopped in front of him, and placed a hand on his shoulder. Then he smiled, and uttered, You little shit, you. From today, we're not taking an eye off of you. Ashton walked up to them. Jin, what happened yesterday? We want to hear everything, they said in unison. He smiled. These guys are what you call true friends. I'll tell you as soon as I'm done taking a dump. Alright? Okay. Went a little explicit. But whatever, pal. Jin turned around, and went into his room. He then walked into the bathroom, and closed the door shut. New task, 200 push-ups, reward, 5 exp, I will become op as fuck. He immediately started doing the push-ups with profound determination this time around. He felt like becoming stronger had become his top priority now. Progression, 16,200. Having risked the life of his friends because of sheer carelessness, his eyes that remained closed for the endurance of that day had once again opened up. Stupidity and recklessness was being consciously shoved behind him by he himself now. Progression, 29. For the first time in many years, a strong incentive had grown on him. He pushed his body up from the floor as sweat dripped from his chin. Protect. Friends. Progression, 37. I've only scratched the surface with the things I know about pertaining to the system. I want to learn more. Congratulations, you have leveled up, plus 4 up, exp, 020, level 3, alright. Level 3 in just under 4 days. He started approaching the mirror. Not too bad. Panting audibly, he wiped some sweat from his face as he peered at his reflection in a mirror. From the time he had placed his hands on either side of the sink, he noticed a figure behind his reflection. He quickly turned around, and flinched in fear. Staring at the familiar figure, his brows knotted and slowly he uttered, Baron. Confusion painted itself all over Jin's face. Baron? Baron waved. Baron came to see Jin. Jin raised a brow. Yeah, but in the bathroom. He hadn't responded, he simply grinned widely, and suddenly disappeared before Jin's bewildered eyes. Jin quickly looked around the bathroom, veering his body in a rotating motion in light of finding him somewhere around, but couldn't. Okay, he left. But did he leave my house entirely? I don't know. I got 4 upgrade points from leveling up just now. I already know exactly what I'm gonna spend them on. He thought about opening his system screen, and just like that it appeared before his partially opened eyes. He then hovered a finger over the stats tab, and pressed on it. Accordingly, he was taken to yet another screen. Stats: Strength, 1, Health, 10, Speed, 2, Skill, 5, Available out points, 4. There were pluses after each specified area, which were the buttons that allowed the user to spend up points in a specific criterion upon touching them. Jin decided to spend his points in the strength criterion given that it was such an important category, yet he was rather vulnerable here. Standing with a towel wrapped around his lower body, he raised an index finger once again. Using this said index finger, he tapped on the plus button next to the strength text. Consecutively, he heard a profoundly satisfying, ambient sound, and then the number 1 cranked all the way up to a 5. From the time he had spent all of his 4 upgrade points on the strength criterion, he felt an upsurge of power within him, channeling through his body. What's more, his body glowed brightly green in an instant and the luminosity disappeared before he could discern it fully once again. Stats: Strength: 5, Health, 10, Speed, 2, Skill, 5, Available out points, 0. He balled his fists. I feel stronger already. Suddenly, he heard his shouted name sound through the air, entering his ears. Jin? To him, it sounded like Ashton's high-pitched voice. Upon overthinking all the possible reasons why Ashton would call out for him so loudly, he could not take the slightest risk like ignoring a friend's call when it could be important. Pivoting on his feet, he rushed through the house, bursting through his bathroom and then his bedroom door. And the first thing he had landed eyes upon, was Baron standing before his friends. Ashton, trembling while standing 2 meters away from Baron, peered over at Jin, and cried, "Jin, this guy just appeared in your house." Dobby was in front of Ashton, looking daggers straight into Baron's eyes. "You're an elf like Meba if you think you could just break into people's houses and do whatever the hell you wanna," he glared. "Think again." Jin hurried over to them. He stood in the middle of Baron and Dobby. "Dobby, it's okay. Technically, he didn't break in." "What do you mean?" "So," Dobby knotted his brows, "you don't have a problem with this creep being here? Do you even know him?" Jin exhaled stressfully. "Yes, I do." Baron took a step forward, standing beside Jin. "Baron is friend." Jin smiled at him. "Yeah, guys." He folded his arms. "Baron's a good guy. He's really friendly." Suddenly Baron disappeared, and reappeared before Ashton. Instantly both Dobby and Ashton's eyes expanded as they feasted eyes upon such a jarring sight. Ashton flung himself on the floor, and started looking up at the towering Baron. "He just teleported," interjected Jin. Dobby aggressively pushed Baron on his back. "What do you think you're doing, huh?" Baron quickly spun around and grimaced at him. Baron is confused. "Don't play stupid. You just used an ability. An illegal one." He looked at Jin. "Jin, you knew about this?" "You've been hanging around with ability runners?" "Yeah, but..." Jin scratched his head. "They're good people, all of them." "How could you be so sure about that?" "After spending a day with them. I guess I kinda just know this now." Baron is still confused. Jin quickly consoled him. "It's okay, Baron. You're using an ability, and like Dobby said, it's an illegal one. So my other friends are just a little shaken." Ashton stood. "So he's not gonna hurt us?" Jin smiled at him. "He's not gonna hurt us." Dobby's facial expression softened. "If you lay as much as a finger on any of my friends, I'm gonna break it despite being an elf too. You hear me?" Baron nodded his head. Dobby's glassy eyes disappeared. "Can you," he blushed, "show is your ability again?" Baron suddenly disappeared. "Where'd he go?" "Baron is over here." They had turned around only to see him sitting on the couch behind Ashton, with his legs crossed and his arms folded, a smile tricked on his face. Dobby's eyes widened. "It really is fucking teleportation." Ashton fixed his glasses. "Isn't it illegal though? And how come he's able to use it? Was it not suppressed when he was born?" Jin looked at him. "That I can't answer, bud. All I know is that ability runners find all kinds of ways to get their abilities illegally reawakened." "Yeah, it's true. But most of them go through all the insanity to simply get their abilities back in order to do crime more effectively." Dobby looked at Jin. "Yeah, ability runners are mostly criminals." He looked over at Baron who was now in the kitchen. "Are you sure he isn't one of them?" They did say they were in a gang, but I don't think it's that kind of gang. He then answered, no, I'm pretty sure he isn't. Ashton stood next to them. I still can't believe we're so close to someone with an ability. Dobby started to grimace in jubilation. He hopped on his feet multiple times with excited eyes. I can't believe it either, Ashton. Ashton turned to Dobby. We always wanted abilities since we were little, and that's why we wanted to join the military or become cops or something. His face tinged. Never thought I would get to see someone using one so soon. Okay, Jin smiled at them. I'm not wearing any clothes, so talk to Baron for a bit while I'm gone, would you? Sure. Jin, if he hurts us when you're gone, I'm gonna hurt you, whatever. He won't anyway. Jin changed into his clothes, and laid down on his bed in his bedroom. He still had Allura's kiss prevalent throughout his mind. He could remember every fine detail about that first-time experience. He even dreamed about her already. He could not believe that he had gotten kissed by a girl. Sure, his lingering, shit-eating virginity still held him in the wrath of its seemingly inescapable chains. But at this rate, he felt like it would be obliterated by a woman in no time. One of your active skills strengthens, +1 exp. He was wrapped up in his thoughts for a while. But then he remembered something and quickly snapped out of it. He remembered someone he was supposed to be taking care of, someone who had outright slipped his mind. He remembered his grandmother. Quickly, he rushed outside with the bowls of soup, and he could already feel eyes stuck to him when he had only just left his room. Hey, Jin. You're back. He ran past his friends. You're right about Baron, by the way, he's really cool. He told us about his disorder. Ignoring them, he rushed towards the microwave, opened it, placed the brown bag that accommodated the soup inside, and closed it shut. Why are you in a hurry? He stood in the kitchen, impatiently waiting for the soup to finish heating up. Baron wants to know why Jin's in a hurry as well. When the soup was finished heating, he took it out of the microwave, and rushed out of the kitchen. Where are you headed, Jin? I've got something to tell you. Once again, Jin, darting up the staircase to the second floor, ignored them. The only thing that was important to him now was his grandmother, who he could no longer disdain further for anything. He rammed into her door with his upper arm, and went pitching into her bedroom. As soon as he had regained his balance, he peered at her. Immediately, his eyes widened in shock, filling almost every inch and corner of the room. The lingered an ominous aura, dispersing out from his grandmother's body and scattering all over the room in a deliberate motion. The grim, brood aura whispered his name in a way that he could not at all hear clearly. He felt like cursing it, but its menacing appearance deterred him right then. His incredibly pale grandmother laid right where he had left her, motionless on her bed. Grandma, he uttered in a keening tone that seized her attention. He knelt beside her bed, holding a hand of hers. Grandma, can you hear me? Her eyelids slowly raised. Jin? Grandma, he whimpered. Here, I've brought you some soup. You'll need to drink it if you want to gain some strength. Jin, where were you yesterday? His eyes averted. I was looking for a job. All day? Yeah. Jin, she frowned. Please, don't kill yourself for me. Don't. I don't care what happens to me. Grandma, he whimpered. It doesn't matter. I just need you alive. You hear me? He sniffled. I don't have anyone else. You're the last piece of family I've got. You can't die on me now. I'll call a doctor for you. They've got healing abilities. We can't afford a doctor right now, Jin. The hospital's not a place where people get taken care of for free anymore. You have to pay for healers or medication. Jin clenched his fists. Well then I'll pay for healers or medication. We don't have any money, remember? Well then I'll work for money. She smiled. Grandma, let me feed you your soup. I'll help you get up so you can eat. Jin, I'm being serious. She furrowed her brows. I don't want you going through hell for me. Grandma, I don't care. If you die on me now, I'll just kill myself anyway. You won T. You're smarter than that. I would. Then again, if you die soon after me, I'll kill you. How you're gonna kill me when you're all the way up in heaven? He smiled. I'd be in hell if I committed suicide. Well then I'll find a way to kill you all the way from heaven. He grimaced. Won't I already be dead? Well then I'll kill you again. You can't do that. Dobby showed up, standing next to him. "Well then I'll do it for her." "You can't do that either." Ashton stood next to Dobby. "Well then I'll do it for him." They all laughed, looked each other in the eyes, and smiled softly. Jin, along with his friends, was downstairs and had been peering at the dog, Benjamin. Benjamin looked strangely different from the time Jin last saw it. It had gained a jaw-dropping amount of fat since Jin's last encounter with it. It sat down, trying to fit Ashton's shoe in its mouth. Its eyes remained glassy, and its motions were stagnant and deliberate. "Benjamin, get that out of your mouth." Jin rushed up to it, and yanked the shoe away from it. "Can you see what we were talking about now? Your fucking dog's eating everything, and inedible things when it doesn't get food." Jin touched the dog, and as soon as he had done so, a screen spanned across most of his field of view. Effect, deceptive delusion. It was the same screen he saw from the time he had even touched as much as a hair strand on his grandmother's body. It was now evident to him that both his dog and his grandma were under the lingering effects of his first skill. "I still can't believe my first skill's this powerful." "Is it even a first skill? Whatever it is, it's far too dangerous, and needs to be utilized well. If getting stronger makes the skill stronger as well, is it even safe to continue leveling up? Or would it spell the deaths of all those I care about in my life?" Ashton gave Jin a quizzical look. "Jin, why are you staring at it like that?" Quickly, Jin averted his eyes. "It's nothing." Dobby peered at Benjamin. "It's best you do something about your dog, Jin. If it continues to eat just anything it'll surely die." "When I was mad about Benjamin's barking, I told it that it was going to eat until it died." "Is it stuck in a delusion because of this?" Dobby shook his head. "I can't believe both your grandma and your dog are sick in some way, Jin." Jin had not uttered anything in response. Dobby and Ashton took his lingering silence into account, and looked at him only to see him seething in lament. Ashton peered at him with ambitious eyes, and balled fists. "I'll do everything in my power to help Benjamin and Miss Pierce recover, Jin." Jin looked at him with glassy eyes. "Me too." "I'm not gonna let them die on you," shouted Dobby, furrowing his brows. Jin, eyes slit, sighed. "Thanks, guys. You two are truly irreplaceable. The best friends I could ever ask for." "On the other hand, I'm just dead weight." Ashton grimaced. "What do you mean?" Jin stared at the floor. "I've always been the one to make you guys worry, and feel like shit. Out of all of us, I'm always the one. I've brought so many problems into your lives. And if this keeps up, it's best we don't be friends anymore." Suddenly, Dobby launched a fist into Jin's arm. "Stop it. Don't you continue talking all that BS. I'm being serious, guys. I'm wrecking your lives. You've done so many things for me that I haven't done for you before. I can't stand being weak and hopeless, and I can't stand it when people stick their necks out for me all the time. I know I'm weak, but I still don't like to be reminded that I am." Dobby furrowed his brows and launched yet another fist into Jin's upper arm. "What did I tell you about that? You're pissing me off. The more you talk, Jin." "You're angering me too." Ashton faintly furrowed his brows as well. "Jin," Dobby sighed, "you're talking about all the things we've done for you, and yes, your ass better be thankful. But you're missing something that you always do." "That's what friends are for, Jin," finished Ashton, smiling softly at Jin. "Stop stressing about all the things we've done for you, and focus on returning the favor instead." Dobby put a hand on Jin's shoulder, his face wry in worry. "Tell us what's been on your mind." Ashton put a hand on his shoulder as well. "What are you worried about right now?" Jin closed his eyes, and placed both his index and thumb fingers atop his eyelids. "The only thing I'm worried about right now is my grandmother. Oh, and Benjamin as well. They're both not healthy, and I need to help them get better." He exhaled loudly. "Grandma and I are out of cash, so I need to get a job to pay for everything. I think I'll start looking for one tomorrow. For now, what little food the house has just got to do." Suddenly, both Ashton and Dobby looked down at their wristbands and started tapping on their displays. After doing so, they both put out their hands, patiently waiting for Jin to grip them. "No way." Jin shook his head. "I'm not taking your precipitously." Dobby grabbed Jin's hand in an aggressive manner and started shaking it himself. Without hesitation, Ashton did the same thing to Jin's other hand. When they were finished, Jin looked down at his wristband and saw the number 197 on the display. He immediately shook his head with his lips pressed together in a line. You guys are truly something else. Dobby put his hands in his pockets. It's just a little sum of money. You're still gonna have to get a job, but it should help pay for some things while you look for one, you know? Jin smiled at them, looking right and left to in turn show them both his divided gratitude. Thanks, guys. I really appreciate it. Dobby furrowed his eyebrows. You better appreciate it. That money was supposed to go towards Grimm's upcoming deluxe. I might be the only player without it now. Then why the hell did you give it to me? I'm really sorry about that. Look, Jin inched his wristband closer to his face. I can give you your money back. I was just kidding, man. I could always get that deluxe some other time. Unlike your happiness, Jin, the deluxe can always be bought again. Friendship is better than any map out there. Preach it, Dobby, jested Ashton. Quickly, Dobby tinged in embarrassment. Shut up, Ashton. Jin smiled at him. Thanks, again. I'm still gonna pay you back twice as much though. He looked at Ashton. Both of you. Dobby facepalmed. Here we go again. What? How many times are we gonna have to tell you that we don't want you to repay us? Until I die. Because I didn't tell you that I was going to stop trying to pay you your money back. You're lying. I'm not, I swear. When did I promise you anything? Whatever, man. If Tristan was here, he might have dumped 1,000 e-coins in your e-bank account, Jin, said Ashton. Dobby quickly snarled. Why can't you stop talking about Tristan? He's just a fucking jerk who doesn't give a shit about us. Ashton adjusted his glasses, but he was always good to us. Yeah. Tristan was the guy who started our friendship, added Jin, folding his arms. He was always good to us. Sure, you, Dobby, had your fights with him, but, Ashton averted his eyes, he was always good to us. Not anymore, responded Dobby. The muscle mass he's gained must be getting to his head or something. I have no idea what's wrong with the guy now. He's probably going through some hardship that he doesn't want us to know about. Jin walked over to one of the couches and sat on it. Dobby and Ashton did the same. Life's a roller coaster, Jin drawled, reclining lazily on the couch. You can say that again, Dobby muttered. When are you going to explain to us what happened yesterday, Jin? Ashton looked over at him. Yesterday? What are you talking about? They then both narrowed their eyes at him. Don't pretend to not know what he's talking about, Dobby hissed. Oh, Jin scratched behind his head. You're talking about what happened at the bar, aren't you? Explain yourself. Jin chuckled. I kinda got pushed to drink, that's all. He gazed up at the ceiling. I met these really cool people. Dobby folded his arms and narrowed his eyes, and they're all ability runners, aren't they? Jin looked at him and shook his head. No, he grinned. Not all of them. Wait a second. Ashton looked around. Where's Baron? He said he was going to come back soon. I think he went home, replied Dobby. Ashton paused, shook his head faintly, and peered at Jin again. You were saying? Jin continued. I met these cool people. It kinda all this grew on me after Flint helped me out that day. Help you out with what? Dobby raised a brow. A knocked out damn orc for me. Why? What did it do to you? It pushed me in the road. I could have died that day. After he helped me out, we just spoke to each other for a bit. Then later on, he introduced me to his friends. Dobby pulled out an ultra-thin smartphone and handed it to Jin. Simply, Jin took the phone and peered at the screen. What he saw was a picture of himself. What's more, there was lipstick on his lips. Caught in 4K, Jin. Dobby shook his head. Ashton placed a finger in the middle of his lenses. Explain yourself. Jin immediately crimsoned. Oh, that's just a kiss from an old lady. You know the lizard woman who lives close to us? That woman kissed me on my lips. Can you believe that? They both pressed their lips together in lines, and narrowed their eyes at him. After seeing their not buying it faces, he quickly paused and turned his head. Stop bullshitting us already, barked Dobby. Yeah, we wanna know. We deserve to know. Okay. Jin sighed. I kissed, he blushed. A girl. Are you happy now? He quickly averted his eyes. Dobby's eyes widened. Why you what now? Suddenly, an area of the space in which they resided started to distort, revealing a dark array of colors that started to take form. The area kept shifting and bending, and twirling in a spiraling motion. In no time, they were looking at what appeared to be a black hole to them, when suddenly, a figure with a callous gait walked out of it and stepped foot into the room they were in. Flint. Jin stood up from the couch, and approached the figure before him. "What are you doing here?" There was a lingering portal behind this callous being, spiraling and spanning across the room, striking fear into both Dobby and Ashton's hearts. "Why are you here?" A smirk materialized on Flint's elegant countenance. "What else?" He put his hands on his waists, his nose looking down at Jin callously. Jin stopped in front of him. "Seriously, why are you here?" He inched closer to Jin. "I'm here for you. The newest member of our gang." In a tone that made Jin know he was being serious. Dobby stood, and ambled up to Jin, cowardly standing behind him. "Jin," he whispered, "a gang?" "You're in a gang?" Jin looked over his shoulder at him. "No, Dobby, I'm not in a gang." He looked straight ahead at Flint again, his brows faintly furrowed. Ashton also stood behind him. "Gee guys, there's a portal behind him. Can we trust him? Is he another ability runner?" Guys, Jin drawled, "calm down, he's just like Baron, won't hurt you." Dobby scoffed. "TSK, who said I was scared of him?" He took a step forward, standing beside Jin as opposed to behind. Flint, eyes slit, raised a brow at Dobby, and cooed, "Hey, elf, you're a friend of Jin's?" "Yeah." Dobby knotted his brows. "I'm a friend of Jin's. We're his first friends, and we surely haven't met him just a day or two ago like you did." "Yeah." Ashton used a finger to push his glasses higher up his nose bridge. "It's a bit dangerous for you ability runners to be around Jin. If the cops catch you, and Jin's present, he'll get in trouble as well. We can't allow that to happen to him. We're his friends." Flint drew closer to Ashton, standing tall and looking down at him. Slowly, he bent his back remotely, and carried his head closer to Ashton's. Then, a smirk manifested on his face. "You smell like innocent flowers." His face a hair's breadth away from the terrified figure before him. Ashton was mildly shaking, and his face started to redden. Flint simply grinned, and walked away from him. He focused on Dobby now, approaching him with a deliberate gait. "And you," he inched his face closer to Dobby's, "you smell like you're a talker." "Talker?" Dobby averted his eyes. "What do you mean talker?" "Forget it," Flint tittered. "You guys are some good friends." "I'm so glad Jin had you guys before we came," he grinned, edging away from Dobby. He turned to Jin. "Can I speak to you for a minute, Jin?" Flint snapped his fingers and the portal disappeared. "I want to talk to you. Alone." "I'll be on the front porch waiting." With that said, he walked out of the house and stood outside. Jin contemplated the looks on his friends' faces. What's with those looks, Flint? Huh? Dobby's face soured. Ashton wiped the sweat from his forehead. "I don't trust him." Jin grimaced at them. "You two are something else." "I'm gonna go see what Flint wants. I'll be back in a minute." "Okay." Jin walked outside, and closed the front door. He stood on the porch alongside Flint. Flint was simply standing with his hands in his pockets, peering up at the gray sky. Then, a smile appeared on his face. "You've got some good friends. If I stayed a minute longer in there, they might have attacked my ass." Jin chuckled. "No, they won't do anything like that. I think." Flint continued to peer up at the sky. "They're some good friends, but apparently they don't like me so much." Jin folded his arms, and glanced at him. "What were you going to tell me?" He then slowly turned to face Jin. "Got anything planned to do today?" "Yeah, I'm gonna start looking for a job. My grandma's sick, and we're out of cash, so I would give you some cash, but I'm broke right now." "Actually, I'm broker than broke since I'm indebted to Alien." "I think she made replicas of over 300 jugs of beer." Jin raised his brows. "Wha? Since I'm broke, I was gonna continue working today." "You seem to be broke too, so I think you should come work with me. You'll get paid handsomely." "Work where?" "It's a little secret." He placed an index finger on his lips. "I can't tell you. You're gonna have to figure it out yourself." He winked. "Then I'm not coming." Jin pouted. "What?" He furrowed his eyebrows. "I need to take this job thing seriously. I can't slack off like yesterday, Flint. Someone I care about could die." Flint placed a hand on his shoulder. "Jin, you need to trust me on this one. If you work a day with us, you won't have to work for months to come." Jin heaved. "I don't know, man. He gazed down at the floor. Trust me, Jin. Aren't I your friend now? Friends trust each other, you know. We care about you now, so trust us. You really should. It's not that I don't trust you, Jin looked up at him. It's just that I don't wanna slack off like what I did at the bar yesterday. Look, you didn't even have to tell me what kind of job it is. I can't go playing around like that again. He snapped. Jin, you're overthinking things. Just trust us. We all like you a lot. He smiled. Baron's gone crazy over you. Allura's no different from him at all. We all want you by our side. I'm sorry, but I can't just leave my friends here and go to who knows where with you guys. Their parents are worried sick about them not being home for a day. They spent a day at my place, taking care of my grandma. Where was I? Jin. Come on, man, stop babying out on me. He placed both his hands on Jin's face, and inched his face closer to his. Jin, he smiled faintly, you can trust me. We'll get your grandma back on her feet again. He smiled with his mouth partially opened. His cold breath smelled like mint to Jin as he cooed. His eyes were dark, yet they made him look even more attractive. He was indeed elegant, and there was no neglecting this fact. Trust me, Jin. His dangerously lingering charisma was at the cusps of overpowering. Jin felt like he could only yield to the charm given off by it. He felt like he had to listen to him now and relent if he so thought otherwise. Flint's curly, long bangs of his jet black hair that rested on his face blew from the subtly calming gusts of wind. A gentle smile remained on his face that withered away all the vexation, and replaced it with serenity. Jin simply exhaled, and replied, all right, I'll listen to you. I just hope that the job you're talking about is legit. Flint grinned, and looked away. It is. You might even have a good time on the job, and you know, having fun working isn't all that common in this world. The job. Jin gazed over at his neighbor's house. Will Allura be there? Flint started looking at him in quietude. Does he seriously like Allura in such a short space of time? It couldn't be right. Will she be there? If she's there, I think I'll not be able to look her in the face. Not after what happened on that day, not after the kind of dream I had after that day. He shook his head at the thought. Yeah, both Sylvia and Allura will be there as well. Say, a smug painted on Flint's face. Which one of them do you like the most? Is it Sylvia or Allura? Jin blushed and averted his eyes. Silence. I like them both. Easy does it, Jin. He shifted on his toes. I like Allura a lot. But initially, I fell in love with Sylvia at first glance. And after I saw her eyes, he blushed. It was like I fell in love all over again. In truth, he knew it wasn't any love. Really? Yeah. Then, I ended up dancing with Allura. His face crimsoned again, and then we kissed. When that happened, I fell in love with her as well. I honestly don't even know who I would prefer. He knew it wasn't love. But what could it be? Who's more attractive to ya? Sylvia, he blurted, hands down, it's Sylvia. If I was braver, she would have been the woman to give me my first kiss. Not Allura. Let's not forget that Jin's still a virgin. Do not be fooled because of a simple kiss. Sylvia. Flint's look became a glare. You know that's my sister you're hitting on, right? His tone serious. Jin looked at him with widened eyes. What? Who's your sister? He smirked, turning his head. Sylvia. She's my sister. You're bullshitting me. I shit you not, Jin. He chuckled. Sylvia's my sister. Jin snapped. No way, man. You don't even have her eyes. She got that from Mum. Jin knotted his brows. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I didn't have to tell you that. Besides, she doesn't like it when I go around telling people I'm her brother anyway. You still should have told me. Give me one reason not to punch you right now. Flint chuckled. It was quiet for a while until Flint decided to say, I'm heading off now. Get fit and ready for the job tomorrow. He looked at him. Trust me, you'll have fun. Jin looked at him as he headed off. Sylvia's really his sister? Jin woke up the next day, changed into his clothes, fed his grandma breakfast and went back into his bedroom to do his daily task. Task completed, plus 5 exp, 5, 20, level 3. Jin hadn't even broken much of a sweat doing the workout this morning. He had so much on his mind that it distracted him from the pain brought by doing the push-ups. He stood up from the plank position. Well, that was easy. A corner of his lips then quirked up. But I'm not complaining. Turns out I'm getting stronger. Little by little, one of your active skills strengthens, +1 exp, 6, 20, exp, 20. This experience point must be from Grandma, and not Benjamin. Had to lock the thing in the empty room upstairs so that it stops eating just anything it sees. That skill really is op for a first skill. I honestly can't wait to see how powerful the other skills are. Wait a second, he put a hand on his chin. To unlock the skill tab, I had to use a skill. Do I have to use one voluntarily? Because I'm not sure. And that's because my first skill just triggered itself. How's that even possible? Suddenly, a screen appeared before his eyes as if to answer his inquiry. Active skills rely heavily on certain conditional actions for them to be activated. Passive skills are only activated through the user's conscious volition. Well, that just makes this thing even more comparable to an actual game. Given that he knew active skills could be activated autonomously depending on certain conditions, he grew a bit apprehensive about this skill type. He could not have his skills activating on their own, and affecting people he wouldn't want it to affect. But unbeknownst to him, the first skill only affected the people he himself deluded some form of predicament upon. Alright, I'll just check out the skill criterion now. He tapped a finger upon the text in the top right corner of the hovering translucent screen before him, and he was taken to yet another screen. Skills 1. Active skills in use. 1-5. Deceptive delusion. Jin then pressed on the text deceptive delusion and more details came up accordingly. Deceptive delusion. Active. Force a living being into a delusion that shall transition to reality if it is cromulent. More info. Works on any living thing, and translates users' words. Jin didn't understand the second part of the system message, but he understood the first part well. What if the person under the spell stops believing in the delusion? Will everything go back to normal for him? I have to try it on Grandma. If it's not too late. I hope it's not too late. Jin then closed the screen, ambled up to the bathroom, and entered it. After taking a quick shower, he changed into long pants, a white shirt, and a hoodie covering most of this shirt. Flint will be here soon. In the meantime, I'll just chill with Ashton and Dobby. He started walking towards his bedroom door. He left his bedroom, and sat next to Ashton on one of the couches. "How are you guys doing?" he asked, giving them pleasant looks. He already knew the answer to this question. They were worried about him. Dobby looked at him with sagging shoulders. "So where are you going?" "I don't really know," he sighed. "Flint said it's a job." Dobby scoffed. "You sure it isn't some bank heist or something?" "Ability runners are no good," Ashton added. "I'm pretty sure some teens won't try robbing a bloody bank." A wry painted Jin's face. "They're teens with abilities, Jin." Dobby's brows knotted. "I think you don't understand the possibilities brought by having powers." "Guys, I appreciate you sticking out your necks for me all the time," he smiled. "But I'm okay." "No need to go overboard with it, Jin. You're gonna get yourself killed at this rate." Dobby shook his head with glassy eyes. "I don't think it's safe for you to be on the streets, Anima, not with those other races," opined Ashton, peering at Jin who was sitting next to him. "It's okay, guys. I'll come back home unharmed, I promise." Dobby raised a brow. "How can you be so sure?" "I just know I'm not gonna get hurt." He faintly furrowed his brows. "I'm not gonna get hurt because Flint and the others would be there for me." Silence filled the room, as Dobby and Ashton turned their heads away from Jin, not speaking a word more to him. He would get himself in bad trouble at this rate, and they might not be able to save him. They could only sit down and worry. Jin sat there for a few minutes, when suddenly a portal took form in his living room and Flint walked right out of it with a smirk on his face. "You ready, Jin?" Jin stood, nodded his head, and replied, "Yeah." He looked at Dobby and Ashton who both had sour faces. "Guys, remember my promise, I'm gonna come back unharmed just as I promised. No need to worry about me so much." Silence as he peered at him. They chose not to respond again. Flint cleared his throat, getting Jin's attention. "Let's go." His head beckoned him to enter the portal. "Okay." Jin gave his friends one last look, turned his head, and walked into the portal. Flint looked at Ashton and Dobby, smirked, and shook his head. And finally, he entered the portal and it magically closed. On the other side of the portal, Jin was in the shadows of the streets alongside Flint, Crod, Baron, Allura, and Sylvia. Everyone was wearing black including himself. "Oh, Jin," Allura smiled, "you're here." Leaning on a concrete wall, Sylvia gave him a half-suppressed smile. "Took you long enough." Crod looked at him. "Oh, it's you again. That weird mate." "Baron is ready for the mission." Allura walked up to him with a mask in her hand. "You might wanna take this." She handed it to him. Jin held it in his hands. "What's this?" He peered down at it. It was a completely white mask with laughing eyes and a wide grin. "A mask?" He grimaced at her. "Yeah." She droned in a dull tone. "What am I gonna do with a mask?" he questioned, furrowing his brows a bit. Baron stood next to Allura. "Baron thinks you have to wear the mask." "I know that already, Baron, but why?" Allura then turned to face Flint. She slightly raised a brow in a bitter way. "You didn't tell him?" "Tell me what?" Sylvia peered at him. "About the mission." Flint walked past Allura, and stopped in front of him. "Jin, what we're gonna do is rob some. I know, it's insane but hear me out, okay?" Jin knotted his brows. "What the fuck?" "No way, man." He took a step back. Allura rolled her eyes. "Here we go again." Crod, leaning on the wall, bellowed, "You fucked up real bad, Flint," in an incredibly deep tone. "You fucked up real bad." Flint raised both his hands in an effort to calm Jin down. "I know it's insane. Try to keep quiet though, don't shout." "We're near a police station." "You're insane." "We're gonna rob someone near a police station?" He edged away. Flint still had the never to manifest an arrogant smirk. I know." He inched closer. "I'm insane. I thought you already know I am. Look, I'm sorry I didn't tell you about it, but if I didn't you wouldn't be here right now." He continued. "There's a lot in it for you, Jin. If we succeed, you won't even have to work for months and months to come. Just trust me on this one, everything will go smoothly." Jin edged away from him. "I'm out. No way I'm gonna risk things this big. It's a gamble even standing out here right now. Cameras could be detecting our faces for all we know." "Jin, calm down, man. You need to trust me again." "What happened to your trust?" "Trust me." "Trust us." Raised his brows. "Why would I trust you when I know I'm gonna get in trouble?" "How naive do you think I truly am?" Flint pointedly peered at Allura, as if to command her silently. Immediately, she looked at Jin again, and started tossing her hips from side to side as she walked up to him. He walked away from her, until his back was slumped to the mossy wall behind him. But she continued to inch closer. "What are you doing?" he asked, brimming with apprehension. She stopped in front of him. "I'm gonna make your balls grow," her tone getting seductive. "What do you mean?" She inched closer, looking up at him as her breasts came into contact with his chest. She slowly carried her head closer to his. Quickly, he turned his head away from her, but just like last time, this did not stop her. She put her hands on his face and turned his head to allow him to look directly down at her face. She then quickly pushed her head towards his, and started kissing him right then. Her sweet saliva entered his mouth as she slipped her tongue through his lips. Jin was going to push her away, but having smelt her sweet perfume, and acknowledged her seducing presence, he relented. He closed his eyes and yielded. He felt compelled. She dropped the last bomb when her opened eyes started to glow pink. There were glimmering glitters surrounding their bodies as they kissed. And as the glowing disappeared, she let go of him, and walked away. "Spell detected, +2 resistance, you are bewitched." Allura stood next to Flint. "Are you ready to do the mission now, Jin?" asked Flint, smirking with his arms folded. "No way." He shook his head. "It's too risky." "Are you?" interjected Allura. "Ready to do the mission now, Jin?" A smirk appeared on her face as well. Jin's eyes immediately glowed pink. He quickly nodded his head. "Yes, Allura." "I'm ready to do the mission." Flint stood in front of Jin. "Jin, the mission's simple. Just as I said. We're gonna rob someone. Our target is a drug lord, selling magic drugs and stimulants to even athletes. Today." He folded his arms again. "In around 20 minutes, he'll be switching from one vehicle to another, alongside his highly trained bodyguards. Listen up well though, comrades. These highly trained bodyguards obviously have abilities." He smirked. "A friend of mine managed to figure out exactly what these abilities are. So there are 4 bodyguard size. Eric's not risking it for anything. He needs all the men he can get to protect him. Even if he's just opening a fridge in his own house, he jested. Our insider revealed Eric's schedule to us. Every Friday he goes to a specific place, switching from vehicle to another for reasons still unknown. He needs 4 bodyguards because someone already tried attacking his ass recently. 2 of these bodyguards are armed with firearms. They're the ones who will stand behind him as opposed to the guys with abilities who'll stand in front. The one with hair possesses an earth ability, whereas the other, with a bald head, possesses superhuman strength. I'll attack the bodyguards alongside Crod and Baron. Allura will distract the men as planned, drawing their attention to her body for us to get a chance to ambush them. And Jin and Sylvia will keep watch for us, making sure that no cops near the police station show up. To inform each other about trouble, we'll use earpieces to communicate with each other. When the assault team, which is my team, is finished taking down the bodyguards, we'll enlighten you, and then we'll all make the run with the help of a portal. Simple. Jin, with dedicated eyes, nodded his head. Simple. But where are we keeping watch? And what are we gonna do if the cops show up? Jin had many more questions, but the spell had blinded him a bit, and he chose not to ask them. He was even going as far as to ask how Flint's team was going to take down trained bodyguards, but he relented. Flint looked at him. The assault team would just scram with a portal, if the police show up, of course. He smirked. Sylvia will lead you to where you're gonna be keeping watch. As soon as you get there, wear your masks. Sylvia grimaced at him. Masks? What the hell was he talking about? She raised a brow. Aren't me and Jin going near the police station? And wouldn't wearing masks and dressing in black draw suspicion? Upon hearing Sylvia, Flint paused as realization dawned on his face. He laughed aloud, and said, "Never mind. You guys'll have to take off those clothes and just blend in. No masks either." He scratched the back of his head. His face tinged in embarrassment. So, he clasped his hands together. "Are you guys ready?" He looked down at his wristband. "We have only 12 more minutes to get in position." "Ready, boss," replied Grodd, getting up from a sitting position. The assault team gathered together. They put on their monkey masks, and amped up for the mission that was about to dawn. Jin watched as Allura changed into exotic schoolgirl clothes. She wore a white skirt that was so short that if the wind were to blow the slightest bit, it would reveal her pink underwear to the world. Her top covered only some of her breasts, leaving her lower body uncovered and appearing as a crop top. She also wore white fishnet stockings that reached her lower thighs. What's more, she wore long eyelashes, and did her makeup over 70 times faster than Jin could. Jin quickly bolted upright, and spun around when he was caught looking at Allura. Huh? Dumbfounded. He acted stupid. It was Sylvia who had called him. She stood before him, still wearing her black jacket. "Are you coming or not?" "Yeah, I am." "Then take off those clothes." His face crimsoned. "Huh? We can't both wear black." "You got anything under the jacket?" "Yeah, a white shirt," he replied, looking down at his apparel. "That'll do." Jin then took her off his jacket, and rested it in a corner of the alley they were amidst. He stood wearing his long, black pants, and a plain, white shirt. The assault team, all wearing the same monkey masks, got ready. Baron had a handgun in his possession, and Crod had a metal baseball bat in his hands. Whereas, Flint was empty-handed. Crod lifted the bat, placing it on his shoulder while a hand was still clutched onto it. "I'm ready for action." "Can't wait to bash in some faces." Flint turned to him, narrowing his eyes. "You're not bashing in any faces today unless your life's on the line." Allura rocked her hips as she walked past the assault team. "Guys, I'm going in." She fixed her tiny earpiece. Baron placed an index on his earpiece. "Baron is ready." Flint also adjusted his earpiece, and spoke into it. "Allura, are you hearing me?" Allura had already walked off, but he could hear her speaking into the comms. "Copy." "All right." "Jin, Sylvia, get in position." Flint looked over at Jin. "All right, follow me." "Jin," commanded Sylvia, adjusting her earpiece. Jin started to follow Sylvia, leaving the assault team in the dark alley of the streets. They briskly walked upon the pavements, passing civilians of different races. They only stopped when they were at a four-way junction, merely a few meters away from the place where the assault team was supposed to act. At the junction, they stood on the pavement. The road in that area was reminiscent of a cross-to-Jin, 4 different road pathways that can possibly be taken. There was a police station a few meters down the pathway to their left, and their job was to only report to the assault team if the police drove up from the station, took a right turn and drove straight ahead where Flint and the others were. And so, they remained on the junction, keeping an eye out for the cops that might swim into view. What was clear to any citizen in this world was that police officers are the last people you want to mess with. They were controlling everything, even going as far as to have many lots of land for their police stations that they only built these stations on and never used the rest. Ordinary citizens were not allowed to enter certain streets where a police station alone was. They were only allowed if they were going to make a report. If you were to get caught being close to the police without having the resolution of making a report there, you would be subjected to getting into severe trouble. Sylvia peered at Jin. "Hey, Jin, huh?" He looked at her. "What are you doing? Why are you looking up at the sky so much?" "I'm sorry, but this is no place for daydreaming." "I'm sorry, it's just that the sky's so dark when we're in the middle of the day. I think it's gonna rain." "I don't know." "Oh, and?" He turned completely to face her. "Can the others actually take down those highly skilled bodyguards?" Sylvia continued looking out for the police, shifting her attention away from Jin. After working with Flint and the others for a while, she heaved. "All they managed to do was take me by surprise." "So you're saying they can take down those guys?" She glanced at him. "I suppose." Jin drew closer until they were standing side by side. "They must be strong. Trust me. You've seen nothing yet." "Also," he glimpsed at her, "I had no idea you were Flint's sister." She looked at him from the corner of her eyes. "He told you that?" He blushed. "Yeah, he did." "Wait," he grimaced, "you're not his sister?" She averted her eyes. "Yeah, but I just don't see why he'd tell you." "Oh, okay. You two look nothing alike. I don't see any resemblance." "Why'd you say that?" She lent him an eye. "You two are both good lookers, but..." He turned his head to get a better look at her. "I still don't." His words were cut short by utter shock, for the turning of his face allowed him to see not only Sylvia but someone behind them. At the corner of his eyes. Quickly, he used all of his body weight to shove Sylvia out of the way. As a result, he received the hit to his back that was intended for her. Jin had shoved Sylvia out of the way, and took a powerful hit for her. Sylvia went pitching away from him, and had struggled to regain her balance from his push. "Run, Sylvia!" Quickly, she started running away. She didn't think twice about it, though. She certainly did look back. What was going on? From the impact of the powerful blow, Jin was knocked down. Both his chest and his face aggressively collided with the pavement. He clenched his teeth, and raised his head up from the floor, blood trickling down from his nostrils. Given that he had crashed face first into the ground, he placed his palms onto the floor, and was about to push himself up, when suddenly the figure used its foot to stomp him on his head in a downward motion, knocking him down yet again. "You ain't going anywhere, so just forget about it." "Shit, I'm in trouble." "Why'd he just attack us?" "His uniform, I only had one glimpse at it, but he's got to be a cop." The figure then moved his foot and rolled Jin over to his back. Their identities were promptly revealed to each other. Coincidence froze their hearts. The figure wore dark shades, possessed a well-groomed beard, chiseled face, and brown hair. Upon taking his physique into account, recognition dawned on Jin's face. "Why you that cop?" The figure was that officer who, on the last day of school, had pinned Jin down to the floor, and cruelly burned his back with the help of a fire ability. His name was Officer Clark. He towered over Jin, his nose callously looking down at him as the rain burst down from the gray skies and showered the surface with water bullets. He stood in the rain with a menacing stance, ruthlessness voiding out from his body and diffusing through the air. A smirk molded itself on his face as he peered down at Jin. "Hey, you're that kid who ran away from me." His droning voice desperate yet soothing. "I ran away," Jin gritted his teeth, "'cause I didn't do anything. You just wanted to turn me in so that you get a little promotion point or two." The officer faintly furrowed his eyebrows, and stomped on Jin's leg. causing him to groan while writhing in pain. Speaking to a law enforcement officer like that won't get you nowhere but behind bars, little shit. Jin remained silent this time. Now, what do you think you're doing here? Once more, Jin chose not to respond to the officer for he feared getting into even more trouble. Answer me, he snarled, stomping on Jin's stomach this time. As soon as he had done so, Jin's body jerked from a belly trauma. He began to hold his abdomen, rolling side to side in agony, curling up like a paranoid millipede. I'm repeating myself. What are you doing here? I was just standing with my friend, when out of nowhere, I saw that you were going to hit her with a baton behind her fucking head. That's it, the officer hissed. I've had it with you, kid. He extended his baton with his eyes downcast at Jin. That's no way to speak to an officer, and I told you that already. For this, I'm gonna burn your ass to ash before I turn you in, little punk. He stood in the heavy rain, glaring at Jin like a man-eating monster that lurks in the shadows, waiting to ambush its prey. Prowling, menacing. Upon looking at this man, Jin could see nothing but evil. The officer held an extended, metal baton in his right hand, when suddenly it incinerated, combusting into loud, sputtering, malicious flames that would devour anything in its path. Then, that smirk reappeared on the officer's face as he raised his flaming baton, charging it up with force to in turn swing and hit the teenage boy in his presence. Since I can't teach you how to respect me, know for a fact my flames of hell will. He was about to swing down at Jin, when suddenly he received a powerful kick to a knee of his. His body jolted back. The kick was from below. He took a step away from Jin, and started looking at the place where had received the blow. Upon doing this, he could see a filthy mark on his uniform from Jin's dirty shoe sole. Quickly, he averted his eyes from his pants and directed them at Jin. Now brimming with malice, he began to grit his teeth uncontrollably, his body shuddering on its own, adrenaline coursing through his veins. No doubt about it, was ready to retaliate. Jin knowingly started to attempt fleeing right away. His heart was racing in his chest as he tried pushing himself up from the pavement. He turned the opposite direction of the infuriated officer and was about to make a run for it. But unbeknownst to him, the officer was about to fire something at him that would knock him off his jittery, trembling feet yet again. The officer uttered, "To hell with that. I'd allow you to go there, but not alive." Then as Jin got on his feet again, the officer raised his left hand, and took aim at Jin, his palm pointing outwards. A smirk had appeared on his face as this said hand combusted into flames. A round, scorching fireball conjured up, hovering in his palm while manifesting from his energy. Furthermore, before Jin could take 3 steps, the fireball bolted from the cop's hand and went flying toward his body. Consequently, the fireball hit Jin to the middle of his back. The force it had exerted onto his body caused him to get knocked over again. His body crashed into the ground, and his white shirt quickly was set aflames. He rolled over to his back and started squirming around in light of putting the fire out. As soon as he had put the fire out with the help of the surface he laid upon, a screen appeared before his eyes and lingered. HP, 7/10, new task, defeat your opponent, reward, 235 exp, only 235 exp. How did it even show 500 as the reward for taking Allura down? Fuck it, no time to think about that. I don't stand a chance. I gotta get outta here now and fast. While laying flat on his back, Jin tossed his eyes up at the officer who stood no more than 4 meters away from him. The cop was charging up another fireball and his hand seemed to be aiming for Jin's head this time. It's raining. The water might mildly mess with his fire ability. As soon as the officer's hand jerked back like a gun would when one pulls the trigger, Jin quickly rolled rightwardly and the fireball missed him this time. It went hitting the precise spot he lingered at before evading the attack. The officer was even more infuriated. He quickly took aim again, and was about to shoot his fastest fireball yet, when suddenly his body jolted forward, throwing off his aim yet still sending the fireball blasting towards Jin's body. Despite having his aim thrown off, the fireball still succeeded in hitting Jin's leg as opposed to his initial intent of hitting the upper body. Jin had been knocked down for the 3rd time. The officer still had no idea what hit him and had thrown off his aim. He was about to collapse but quickly steadied his balance again. He had regained his balance only to receive yet another blow from the behind. His body jerked. Swiftly he spun around, and in an instant, he managed to land eyes upon a figure, but in the other, the figure was gone, followed by a strange warping sound. Before he could turn around, he received another hit, this time to his left lower quadrant, resulting in an excruciating kidney shot. He was confused and at rage concurrently. His anger took up its remote and started to take control of his body. His baton was still in his dominant hand, so he quickly caused it to incinerate. He began to spin it in a circular motion. A luminous contrail of sputtering, red flames followed his baton, soaring through the air. And eventually, the figure who was still unbeknown to him finally received a heavy blow. The unbeknown figure received the spinning blow to the back of his head, and fell to the pavement. The officer looked down at the figure, and grabbed it by its head. The figure's identity had been concealed by a monkey mask. Officer Clark yanked it off of the person's head. His identity was revealed. When Jin saw who this figure truly was, his eyes widened as he instantly became dazed. He stopped attempting to get up, and quickly cried, "Baron! You're another kid, huh?" Officer Clark entangled his fingers in Baron's jet black hair. "That other kid shouted out your name. He's your friend, ain't he? Well, good for you, Elf. I'm sending you straight to hell alongside him. Just how nice of a guy am I truly?" Suddenly, Baron had disappeared, leaving Officer Clark, whose smirk now disappeared as well, holding nothing but her. What's more, Baron started teleporting at jarring speeds, disappearing and appearing over and over again. And every time he reappeared in a different place, he delivered a blow to Officer Clark. Jin knew that at this rate, the cop would be taken down. But he also knew that there was no telling what this cop could do with his fire ability, and what the limits of this ability was. Officer Clark had received over 50 hits, yet he managed to keep his balance. Suddenly, the wholeness of his arms erupted into flames, burning away the short sleeves of his uniform. What's more, as soon as he received a hit, he started anticipating the next one. When Baron had punched him to his face, he quickly retaliated with a powerful, belt, flaming fist. Rotating his body, pivoting on his toe, he launched his fist into Baron's abdomen in an upward motion, performing a stunning, sputtering uppercut. The uppercut was even so powerful that it had raised Baron up from his feet for a split second. Baron's eyes quickly bulged as he dropped to his knees. He doubled over. He groaned in pain, holding his abdomen as he brought up quantities of his own blood in his mouth. He slowly spat out the mouthful of blood onto the pavement, and collapsed right then. Having seen this, Jin's eyes moistened and he screamed to the top of his lungs, "Baron!" Baron laid listlessly on the floor, with his eyes closed. He could not utter a word. Bleeding silence. The civilians who were witnessing this battle kept their distances, some even going so far as to hurry away, leaving the area almost vacant of people. After all, it was raining, and no one would want to stand in the rain, especially not to spectate the unveiling horror at the junction. Officer Clark had a smirk on his face as he turned to Jin, who was still on the floor. Jin's leg was bleeding from the fireball. He struggled to get up, and started staggering in the opposite direction, limping on the injured leg. The cop knotted his brows. "You escaped from me last time. It ain't happening again." He quickly shot a fireball at Jin. The attack caused Jin to almost collapse, but he clenched his teeth, and quickly steadied. Luckily, this time the attack didn't set a part of his body aflames. The officer conjured up his biggest fireball yet, this one spanning about the width of his body. "I said you're not escaping me," he snarled, aggression flooding in his tone. He fired the attack from his hands, and it went darting towards Jin, who had been trying to escape. Jin couldn't hear what was coming after him while he tried to escape, provided that the rain was falling heavily. He continued running, when out of nowhere, his instinct caused him to look over his shoulder. He looked over his shoulder only to see a massive fireball fast approaching his edging body. His body began to act instinctively. He quickly attempts to roll forward, in order to get so low that the fireball misses him. However, his evade was to no avail. At the cusps of his evade, he felt the fireball collide with his back. He was subsequently sent lurching in the opposite direction of the impact. In short, he was thrust about 2 meters forward, and had collapsed, falling face first yet again. HP, 5/10. His entire shirt was bursting up in flames, so he, in a sitting position, quickly held the lower part of it, pulled it over his head, passed the sleeves through the rest of his arms, and tossed it away from him. He quickly got up on his feet again, and turned to the opposite direction of the cop once more, when suddenly, Clark smacked him to the back of his head, causing his body to tumble. He, wearing no shirt, had fallen again. The right side of his face was against the concrete pavement. His body sprawled out on the floor. His vision was blurred. His head started to ache. He felt as if life had been knocked out of him. He could not move from the spot, and he quickly accepted what seemed like his inevitable demise. HP, 2/10. So this is where it all ends, huh? It felt like forever, although school had only closed a couple of days ago. The officer's entire arm combusted into flames again, and he balled his fists while looking down at the prey he was about to finish off. I should have listened to my friends, not my new ones, the friends I've known since I was little. I can't blame myself completely for what happened today, because I didn't know we were going to do any of this. Clark pulled his flaming arm back, raising his clenched fist as high as his shoulders. But right after Allura kissed me. I felt as though I couldn't disobey her for nothing. What did she do to me? See ya someday in hell, kid. I would summon Levitine, but my cover would just be blown. And I don't even know if I can lift it. On top of that, summoning the thing might kill me instead. I'll just die. Sorry Grandma. The officer was about to brutally end Jin with a fatality. He held Jin by his hair, pulling him up from the ground and to his knees, to in turn allow himself to hit him easier. His arm went launching forward, a contrail of lingering flames followed. The arm went darting toward Jin's head. Ashton and Dobby sat next to each other with their bodies lounged in their seats, drinking energy drinks from cans. I hope Jin's doing well, Ashton heaved. Dobby snarled, I'm through with worrying about him. All he does is make us hide our tails between our legs all day. Ashton drank from his can, swallowed, and looked at Dobby again. He's like that one kid who's always doing some nonsense, and we're like his worried parents. His voice trailed off as he drank from the can again. Never, Dobby sneered, say something like that again. Ashton grimaced. What did I say? You called us his parents, which implies that we're in a relationship that isn't platonic. He snapped. Calm down, Ashton narrowed his eyes. It won't happen again. I wasn't even implying anything. I hope you weren't. I wasn't. Dobby's anger withers away. Did Miss Pierce eat what we made for her? The ramen? Yeah, she did. Okay, he drawled. He then glanced at Ashton again. What about Jin's stupid dog? Ashton shook his head. Benjamin's still eating anything he sees that can fit in his mouth. I gave him some water a while ago. I wonder why he's eating like that. All of a sudden, Dobby's eyebrows faintly furrowed. I've got a feeling Jin hasn't been feeding him and that's why he's like that. Ashton peered at him. You think so? Yeah. I thought Jin loved his dog. Ashton drank some more of his drink. Why would he not feed it? Because, Dobby hissed, he's too busy partying, so busy partying that he can't even take care of his own grandmother and his dog. You know, I never thought Jin would turn out to be someone to go to parties and stuff. Either me. I just hope he's alright. Ashton, Dobby looked at him. Have your mother called you today? Curiosity sweetened his usually bitter tone. Actually, yeah, he replied. She did earlier this morning. She's kinda worried about me being here at Jin's place. I think she might even come pick me up today. Have your uncle called? No. Dobby gazed at the floor. A pause. He didn't. Why not? He called yesterday and I told him that I was at a friend's place. He doesn't care much about what friend I'm with. He sighed. He already considers me an adult, so he wouldn't care too much about where I am. Ashton could tell that he somehow became uneasy all of a sudden, and began to worry. He slowly looked at him, and asked, You okay? Dobby looked at him. Yeah, I am. Why do you ask? Nothing. Ashton's eyes averted. You looked kinda upset. But I'm sure that's because of Jin. Dobby tinged. Of course it is. Ashton heaved. I feel like our friendship is just falling apart slowly. He paused and then amended. Actually, it is already falling apart. Don't you think? Dobby gazed up at the ceiling. He sank to sigh with words. Yeah, we keep losing Tristan. I have no idea what's gotten into him. And Jin, he let out another sigh. At this rate, we're losing him for sure as well. I just didn't think Jin would be the one to change so suddenly. Yeah, Ashton acknowledged. I feel like we might lose Jin as well. I just always thought Jin would be the last one standing strong and holding our friendship firmly. Well, Dobby looked at him. He's still holding a friendship firmly, he droned. Just not ours anymore. Ashton frowned, worry in his eyes. We've known each other for so long. I don't think I can live without you guys. Dobby, he peered at him. You're gonna walk away from our friendship too, aren't you? Dobby turned his head to face him. Silence. Then, he inched closer to him on the seat, and put an arm around his shoulder. Fuck number. I'm not leaving you for nothing, pal. You're one weird guy, like really weird, and I'm telling you that, but our friendship is gonna last forever. When the others leave, it'll just be me and you, Ashton. Forever. Ashton smiled at him. His cheeks flushed. Thanks, Dobby. Then would you, he gleamed, stop bullying me now? Dobby released him, and narrowed his eyes. Don't push it. Worth the shot? It became silent for a while, until Ashton decided to say, the guy who came out of the portal seemed cool. Who? The Flint guy? Dobby sneered upon calling the name. I don't like him. And I don't trust him, confessed Ashton. Yeah, you're right, Ash. I don't like him either. There's like danger associated with the guy's presence. Not that I'm scared of him or anything, but I feel like he's dangerous and Jin shouldn't consort with him and his gang. After all, ability runners are usually suddenly two figures appeared amidst the living room where they resided. Ashton and Dobby's dazed eyes quickly widened in shock, having seen who these two figures were. Dobby quickly flew up from his seat, lunging toward the two beings in his presence. He lamented, Baron, Jin? Officer Clark's flaming fist went thrusting toward Jin's head. Jin accepted his fatality in that he could not move to in turn evade the forthcoming attack. Hopelessness, weakness. He hated these things. The fist came launching toward him when suddenly, before he could receive the finishing blow from the cop, he found himself in a different location, peering up at a ceiling. He was laying on a carpet, and his eyes were directed at a ceiling. He knew exactly what carpet he was laying on, and he knew exactly what ceiling he was staring at. Home. He was home. He, flat on his back, looked forward a little only to see Baron over him and on his knees. Baron must have teleported us out of there. Then he heard, ability runners are usually a pause. That voice. It was definitely Dobby's. Dobby pounced up from the chair. Baron? Exclamation mark. Jin? Exclamation mark. He lunged toward the two, and swirled on his feet as he sent a kick into Baron's face. Baron was knocked back from the incursion. He laid flat on his back just like Jin had been doing. Unbeknown to him, Dobby was not yet finished. Dobby stood in front of him as he laid there, bent over, and clasped his hands to the shirt underneath his black jacket. He raised him up from the floor a bit, and sent a fist into his face. Baron's head jolted back from the punch, and he was knocked back down to the floor again. Dobby still wasn't finished. No, he wasn't satisfied. These ability runners were messing with the wrong people at the wrong time. You fucking bastard. You hurt Jin, didn't you? His voice trailed off as he grabbed Baron's shirt again. He sent a self-damaging jab into the black-haired elf's face. As Baron's body collides with the floor again, Dobby shakes off the pain from his hand. A searing pain. His bones cracked. Even if it was broken, didn't care. I told you I weren't gonna fucking spare your ass just because you're an elf like me, he hissed, grabbing Baron's shirt again. Suddenly, Ashton stood next to Dobby. His facial expression indecipherable. Dobby, stop, he yelled. Dobby's fist came to a halt midway through his attack. His fist lingering before Baron's swollen face. He turned his head to face Ashton. What? Ashton, what? I said stop. Ashton bent over and clasped a hand to Baron's shirt. Dobby let go of him. What the fuck, man? When suddenly, Ashton shot a jarring fist into Baron's face. Baron's head collided with the floor. He tumbled again. It was the hardest hit he's received yet. As weak as he was from the cop's barrage of attacks, he couldn't defend himself. As agony began to take its course, Ashton quickly held his hand and started to wail in pain. "Ouch, it hurts." "What a blow, Ash." Dobby pushed a sleeve higher up his arm. "Let's finish this motherfucker." "For Jin." Ashton nodded his head. "Right." They both looked down at Baron. They were about to attack again, when suddenly they heard a husky voice. "Ashton, Dobby." "Guys, stop." Slowly, they both turned around and looked down at Jin. "Jin?" they both uttered in unison. Jin winced as he tried moving. "Baron. Saved me." His tone trembling. The two quickly rushed over to him. Moisture began to drench Ashton's eyes. "Jin," he frowned, "you're bleeding." Dobby, gritting his teeth, slapped Jin to his face. "You asshole. I told you not to consort with ability runners." He clutched his hands to his neck. Ashton pushed him. "Don't hit him, he's hurt." Down his cheek, a tear trickled. Baron stood up from the ground, and walked over to the others. His body doubled over while he held his abdomen. Dobby glared at him. "What are you doing over here?" "It's your fault," he sniffled. "You ability runners are no good." Jin held Dobby's hand, seizing the fullness of his attention. "Doomed," he uttered. Hints of agony advertised itself on his face. He wanted to say more but couldn't. Ashton held Jin's other hand. "Dobby, Jin said that Baron saved him. You shouldn't hurt him anymore." Dobby looked back up at Baron who had been standing there, and asked, "That true? You saved Jin?" He nodded his head. "Explain," Dobby commanded. "Explain to us what happened. And we wanna hear all of it," Ashton finished. Baron heaved. "Baron is sorry." Baron cannot speak as Baron's in pain and has trouble speaking with disorder. "We'll keep it short." "Well?" Dobby raised a brow. "We were going to rob a wicked drug lord. Jin and Sylvia were supposed to look out for us, while Baron, Crod, and Flint were an assault team. Assault team was supposed to attack drug lord and steal money. While attacking drug lord, Baron heard Sylvia saying Jin was in trouble through comms. Only Baron acted. Baron teleported over to Jin, and helped him fight cop." "Fight a cop?" Ashton echoed. Dobby glanced at him. "Let him finish." He focused on Baron again. Baron was taken down. Baron continued. "Cop attacked Jin." "Cop hurt Jin," he coughed. "Cop was about to kill Jin, when Baron teleported Jin away." He frowned. Dobby heaved, as he peered down at Jin. He shook his head. "You're one huge asshole, Jin." "What did I tell you about those ability runners?" Ashton's eyes suddenly widened. They widened when he landed them upon the blood beneath Jin's head. The blood had been oozing out from the wound behind his head, and trickling onto the carpet he had been laying on. "Look, he's bleeding a lot." Ashton raised Jin's head. Dobby helped him put Jin in a sitting position, and they both held his body up. Keeping his body in this position, behind Jin's head, Ashton searched for the source of the blood and he quickly stumbled across it. It was evident on his part that Jin's head was burst. "Dobby, his head, we need to stop the bleeding." Dobby had also found the injury on Jin's leg. His leg has been burnt pretty badly. It looks swollen as well. Ashton stood. "I'm gonna go get some ice packs from the fridge." "Do that." He hurried off. Dobby gently slapped Jin to his cheek. "Hang in there, buddy. We're gonna fix you up." "I don't know what hit you behind your head so bad. I'm pretty sure a hit like that would damage some part of your brain. When you survive this, Jin," he raised an index finger, "I'm gonna fuck you up." Dobby quickly took off his shirt, wrapped it up a bit, and placed it on the wound behind Jin's head. He continued to place pressure on it in light of slowing the bleeding. A screen suddenly appeared before Jin's face. "HP 1, I''m bleeding out." I know, but don't worry, okay? I'm here for you now." "Me and Ashton, we're here." "There's nothing to worry about anymore, you hear me, Jin? Don't worry," Dobby consoled him. "Baron will go get a doctor." Suddenly Baron disappeared. "How are you gonna do that?" He then looked down at Jin again. "You should have listened to us. Actually, there's no time to scold you now. There'll be plenty of time later." Dobby furrowed his eyebrows. "And you better not die on us, you hear me?" Ashton returned with the bag of ice and gave it to Dobby. "Here." Dobby removed the cloth from Jin's head, and placed the ice pack instead. "What took you so long, Ashton?" "The fridge is right there in the kitchen." "Where'd you go for so long?" "I'm sorry, he apologized. Guilt tossed his head elsewhere. What about his leg? Don't worry about that for now. The head's what we got to worry about. We can always ice and elevate that later. Panic-stricken, Ashton's heart throbbed as his breathing accentuated. How's he losing so much blood? Please calm down, Ash, Dobby cried. You have me out of character here. You're right. I'm sorry. Suddenly, Baron appeared with a person dressed in all white before him. It was a female doctor. She had her hair in a bun, and she possessed an aquiline nose, and tanned skin. What? Her eyes swept the room. What am I doing here? She stuttered, mildly trembling. Baron stood in front of her. Heal Baron's friend no, he commanded, looking daggers at the bewildered woman. She grimaced. Who is Baron's friend? Who's Baron? Over here, called Dobby, grabbing her attention. She looked down at Jin, and quickly deduced that he was on the verge of certain death. She quickly rushed over to them. With a conspicuously nervous gait, she went down to her knees, and placed a hand on his chest. A pulse. He's still alive. But this is surely a lot of blood he's losing for a kid. She looked at Ashton and Dobby. You four are only kids. How did he manage to get hurt this badly? No time to explain. Woman, heal him quickly, Dobby hissed. She quickly looked down at Jin. Her palms quickly began to luminously glow green as he placed them against his chest. The others all watched with hope that she succeeded in healing him. They watched as the wound on his left calf withered away. First the wound started to close, the flesh regenerating. Then, the swelling vanished from existence. They were then looking at a leg that looked unharmed and perfectly normal. HP, 5/10. Okay, this is all I can do. The doctor winced as she edged her hands away from his body. Are you okay, Doc? Asked Ashton, adjusting his glasses. He only asked this question after having seen remarkable agony on her countenance. Healing a living being passes a fraction of its pain to the healer. She looked at Ashton. But I'll be fine. Is his head healed? She peered at Dobby, shaking her head. Not completely. I'm afraid this matter is more serious than I thought. Dobby's eyes widened. What do you mean? She slowly gazed down at Jin, who had been laying on his back, and on her face, a nuance conjured. I'm afraid there is something more. Something prevented me from healing him fully. A dark energy that is covering his body with an anti-magic effect. His body it won't take my healing. Fear painted itself all over Ashton's face. What do you mean? Curiosity cocked his head. I'm saying that your friend is bewitched. Her eyes darken. I don't get it. Dobby grimaced. Ashton raised a brow, suggesting that Jin's under a spell. She did not respond. Answer the question. Damn it, snarled Dobby. She was a grown woman but he didn't care. He's under 3 spells. She blurted. 3? Correct. We have no time for that now. Ashton tossed his head over at Baron. Hey, Baron. What kind of ability did the cop have? He folded his arm. Baron thinks the cop had fire ability. A fire ability? I don't think a fire ability could put one under a spell. Ashton put a hand on his chin. Unless what? Questioned Dobby. Unless he either has some other enhancement ability that enhances a pre-existing one like his fire for example, or he probably has another ability or something. I don't know. He was about to say something else, but revoked. Oh, I think I got something. He could have suddenly. Tristan burst through the front door, and darted into the house, sliding on his feet. I'm here, he panted. Where's Jin? Tristan? Dobby grimaced. What are you doing here? Tristan, with a look on his face that seemed impenetrable, ambled over to them. He went down to the floor. His knees collided with the ground. Ashton moved aside as Tristan then held Jin's hand. The doctor stood, making way for him as well. Jin. I'm sorry. His lips began to tremble. I'm really fucking sorry. He quickly bit his lip to stop himself from bursting like a cloud. I should have been here you guys, he sniffled, but I wasn't. It's all my fault. It all is. I'm a fucking selfish arsehole. A tear trickled down his cheek. Please. Forgive me. And if you can't, scold me until I forgive myself. Suddenly, a screen appeared before Jin. Successor revelation in 3 minutes 59 seconds. Somebody. Tristan's eyes swept the room. Anybody? His voice trailed off as he looked at Jin again. Tell me what happened to him. Ashton averted his eyes. He tried making money for his grandma who's currently ill. A cop ended up almost killing him. But he still might end up dying as the doctor here can't fully rehabilitate his body. Tears lingered in Tristan's sorrowful eyes. He assumed that Jin was at the verge of death. I should have been here to help him with the money he needed. Tristan knew exactly what Jin had attempted to do for the money, and he blamed himself for everything. He sniffled, "Thank you, Ash." He looked at Ashton. "Thank you for calling me here despite knowing what I've done to you guys last time." Dobby grimaced at Ashton, and muttered, "You brought him here?" His tone rose. His face soured. Ashton nodded his head in response, a response to which Dobby maliciously peered at him and stroked an index finger across his very own neck. Tristan frowned, guilt glimmering in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Jin. Who did this to you?" "It was the cop." "But a bunch of ability runners suggested this kind of job to him," answered Ashton. "Ability runners?" Tristan turned his head to face him with glassy eyes. "Yes. One of them's right over there." Ashton pointed a finger over at Baron. Tristan looked over at him, and stood. Then, he started approaching him. The rage that resided within him seethed. His rather sluggish gait then transitioned to the cusps of a full-on lunge. He went charging towards Baron. Baron became apprehensive, fright written all over his face. Tristan hurled a heavy fist at what seemed like the air, for Baron had suddenly disappeared. The doctor was gone as well. "Where'd the motherfucker go?" His head scans the room. "He's got a teleportation ability, truly a rare find," remarked Ashton, pushing his glasses higher up his nose bridge with a finger. Tristan scowled. "Ability runners," he scoffed. "Sure right they are." "Cowards." Tristan walked back over to the others. He sat beside Jin, holding his hands again. "I'm sorry, Jin. Please heal up, okay?" Dobby seized Gin's hand. "Better not die on us. If you die on you'll kill you." Ashton furrowed his brows. "We're gonna make sure something like this doesn't reoccur," Dobby continued. "We're gonna give you all of our attention, and we're giving you all of it." Ashton and Tristan quickly finished in unison. Tristan looked at Ashton, and then at Dobby with guilt eluding from his face. "Guys," he heaved, "I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry for not showing up at school, and I'm sorry for not being there for you. I'm sorry for everything I've done." He turned to Dobby. "I'm sorry for disrespecting you so much in the past, Dobby. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for calling you fat as well. Truth is, we all know you're not." In truth, Dobby wasn't skinny, but he wasn't fat either. "I'm sorry that we had to fight so much, and that we never got along. But I think it's time for that to change. Don't you think so?" Dobby averted his eyes and peered down at the floor. "Yeah," Tristan sighed. "Take your time. Take all the time you need before you finally forgive me." He turned to Ashton. "And you, Ash." He placed a hand on Ashton's head. "There is not one person in this room more loving and trustful as you. I think we all love you, and I'm speaking for everyone." Ashton averted his eyes, and immediately crimsoned. "Because of this fact, we never ever had a single fight ever." "You're just far too nice for that. No wonder why your mother was killed to secure your safety." He smiled. "It's time to put the past behind us. Don't you think, Ash?" "Do you forgive me?" Ashton looked at him. "Yeah, I do. Actually, I forgave you on the same day you ditched us." Tristan smiled at him, and gently rubbed his head. "Thanks, Ash." "Thanks a ton." Having heard their conversation, Jin, eyes closed, smiled softly. He liked it when his friends were like this. Since they were little. In retrospect, they had a lot of good times. Successor revelation in 1 minute 29 seconds. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. HP, 6/10. Tristan quickly looked at him. "Jin, you're up. Are you okay?" Jin cocked a smile. "Good to have you back, buddy." "That doesn't matter right now." "Are you okay?" "Yeah, I am. I'm just in a lot of pain for some reason. My head hurts like shit." "Then you need to get some sleep. But before you do, please hear me out," uttered Tristan. "I'm really sorry, Jin, for everything." He averted his eyes. "I wish I could tell you guys why I ditched you that rainy, horrible day, but not yet." He looked at Jin again. "I don't wanna make you guys more worried than you are right now." "Jin, you're a great friend. From the day my eyes met you, I just felt your pain and felt like being by your side. It's weird, I know. I saw you in that wheelchair, and I saw how much things you were going through at not only school, but at home as well. Successor revelation in 59 seconds. I knew I couldn't begin to live a day in your life, and so, I admired you. I felt weaker than you despite you being the physically weaker one. There's something about you. I can't pinpoint it, but there's just something about you. Something that would shine so brightly one day. You're just so confusing yet so understandable at the same time. I believe that someone could sense the future someone else has. And I think you're going to be significant somehow. You were always the weirdest one amongst us. The one going through the most hardships. Sure, we all had our problems but you went through the most. You're crippled, yet you stand so strongly. He didn't know Jin had regained his ability to walk. And that's why I felt broken inside when Ash called me and told me that you were dying over the phone. Ashton chuckled, that was sort of just bait but whatever. He narrowed his eyes at Ashton. Anyway, he looked down at Jin again. I felt broken when Ash told me that because I knew all the things you've been through. And I knew that if I were there for you, you wouldn't have been on the brink of death. So, I got here the fastest I could. Successor revelation in 30 seconds. I'm so glad you're alive. He wept. I'm so glad. I have no idea what I would have done if you weren't. It's not like you to get yourself in trouble like this. You're smarter than this. What got into you? I'm sorry, Tristan. I forgive you. But it won't happen again, because I'm here now. I'm grateful for you, Jin. Do you forgive me? I promise I'll never leave your side ever again. Successor revelation in 15 seconds. I'll protect you from this day forth. Jin averted his eyes. Trice, I just had a feeling that you were guilty about kicking us out of your car that day. I knew it. I knew it wasn't like you to do something like that on that day. So I just assumed something important came up. Even after that day, I knew you were guilty. Tristan averted his eyes. And you know why you were guilty and maybe still guilty now? Because you're a good friend, Tristan. Successor revelation in 5 seconds. Tristan looked at him, and for that, Jin smiled. For that I forgive. Why suddenly, hovering rings appeared around both Jin and Tristan's necks. Jin's glowing, hovering ring was green. Dobby's was glowing peacock's blue. Both their eyes quickly widened at the jarring sights before them. Tristan's jaw dropped. Jin's eyes expanded. Tristan, a sonorous, resounding call emanated from the floor below. Tristan quickly snapped out of his reverie. His body jolted as the deep voice from below breaks the silence, mildly frightening him. Knowingly, he loudly answered to the deep voice below. I'll be down in a minute, Dad. Progression, sit-ups, 105, punches, 200, push-ups, 399, 400. His body was in a plank position, palms collided with the expensive, glossy, wooden floor. He did his final push-up, inching his further body away from the floor as both his arms straightened. Ensuing, a blue, hovering, translucent screen manifested. Task completed, plus 20 exp, 95, 105, level 12. He, without a shirt, stood with his hands on his waist. His abdominal muscles bulged out from his abdomen. His fat, shrouding in muscle mass. His abs, hard as rock. He heaved, wiping his sweat. The grind doesn't stop. But it's getting easier. Confidence to his tone. A tall figure approached him. His forearm was extended out horizontally with a towel resting upon it. Actually, it's getting harder every day. But your body is just accustomed now. He handed the towel to Tristan. Thanks. He began to wipe his face with it. Pay me back for being your servant by leveling up before next week. He responded, his eyes impenetrable. Tristan looked up at him. No problem. This wasn't out of the norms. His servant would oftentimes make these requests. What about the other task? How are we going to complete it? His countenance still indecipherable. I don't know. Tristan's voice trails off as he turns his head to the system screen before him. Special task, inflict sufficient damage upon a successor within 30 days, failure is punished by death. He heaved. I don't see how we're going to complete such a task. Successors don't just go walking around, you know. Then we must do our best to find them. In fact, I will find them. Cause if you die, Tristan, I die. Remember that, the older boy snapped. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I'm really sorry. You did this to me. Remember that as well. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. His head, downcast, wretchedness written all over his face. Swathed in guilt, the room was doused in quietude for a while. The two figures stood quiescently until that voice sounded again, Tristan Remington. It's Dad again. Tristan turned around. His father called a second time. This was disrespectful. He quickly put on a shirt, and ran off, rushing down the long flight of stairs. The white staircase was spiraled. Tristan quickly rushed down the steps. Moving, circling down, he stood in the large, all-white living room. The jarring living room always yelled the word expensive to the people amidst it. His bedroom and the living room lingered beyond comparison. Standing in a business suit was a tall figure. He wore glasses of a thin frame that rested upon his nose bridge. His face was chiseled, and his brown beard was well groomed. He had ascended from the middle class a long time ago, praises all of which in gratitude to his replication ability. In retrospect, he started off as a mercenary in the army, given that he just wanted to serve his country in some way that wasn't pecuniary. At first, he dragged across the England streets in profound poverty, presuming that his life was beyond all help. He even had abhorrence for his own parents simply because they were poor. For years he had explored different ways in which he could gain a few shillings, things ranging from cleaning toilets to stealing from kids. But matters only became worse. All his attempts were in vain. But after having reached adulthood, he realized that there was one way he hadn't explored yet. He realized that he hadn't tried joining the military. Although the financial gains were low as one would expect from being a soldier, Kurt Remington felt as if he was getting paid fortunes. In the grand scheme of things, he knew that being a soldier entailed danger like nothing else akin. And he had only survived on the battlefield because of the innumerable, atrocious deeds he had done in the past. He climbed up the mountains, ascending quickly to the middle class after having been promoted to lieutenant colonel in the army. As soon as he became satisfied with the money he gained, he had firm resolve that he was going to quit. And he did. He retired before even taking the general's place. And on that day, the latent businessman within himself had finally manifested. He ascended from the middle class at a remarkable pace and started a family of his own. His past still etched to the back of his mind. It was clear to even him that his past was catching up to him. One could see it on his stern face in spite of how impenetrable it was. You are, Tristan. Where were you? You know I don't like to repeat myself. His voice, sonorous yet soothing. I'm sorry, Father. Mr. Remington folded his arms and peered closely at his youngest son. As you know, I am going to Korea for a couple of weeks. I figured I'd tell you since you're always so curious to know why I'm never home. It was clear to Tristan that this man had another family to head off to every now and then. He plastered a smile on his face. That's no problem, Dad. When will you be returning? Mock happiness. His father raised a brow. Usually you don't bother. I see. You must have lost not only your fat, but your attitude that was intertwined with it. No, I just grew up, that's all. Kurt heaved. Okay, if you say so. Then, I'll see you in a few weeks from now. He had only returned to the house a day ago, yet he was leaving again. He was never home. Tristan had resentment residing within his heart for this reason. There are some flowers, chocolates, and some money in my room for your mother. Apologize to her for me. Okay? He slept in a room separate from his own wife. Okay, will do. Tristan was the only one in the house that bothered with doing his father's little biddings from time to time. The rest just didn't care. Now, Tristan spent most of his time playing video games, especially the prominent Grim. But he spent the rest of his time fulfilling his father's requests. I should leave now, if I may? Sure, you can leave. Don't need to be all formal. I'm your father, aren't I? Tristan didn't know one fuck about this man, except for the fact that he was dirty in many ways. Like spending thousands of dollars on those elf women. Sounds like something Tristan would do as well. And it was literally the only thing one could say like father, like son for. Yeah, see you in a few weeks. As Tristan turns around, his smile withers away. He ambled off to his bedroom again, with the dark expression lingering on his countenance. Hatred. Tristan laid supine on his bed, a hand behind his head, subtly resting on his pillow. His other arm was raised high, fingers outstretched. Hovering above the palm was water in a spherical shape. Upon thinking about all the things on his mind, all of which were reminiscent of the system or his father, the volume of water increased. The sphere becomes bigger by the second. It grew large, when suddenly it broke free from his control. It splashed all over his body. Both his bed and his clothes were soaked. Doused in his own magic. That's not how you do it. You gotta focus deeply. If you become overwhelmed, it becomes harder, and you lose control, said the figure sitting on the floor at the other end of the room. Sorry, Tristan apologized. His eyelids drooped. Don't sorry me. Try again. You're not gonna let me outshine you forever, aren't you? Come on. Start over, prodded the boy. Tristan peered over at him. I wasn't practicing, you know. Apathy in his eyes. It doesn't matter, he said. Just try again. Like this. A gigantic sphere of water hovered in the air without him having to extend an arm. It grew and grew, spanning wider. The sphere began to curtail as he closed his hands to a ball. The sphere completely withered away when his hand was closed. You try. A subordinate's not supposed to outshine the superior. You try it now, the figure prodded again, his eyes still not inclining. Tristan heaved. Whatever you say, subordinate. He raised his hand again. Suddenly, water conjured up from thin air, hovering above his palm. At first the water was sporadic, but then it meshed together with the other sources. It meshed together. It formed a hovering sphere of clear liquid. This ball began to grow. It grew bigger and bigger. A smile begins to take Tristan's face. That's how you do it. Come on, try beating my size, cheered the boy. Apathy still painted on his face. The sphere continued to span wider, when suddenly, a sonorous ringtone sounded. The sphere of water quickly broke away from Tristan's control. It splashed on his clothes, the bed, and the floor. He traced the sound lower down his bed. The closer he drew, the stronger he felt the vibration on the mattress. Then, he found his phone shrouded in the white bed sheets. Wristbands were replacing smartphones, but people still preferred the wider screens on them. And so, smartphones were still far from obsolete. Tristan swiped a finger across the screen. The ringing came to a halt. He then carried the phone to a near and rested the screen against it. Hello, Ashton? He could hear Ashton's panicking voice on the other end. Yeah, it's Ash. Jin. It's Jin. Jin's dying. Tristan's eyes widened, his heart incinerated and exploded in his chest. What? Jin felt as if his heart had pounced out of his chest. It throbbed as the hovering, glowing ring appeared around Tristan's neck. This could only mean one thing, and one thing alone. Tristan? Tristan was a successor as well. A blue ring like a misplaced halo of an angel's, hovered in a fixed position around his neck, and moved wherever he might without coming in contact with his skin. You can now be easily detected by successors. For Jin, it was the greatest epiphany he had witnessed yet. Stunned, shocked, horror-struck, fear. Why did you two just say each other's name like that? Dobby grimaced. That's right. Dobby and Ashton aren't successors, so they have no idea. Jin tried to hide his asset from the world in that he knew what the risks were. Tristan was at a loss for words. He was utterly speechless. He lingered there, with his jaw dropped, and his eyes gaped, until he finally remarked, Jin, you're a successor too? I was about to ask you the same thing. Ashton raised a brow. Successor? What's that supposed to mean? Tristan heaved. I was gonna show you guys earlier, but I guess it sorta revealed itself. Jin was still dazed. No way, Tristan was a successor as well? He had not even suspected anything. He quickly deduced that this was the reason why Tristan had lost so much fat, and replaced it with muscle mass in such a short space of time. The system was irrefutably the onset of his new muscular physique. Jin peered at him. Just how long have you been a successor? Tristan averted his eyes. About 5 months. A lot has happened since then, and I did a lot of things I shouldn't have. Hints of fear fusing out from his countenance. He turned to Jin again. At first I thought of the system as the best gift ever, but it's no gift, Jin. His eyes darkened. It's a curse. Jin let out a stressful breath. His lungs had been brimming with it for so long. Mine made Grandma and Benjamin ill. No surprise there for me. Ever since this thing appeared, My life has become all but bizarre. Dobby's eyebrows furrowed. What the fuck are you two talking about? Jin, Tristan glared. What god are you? Jin simply responded, I'm the successor of. His facial expression softened. Loki. Apparently. Tristan's eyes expanded. He was shocked. That's an evil one. Fear was drawn by trepidation in his throbbing heart. And suddenly, the rain began to fall again. The polluted sky was outraged and was deterred away from peace. It retaliated at the earth with bolts of lightning, followed by deafening thunder. Evil one? Jin's voice trailed off as the thunder resounded. Not all the gods of Norse mythology were good, Jin, responded Tristan. This was something Jin already knew, yet recognition dawned on his face. He hadn't thought about Loki as a god. He only took his abilities and whatnot into account. Shrouding the enigma from the world had distracted him from seeing something much, much bigger. Loki was the god of mischief, and as such, he could surely amount to nothing but mischievousness. This could only mean one thing for Jin's future. Dobby bolted up to his feet. That's it. I'm through with you guys. What in the fuck are you talking about? I wanna hear the truth. I'm also curious. Ashton folded his arms. Jin and Tristan slowly looked each other in the face. Do they tell them, or do they not? Surely they would think that the existence of such a thing was just hogwash. No rocket science for Jin and Tristan, because people tend to only believe what they see with their own eyes. Should we? Tristan raised his brows. Jin heaved. They've been through a lot, and this might just sound insane to them. But I think as friends, we shouldn't be hiding things from each other, especially things like these. Yeah, I think we should tell them, approved Tristan, looking up at Dobby, who had clearly run out of all patience. Tristan stood, sliding his hands into the pockets of his jeans. Dobby, what I am about to tell you might sound insane, but bear with me, alright? He looked Dobby in the eyes. Jin and I have assets that were given to us, assuming Jin didn't kill a successor and take his asset. Jin grimaced. What? With these gifts or assets, we are called successors. It is believed that we successor gods will replace the actual gods in another century or so. Successors possess divine abilities. And no, these abilities aren't theirs. Successors aren't ability runners either. Dobby and Ashton had subtle nuances on their faces. I was gonna tell you guys earlier. His eyes averted. I was gonna show my powers to you, but then something came up and I had to kick you out of my car to avoid getting you involved. I didn't want you to get involved. I had no idea Jin was a successor like me. I had no idea he was facing the struggles I've been facing. I don't even know my own friends anymore. His countenance exuding nothing but worry, his voice cooing subtly. Jin's body remained supine. Don't worry about that, Tristan, he droned. I was hiding it from you guys. Unlike you, I had no plans to tell anyone about it. His eyelids almost completely drooped. I completely understand why you were trying to hide it, Jin. This is no normal shit. It's dangerous. I almost drowned myself on the second day of activating the thing. Dobby scowled. Enough. Enough. You two are bullshitting me and I can't stand it anymore. His tone emanates extreme exasperation. We've got actual problems in this world to worry about. Don't go telling me about some inexistent Norse gods when Jin's right there on the floor looking like a fat piece of dog shit. Ashton furrowed his brows. It's not like you to make a joke like this, Jin. Not in such a predicament as well. We already know Tristan's a joker, but you would never want to talk about stuff not proven to be true. Jin heaved. See, Tristan? I just knew it. Tristan raised an arm. Guess, we're just gonna have to show. Suddenly, Baron appeared amidst the living room with Sylvia next to him, interrupting Tristan. Tristan approached him. Hey, you're an ability runner, aren't you? You got away from me last time. It's not gonna happen. Baron disappeared. Coward. He turned around, scoffing audibly. Quickly, Sylvia hurried over to Jin. She dropped to her knees, and peered at him with worry in her glimmering, silver eyes. Jin, are you okay? Actually, yeah. I feel much better now, but I'm still in a lot of pain. My head hurts like a motherfucker. Oh thank God. She averted her eyes, I thought you were dead." Her eyes averted. She was next to Ashton. He quickly stood and edged away from her. The scent of her perfume dwindled as he withdrew from her personal space. Dobby stood next to him. They both looked each other, grimacingly looked at each other as if to ask, "Who the hell is she?" Soon, even Tristan stood next to them. What's more, he also gave that "who the hell is she" look. They all looked at her as she remained next to Jin. She looked at him, smiled softly and said, "Thanks for taking that hit for me. I didn't save you because you were a girl, just so you know." "If you say so." "We all know that's BS." Her smile then disappeared. "You saved me and whatever. But do you mind running away and not watching Baron and a cop fight next time?" Jin grinned. "Will do." Sylvia had shaken Jin's hand. The simple shaking of his hand ensued the transferring of a sum of 1,209 E-coins to his virtual account. He would not have to get a job for a while, now that he had this much money in his possession. Lingering on the floor stagnantly supine for such a lengthy period, Jin opted for bed. And so, Tristan and Dobby carried him to his bedroom and placed his body onto his mattress. They caringly left him be, for they did not wish to disturb his slumber. For the boys, it was strikingly awkward that Sylvia was there in the same room as them, and they feared that speaking to her would spell even more awkwardness. They constantly passed whispers to each other, all of which allied Sylvia in some way or another. She sat there knowingly on one of the couches as their murmuring filled the room. She had not the slightest care about what they said about her. They knew nothing about her anyway, so she knew their murmuring must be related to her ethereal physique. They could be speaking about anything, yet she didn't care. The whispers kept going. "She's actually a looker. If she were an elf, I'd hit on it." "Yeah, Tristan, you didn't need to say anything. I think we all know that already. Jin probably owns the chick already, so it's too late. Saving her and stuff wants her, no doubt about it. I know Jin well. He would act like he likes a girl, blushing and whatever. But in truth, he only likes people if he likes their personalities and has built a bond with them." Knowing Jin, he's not gonna hit on her. "Hey, Ashton, I dare you to walk over there and sit next to her." "No way." "What the fuck, man? You're shouting." "Sorry." "Walk over there and sit next to her." "Come on, Dobby." "We already know he's not gonna do that." "Don't torture the guy." "Yeah, Trice. I think you're right. He's too much of a chicken to do it." "I wasn't really saying that, but..." "Okay, I'm no chicken." There he goes again. "Dude, what did we tell you about shouting? The girls gonna overhear our conspiracy." "Sorry, he's gotta be doing it on purpose now." "Number, I'm actually not doing it on purpose." "Then you're retarded and a chicken." "A retarded chicken?" "I'm not." Sounds like something a chicken would say when you say it's just some old hag's lunch. "Why do you always call me a chicken?" "'Cause you are a chicken." "Actually, huh?" "You're not a chicken." "Really?" "You're a pussy. Either a chicken or pussy, one of those." "I hate you." Ultimately, Dobby taunted Ashton until he relented. He had mustered all his bravery and looked over at Sylvia. He started approaching her. His heart throbbed. The stabbing that entails palpable pain. Something definitely had to be stabbing him to his heart, right? They were no more than 4 meters apart, yet the walk to this distance felt like forever on his part. But luckily, before he made it over to her, Baron had returned. A sigh of certain relief. In short, Baron used his teleportation to port away from Jin's house. With Sylvia, Ashton, Tristan, and Dobby were now left alone in the house. The awkwardness that dwelled in the room had quickly withered away. Progression, 210. Task completed, +5 exp, 10, 20, level 3. I swear. Jin wiped the sweat from his forehead. These tasks are just getting easier. Jin had woken up from his slumber the next morning, and the first thing he did was complete his daily task. Doing this grew on him quite a bit. He even liked doing the tasks now as opposed to before. He put his hands on his waist. "It feels amazing doing these exercises every morning, but I wonder what'll happen if I don't do the tasks." No punishment. Suddenly, Jin began to feel a throbbing pain in his head. The pain conjured a wince on his face as he stood there, rubbing his temples. "Going up and down from the push-ups is finally taking its toll on my head. Pain elsewhere is just pain, but these headaches are just a whole new ball game. He looked at the hovering system screen again. HP, 5/10. His health still had not gone up. I don't know how the hell I'm not healing anymore. It's strange. That cop was incredibly strong when he was only a low rank. No wonder why he was so desperate for action. He definitely wanted a promotion. Police officers right now are way out of my league. I'm no different from a normal human in the likes of them. But they're dangerous. His eyes darkened, and because of people like them, I can't remain this weak. I must get stronger. Stronger so that something like this doesn't happen ever again. No one will be able to stand in my way. I'll protect my friends with my power too. And I'm not gonna be evil. I'm not gonna betray my friends. Am I? Incertitude delivered a searing agony to his heart. It throbbed. Unbeknownst to him, a few months from now, his being would be immensely contradicting who he is now. Suddenly, Ashton opened the door, and unbiddenly stepped into his room. As soon as he turned around and had landed eyes upon Jin, he quickly paused. Ashton, got a problem? Jin raised a brow. He remained in the same position. You're up? Yeah? Ashton suddenly rushed toward the door again. He hurried outside, and closed it shut once more. Jin grimaced. Okay? He simply sighed, and walked over to his bathroom. He brushed his teeth, took a bath, and changed into his clothes. And finally, he left his bedroom. Ashton, Dobby and Tristan were sitting on the same couch. Oh, Jin. Ash was right. You are awake. Tristan peered at Jin while sitting on the couch. Ashton, who sat next to him, also peered at Jin. He's looking much better than yesterday, isn't he? Dobby folded his arms. Wry on face. It's the fact that he's working out in his condition that is worth all the concern. Yeah, you're right. Tristan raised a brow. Is that right, Jin? You were doing push-ups this morning? Jin remained silent. He narrowed his eyes at Ashton, to which Ashton turned his head in guilt. Tristan nodded his head. Dobby was right. You're the biggest arsehole in the world, Jin. How can one be so smart yet so stupid? You and Ashton are practically the same. Ashton glared at him. Hey, I'm right here, you know. Dobby plastered the most pretentious smile his face could make. Trust me, Ashton, we know. Jin walked over to the single-seater opposite their couch, and sat on it. He heaved as his body descended. They chatted with each other for a while. Jin and Tristan tried their best to avoid bringing up the system as best they could. Who remembers when Tristan and Dobby had that smackdown with each other? Ashton tittered. Jin looked at him. I do. Actually, they had more than one fist fights. All of which I won. Dobby simpered. Why do you guys even fight so much? That doesn't matter, blurted Tristan. All that matters now is that we're not gonna fight each other anymore. Right, Dobby? Dobby smiled softly. You're right. Because no way I'm gonna fight with you when you've gained that much muscle mass. Tristan smirked. You better not. He's just saying he won't. But we all know Dobby. Even if he fears you, he'll go down throwing fists, added Ashton. Jin agreed. Yeah. Dobby's bravery is on another level at times. To think Dobby was at first a bully before he became our friends. Ashton's eyes widened from the memories. It gives me chills every time I think about it. People change, I guess. Dobby heaved. Suddenly, they heard a car horn sounding from outside the house. It was a testament to Ashton that this said horn was that of someone he knew. The heads of the other boys swam into his view. They obviously knew whose car that was as well. Your mum's here, Ashton, uttered Dobby. Yeah, he stood. I know. His eyes were downcast. A nuance lingered on his face as the horn sounded again. See you guys later? Yeah, bye Ash. Later, Ash. Have a good day. Go lose your virginity. Ashton then opened the door, closed it again, and started approaching the white Range Rover in front of him. That subtly inexplicable look on his face ran its course again. Progression, 209. 210 push-ups. Progression, 210. 210 push-ups. Task completed, plus 5 exp. Rye manifested on Jin's countenance as he peered at the screen. Exp. 1520, level 3. He sat on his bed, I'm getting outright sick of this same task every damn morning. It's far too easy. It's clear that I won't level up fast enough with stupid tasks like these," he snapped. It's also clear that Jin had no idea what kinds of atrocious tasks he would be given in the future. "Too foreboding," he heaved. "You know what? I'm actually rather happy today. I don't need to worry about hiding system-related stuff from my friends anymore. That's a bonus." A smirk took his face, a bit more again, and he would have screamed Eureka, so loud that his friends in the living room would hear him. And who could blame him? Hiding sensitive information can get rather stressful at times, especially when you're hiding it for long. Things get beyond aggravating, at least for Jin. HP 5/10. Although I feel completely fine, my health still hasn't gone up yet. I wonder what's wrong with me. Unexpectedly, 3 loud knocks sounded from his bedroom door. His head was seemingly beckoned by it such that it quickly turned to the source of the sound. He gradually stood, and started approaching his bedroom door. Standing in front of it, he turned the doorknob and it opened seamlessly. Clicking, then silence again. He pulled the door open with a hand clasped to the door handle, only to see Dobby standing in front of him. "Hey, Jin. Tristan just came back." "And guess what?" He raised a brown bag to allow Jin to see it. "He bought us McDonald's." Obvious excitement in his voice. Upon thinking about food, Jin's stomach had growled and subtly quivered in the act. Before he could do anything else, a screen revealed itself to him. "Consume sufficient sustenance. Reward +1 exp." Jin shrugged his shoulders. "I guess he's right on time. Come get your share, Jin." Dobby skipped off. Jin walked into the living room, and then to the kitchen where Tristan remained. Tristan held a smartphone in his hand. His head was downcast at it, stroking a finger along the screen such that he effortlessly navigated. Having sensed Jin's presence, he shifted his attention. "Oh, hey Jin. There's some food here for you, your dog, and Miss Pierce. 1 bag per person and per dog, I guess." "Help yourself, would ya?" "Okay, and thanks a lot for the food, Trice. You didn't have to." He looked up at Jin again, and smiled softly. "It's fine. I don't do shit with the allowance my dad fixed for me anyway." "Thanks." Jin smiled right back at him, his eyes slowly pulling to the bags of food that rested on the kitchen counter. "I'll feed Benjamin," Dobby volunteered. "You just make sure Miss Pierce gets hers, Jin." "No problem." Before carrying food to his grandma, Jin decided to eat his share first in that he feared not being able to eat after visiting her. He sat down at the dinner table. He unbagged the food, and placed it on the table. He placed fries, fried chicken, and a massive burger atop the table. The stomach-taunting aroma wafting throughout the room, and lingering in his nostrils. And boy did the Big Mac chant his name. Tristan bought them the most expensive meal in the restaurant. It was so much food that Jin doubted that he would be able to finish it. He could not do anything other than promptly dig in. He grabbed up some fries. His lips parted, then widened as he quickly put the fries in his mouth. Chewing, then swallowing. Repeat. After eating all the fries without bothering to dip them in ketchup, Jin's head turned to the burgers. A smile took his face as he picked one up from the table. He acted carefully such that the things inside the burger didn't fall out. He brought the burger to his face with both his hands. He sunk his canines into it. He tore the burger with his teeth, shredding through it like a merciless carnivore. Chewing, then swallowing. Repeat. Jin ate the first burger, and before he could turn to the other Big Mac, a system message appeared before his eyes. "Your hunger has been sated, +1 exp. 1620, level 3. Provided that his stomach was full, Jin succumbed to the urge that was founded by the Big Mac's daunting presence. He decided he'd give it to his grandma instead. He went up the staircase with the food, and then he went into her bedroom. He clasped a hand to the doorknob, revolved it, and pulled the door open. His eyes widened at the lingering sight that his eyes had been glued to. Effusing out from grandmother's body was a profound, dark aura that was a testament to his first skill's formidable power. "Grandma." He started approaching her. All the weight to his body dwindled away. She had not responded in that she clearly couldn't muster the needed strength to. Jin knelt down beside her bed, and gently held a hand of hers like he would usually do. Effect, deceptive delusion, peering at her physique. He became horror-struck. This truly cannot be his grandmother, right? Her beauty was shrouded in her sickness. Her face was pale, no obvious redness that the eye could make out. It was as if the blood beneath her skin had withered away. Her body had become as dry as her blistered lips that begged to be doused in moisture. Her dark eyes were missing that shine she possessed before her current state. She laid stagnantly in quietude such that it came out deafening on Jin's part. Speak she could not. Move she could not. This happened because I didn't know anything about the skill. I need to become stronger to control it. He heaved. The pills I bought for her didn't do the job. Ashton said he's been giving them to Harriet. They didn't amount to shit. I'll buy her more pills, the expensive ones, maybe tomorrow. She needs to get better because she's the only person in my family I've got. Grandma, you need to eat. He started unpacking the food. Tristan bought food for you. I'll have him get you some soup. And maybe some Greek yogurt later. Come on. Let's get some food in your stomach. Her drooped eyes were opened, yet she hadn't looked at him. She couldn't, and this bothered him to a degree that he was seething with boiling rage. His hand quivering as he exerted tremendous force, he aggressively squeezed his fingers into a fist, such that his own fingernails dug into his palm. Down his forearm, a warm liquid trickles. After feeding his grandmother, he left the bedroom, and walked down the stairs. HP 6/10. His health was increasing now, and he deduced that it was because he ate food. It was now evident to him that eating now entails fast recovery. Something he would heed. His grandmother left him in a shady mood. He felt depressed again. He walked down the staircases, slowly descending with his shoulders drooped. His head was downcast while a nuance remained on his face. When he made it to the living room, this nuance disappeared when something swam into his view. In the living room, amongst Dobby and Tristan, Flint sat comfortably. A corner of his lips quirked up as he noticed Jin. "Oh hey, pal. I was waiting for you." Jin and Flint were outside on the front porch of the house. It was awkward quiet for a while in that no one spoke a word. Confused, Jin peered over at Flint. Flint's stance today seemed a little amiss to him. He stood with his arms dangling at his sides such that he looked far from his usual arrogant self. The way he stood was akin to a person who had just drunk alcohol. This bothered him. There was a subtle energy to Flint's presence today that lingered in the books of the inexplicable. This wasn't Flint. "Are you okay? Why'd you pull me outside and away from the others?" questioned Jin, a subtle grimace on his face meshed with worry. Flint heaved, still not looking at Jin. It was still unclear why he acted this way on Jin's part. He wasn't the person to struggle maintaining eye contact. The silence was slaughtered when he uttered, "In case you're wondering, the assault team has recovered. We suffered a few injuries. We overly underestimated those ghost hats. One thing for sure. No one told me you guys got hurt," blurted Jin, perplexity altering his countenance. "Don't worry about it. We're all fine now. Crod's the only one who's still a little wounded, but I'm sure he'll recover as well." Silence. Then he started again. He frowned. "I wasn't able to come here until now because something came up. But I'm here now." Slowly, he turned to face Jin, looking down at him with a countenance eluding his sorrow. "Jin, I felt broken. Broken when I heard you were severely injured. Injured because I wasn't there. I couldn't forgive myself." Rye winced on his face. "I couldn't forgive myself for getting you into this. So, I did what I shouldn't have done to those cops." He ran a hand through his hair. Silence again. He stood there, fighting to maintain eye contact. "What's he saying? That can't be why he's a little off today, can it?" Flint's words then quickened. "I've only met you a few days ago, Jin. Yet you're already like the little brother I never had. You're like a little brother to me. And such as, I'll ensure no one. And I mean no one hurts you for as long as my heart thumps in this wretched world." "Where's all this coming from?" "As long as I'm alive, I'll cherish you, Jin." "I can see that you're okay now." He shook his head. "Yet I don't feel satisfied. I don't feel satisfied at all." His voice, jarringly desperate. Silence, then his lips parted. He stared Jin in the eyes in a way he couldn't delineate. Then, he looked down at the floor. "Jin," he thrust his pupils to Jin, "can I exhibit my love for you?" Jin felt as if his heart had exploded. What was happening? His breaths quickened as he averted his eyes. He jammed his hands into his pockets. Again, silence. Having realized that Jin had not responded, Flint reiterated, "Can I exhibit my love for you?" Impatience in his tone. Jin reddened. "I don't understand what you mean by that." Flint, eyes that eluded intensity, suddenly began to inch closer to him. As he drew closer, Jin's heart throbbed faster. He then uttered, "Then let me show you." He wrapped his arms around Jin, and inched so close to him until their chests collided. Jin's eyes widened, his lips separated from each other, showing teeth. He was at a loss for words. Silence. He placed his head on Jin's shoulder. He felt Flint's loving warmth, a warmth that delivered contradicting feelings, fear, confusion, and serenity. Flint released him from the embrace, and averted his eyes. "I'm glad you let me embrace you, Jin. I needed that." "I'm sorry you have to see this." "I really am." Jin sighed. "What was that?" Flint smiled softly at him, his cheeks faintly flushed. "That is what I feel about you. A brotherly love that I can't explain for nothing." "Brotherly?" "Yeah, of course it's just brotherly. It's platonic." "I sure hope it is." Jin averted his eyes. "Again, I'm very sorry about that." "It's okay. I have something I wanna show you soon as well." "Can I show something to you that I should have long ago?" "I wanna show it to your friends too." "You must see it." "Sure. But what is it?" Jin raised a brow. "You already know that it doesn't work like that with me. I know I got you in trouble last time, but I swear it's not gonna happen again. I'm here for you now. Consider this the last time I decided to drag you into something I didn't tell you about. Deal?" "I promise it's nothing that'll hurt you this time." "Pinky promise." He raised a pinky finger. Jin heaved. "Fine. But it better be the last time for real." He raised a pinky. They then edged closer to each other, and their fingers entangled. "Pinky promise," they uttered in unison while peering at each other in the eyes. Their fingers remained bound to each other. Flint then said, "Jin, just make sure your friends tag along as well. I'll be back in 5 days from now. Be ready, okay?" Jin nodded his head, "Okay." Their fingers were no longer intertwined. They separated, withdrawing from each other. Flint gave Jin a crooked smile. Jin simply smiled back, knowing that he had made a great friend. What was unbeknown to him was the fact that Flint surreptitiously had his other arm at his side, his fingers tightly crossed. One day later, Jin woke up from his slumber, yawning with closed eyes. He stood, with his arms to his sides. He was awaiting the presence of something, when suddenly, that something manifested just as he had expected. A translucent screen had appeared before him, hovering in his field of view. New task. Complete 210 push-ups, reward, +5 exp. He yawned again. It looks like the amount of push-ups is finally increasing. Though, I don't see how 5 more push-ups or so could make it any harder. He drawled, apathy in his tone. He shrugged his shoulders. "Oh, well, let's just get to the gist of things." He started stretching, veering his body from left to right. Task completed, +5 exp. Congratulations, you have leveled up, +5 up, 1 spin, exp, 120, level 4, lucky draws, unlocked. He covered his mouth with a hand. "Oh, I unlocked something new." He was only this excited in that he had not done anything fun with the system yet, and from what he could tell, lucky draws in games like Grim have players on their toes while biting nails all the time. "I'm gonna just spend my upgrade points first. I'll get to that in a moment." He tapped a finger upon the screen. He pressed on the stats tab, and was promptly taken there accordingly. Stats: Strength, 5, Health, 15, Speed, 2, Skill, 5, Available up points, 5. From the time Jin opened his statistics, he knew right then what criterion he was going to spend his upgrade points in, and provided that he had grown adamant, there was no changing his resolve. Essentially, Jin was used to spending his points on defense when playing Grim, provided that when he did so his health increased. The situation was perfectly akin to a degree that if he upgrades his health with the system, it would be no different from what he always did in Grim. He started tapping on the plus sign next to the health criterion, such that his stats immediately went up after every tap. He watched as his health went up. Health, 15, HP, 10-15. He callously wrapped his arms around his chest, and smirked faintly. "All right, Now I watch as my HP goes up. HP, 1115, HP, 1215, HP, 1315, consume sufficient sustenance. Having seen the screen, Jin cursed aloud. In doing so, he felt his belly snarl at him, growling ferociously. Damn it! He looked down at his abdomen. You greedy fuck. You're worse even than Benjamin when you snarl at me like that. This confirms it. Food is needed to generate health. I get it now, he droned, narrowing his eyes at the screen again. Anyways, now that I'm a little less vulnerable when it comes to taking hits, let's move on to the main event. Excitement in his eyes. There was a completely new tab. It was at the extreme top right corner of the system screen, and displayed lucky draws. Jin simply tapped on it, and a new screen appeared before his curious eyes. Lucky draws. 1. Do you wish to spin? Spin. Jin had radically nothing to boast about when it came to his luck. He was practically so unlucky that one would even deem his entire life rigged. What will he receive in this spin? Okay, let's find out if my luck's increased since I last exercised it. He crossed his fingers. Then, he edged a hand with a pointing index closer to the screen. The finger drew closer, and closer, until it eventually touched the spin button. Suddenly, new messages began to appear on the interface. Spinning. His eyes kept to a widened state as he peered with some form of hope at the screen. Spinning. His pink lips began to slowly part, revealing teeth. You have received mask skill. Jin quickly grimaced at the screen, contorting his face. Mask skill? What the? He paused. Recognition dawned on his face. No way he could be seeing right. He snapped. What would I do with a mask skill? That's it. My lucky is utter garbage. He slapped his forehead, and began to shake his head. Jin constantly tapped a foot on the ground. How am I supposed to even activate the skill? He heaved. Okay, I'm not the person to rage about things like these. He rubbed his temples. He peered at the screen again, navigating through it. Skills, skills, 2, active skills in use, 2/10, deceptive delusion, mask. He sighed. Now I wanna use the mask skill. How do I activate it? Does a mask shoot out from the screen, or does a mask appear on my? Suddenly, his face started becoming completely white. It started at his forehead, and gradually made its way down to his chin like an automatic garage door when it slowly closes. Then, the white mask suddenly became green. Mask, active/passive, conjure a mask to conceal your identity from your foes. Extra, alters as you level up. Jin quickly rushed to the bathroom having felt the manifested mask lingering on his skin. He peered into the mirror at himself. What the fuck? The mask he had been wearing was pretty cool to Jin despite its simplicity. It looked like something you would see in a superhero movie. Except that it looked like something only a villain would wear. The mask had a daunting grin with laughing eyes. It was glossy, and rather robust. When Jin tried removing it from his face however, his efforts transitioned to nothing but vain. He tried pulling the mask from his face, but to avail. He tried breaking it, but to no avail. But ultimately, he ended up removing it. Then was when he remembered that most of the system was controlled by his mind. And so, when he thought deeply about removing the mask, the system detected conscious volition and suddenly, the mask was gone. What a relief, he sighed. Thought I was gonna replace Jim Carrey for a second there. He grinned. He then left his bedroom. When he was in the living room, he noticed Dobby sleeping on the couch, half his body shrouded in the seat. Tristan was sitting on a couch. Having heard the door open, he looked at Jin. Oh, hey, Jin. You're up early today. What do you mean? What time is it? It's pretty early. He looked down at his phone. It's 6:59. Actually, now it's 7 in the morning. On the suddenly a screen appeared before Jin's eyes. Endless mode? Endless mode. Survive while completing constant tasks for a certain period of time. Bestering. Inflict 10 damage onto a living being. For every minute you go without completing the task, your body weakens. Bewildered, Jin's countenance altered itself to in turn match the emotion he felt. Today was packed with system screens he hadn't seen before, and every time he got a new message he hadn't gotten before, it came out stunning on his end. Your body weakens. Tristan had been wearing black skinny jeans, and a white and black plaid shirt. He also had a golden chain around his neck, resting upon his chest. Additionally, his haircut was modern and stylish. His hair was covered in gel, and the sides of his head were shaved neatly, whereas the top of it remained long. Out of the friends, Tristan had always dressed the best, which was expected of him as the richest of the boys. He raised a brow slightly higher than the other. "What's with that face, Jin?" Jin was about to lie, but then he relented. He relented because he remembered that there was nothing to hide anymore. Tristan was a successor too after all. He simply smiled at him. There's this new system screen in front of me and your bedroom," Tristan quickly interjected. "Let's go to your bedroom. We don't want to wake Dobby up." He stood. "Okay." Jin had slowly entered his bedroom. Tristan followed with not the slightest bit of reluctance residing within his mind. "Your body weakens, so. What system screen are you talking about?" Jin shifted on his feet. "Well, there's this screen in front of me that says something about some endless mode." "What level are you on?" he blurted, obvious interest to his tone. Jin scratched behind his head. "I'm pretty weak actually. Just reached level 4 this morning." Tristan paused for a brief moment. "Well, that's something." He put a hand on his chin. "I started getting endless modes after reaching level 5. You're starting at level 4. Interesting." Tristan inched closer to him. "What task is on screen?" "One that wants me to do 10 damage to someone." Jin responded. "Your body weakens, then that shouldn't be hard." "Endless tasks can get obnoxious, so you want to take your time with them. The faster you complete a task, the faster another one appears right after." "Yeah, but it says I'll get weaker every minute." He looked at Jin in a strange way. Silence, then he raised a brow and asked, "Are you sure?" Jin walked over his bed and sat on it. "I mean, I don't feel like I'm getting weaker, but the system keeps telling me that I am." "The system hasn't been wrong yet. At least not for me." Tristan turned to him. "Then that's strange. The systems are different, I see." It became silent for a while until Tristan decided to volunteer to help Jin complete his task. "Hey, Jin, your task?" He inched closer. "I'll help you complete it." "Okay. But how are we gonna complete it?" Jin remained on his bed. Tristan gripped his plaid shirt and pulled it higher up his body. His rock-hard abs were promptly revealed to Jin. It was clear that his workout regimen was no joke. "Why'd you take your shirt off?" "So that you can punch my stomach directly." "What? You're kidding, right?" He had been meaning to test how great his abdominal muscles were anyway. Punching the shit out of them would be a perfect way to experiment. He dropped his shirt on the floor. "Kidding?" "PFFT. I'm being serious here." "Come on, your body's only getting weaker, you know." "You're not kidding?" "Do I look like I'm kidding?" His eyes twitched pretentiously. Jin stood. "All right." He raised his shoulders in a half shrug. "If you say so, I guess." Tristan tensed up for the punches that were about to be thrown his way. He put his best foot forward and hunched his back remotely. His shredded six-pack was even more conspicuous now. "All right, hit me with all you got." Jin tilted his head along with yet another shrug. He raised both his forearms to the level of his head, his fists balled tightly. "You ready?" "Of course I'm." Jin launched his fist into Tristan's abdomen, catching him off guard. He whimpered a bit. Then he looked up at Jin again and shook his head in dismay. Cheap shot. A screen had appeared before Jin as soon as he had delivered the unexpected blow to Tristan's body. It displayed health. This time, however, it wasn't displaying his health, but his opponent. HP, 65-67. Having seen the screen, he quickly noticed that Dobby was beyond his league. If they were to fight head-on, Jin knew exactly who the victor would be. Progression, 2, 10 damage, 2 health. Not too bad. "That's all you got?" A smirk materialized on Tristan's face. "No, but it's nice of you for asking." Jin grinned. "Then what are you waiting for? Gimme your best shot." Jin stood there stagnantly in silence. "Well, are you gonna hit me or?" Jin jabbed him to the stomach, with all the might his fist could amount to. Immediately after punching Tristan, he brought his hand toward himself. He started rubbing it with the winds on his face. It felt as if his hand had run into metal. No way that was human muscle. He's not even muscular like a bodybuilder. He's slim with it. HP, 64-67, progression, 3/10. This time only 1 damage was inflicted. Tristan smirked. You thought you caught me off guard again, didn't you? Jin scored a fist to Tristan's abdomen yet again. This time it was his hardest punch yet. He caught Tristan by surprise one more time. HP, 61-67, progression, 6, 10 damage. Tristan whined in agony, doubling over. You little fucker, he said in a high-pitched wheeze, yet a smile remained on his face. Jin couldn't help but smirk. Well, you said give you my best shot. You ordered, I just delivered. Screw you. He straightened out. We're going at it again, but no distracting me this time, okay? Jin raised his forearms to the level of his face again. Fine, if you say so. Tristan tightened up, muscles becoming more prominent. Alright, I'm ready. Jin thrust his left arm forward. His balled fist struck into Tristan's abdomen. His body jolted remotely. He regained his balance. Not even 1 damage this time? Tristan's face screwed up in eluding wry. HP, 61-67, Jin raised a brow. Really? How come? It did not take him too long to realize that his left hand wasn't his dominant one, such that it was far weaker. At times, he even deemed his left arm retarded. Come on, strike again. This time with your right hand, instructed Tristan, tensing up his body for the forthcoming blows. Jin raised his arms in unison, his brows faintly furrowed. Okay, more determination to his tone this time. His right hand was agonizing, his fists swollen from a faulty blow that was launched into Tristan's rock-hard muscles. He shook the hand, and clenched it again. His attention shifted to Tristan. He pulled his arm back, subtly. He twirled on his feet quickly. He then quickly thrust his fist into Tristan's belly, with all his might. Progression, 8, 10 damage, HP, 59-67. Having received the blow, Tristan's body jerked back a bit. Good shot. 2 damage ain't that bad. Again. Jin didn't think. He quickly raised his forearms. He then meaty-eared a fist into Tristan's abdomen as best he could. Progression, 9, 10, HP, 58-67, a vein manifested at Tristan's temple, as he bent forward from the impact of the blow. Good. Felt that one. You hit the same spot you scored a hit last time. Task completed, plus 5 exp, 625. Level 4, Tristan deliberately put on his shirt again. Alright, bro. I helped you with the task. I gotta go somewhere now. Okay, Jin smiled. Thanks. I was gonna pick a fight outside or something. Luckily you were here to help me out. Tristan smiled softly at him. You're always welcome, my lad. Remember that. Then, he turned around slowly, and walked out of the bedroom, leaving Jin alone. Jin laid supine on his bed, his palms colliding with the back of his head. I have no idea what I'll do without those guys. His smile reappears after his voice trailed off. Jin had fallen asleep upon being shrouded in the comfort of his soft, white mattress. His eyes were closed, and his chest rose and fell slowly. Then, he started hearing an ambient sound, even entering his dreams. Having heard the sound intensify, he bolted upright, sitting on the bed now with dilated pupils. Oh my God, I fell asleep. How stupid of me. His voice, panic-stricken. He brought up his system interface upon thought. Endless mode? Deal 20 damage. You lose 1 horsepower for every hour passed without task completed. He quickly tossed his dilated pupils at his health. HP, 12-15. He heaved in great relief. If I only lost 3 health points, this could only mean that the task appeared only 3 hours ago. How come though? Aren't the tasks supposed to be appearing one after the other? He peered down at the display of his wristband. It is almost 5 o'clock already. I slept through the whole day? He pivoted his body, turning to the edge of the bed. On the edge of the mattress, he perched. He placed both his feet on the floor, gazing at the screen before him. Endless mode? He noticed that there was now a single question mark that looked quite interactive. He edged a finger closer to the system screen. Then he rested the finger atop this question mark. Something else came up. Difficulty 1, on Jin's part. This could only mean that the difficulty of the endless mode he had been experiencing was only 1 out of a bigger number. No wonder why it was this easy for him. Though, he wasn't complaining. Had it been much harder, He knew that it would have been a huge crisis for him, given his current level. He sighed. He would call his good friend Tristan back over to help him again. But does he really want to do this? Shouldn't that be regarded as cheating the system? Or should he just shoot pride in the face, and roll with it? Continue being dependent on Tristan, whose level by means of the system was far beyond that of his. He shook his head at the thought. No, why should he always rely upon his friends? How would he learn, and become stronger this way? He decided he would not call Tristan, but execute the given task himself. No one wants to be too reliant at the end of the day, right? Nothing beats being autonomous at times. He stood. I'll do the task myself. Besides, what takes the fun out of punching faces in is not punching faces in. As simple as it goes. He turned to his door, and started approaching it. He revolved the doorknob, pulled the door open, and walked into the living room. Dobby was sitting on the couch using a smartphone. It was a bit surprising for Jin to see him still present at his place. Dobby's uncle just did not care about him as much. His uncle was never on good terms with his parents, but elves were essentially known for their easygoing lenience. Get into a fight with an elf today, it will return tomorrow with a smile on its face. Such was the intrinsic part of an elf that differed so much from so many other races. But Dobby's uncle seemed different. Why had he been begrudging his own sister and her husband so much? These things were still unbeknown to Dobby. Jin sighed upon thinking about it. Having heard his heave, Dobby shifted his attention to him. Oh hey, Jin. I checked on you a while back. You're finally up. Yeah, I am. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay. Tristan got us new phones and stuff. He's such a nice guy at times. Doesn't change the fact that I just feel like punching his baby face. Again, smartphones were still not obsolete. Wristbands could do nearly as much of the functions one of them could. But people still had their reasons for remaining a smartphone user. He did. Dobby looked at him again. Yeah, he did. The wristbands are great for everything, but you can't play games and browse through apps and stuff, can you? He then picked up a cuboid-shaped box that rested beside him on the couch. He looked at Jin, and tossed the box in his direction. Here's yours. Jin quickly caught it. He looked down at it. It was evident to him that it was expensive. When everyone started getting free removable wristbands at birth, the smartphone industry was hindered quite a bit, and so they stepped up their games. Smartphones were better than ever now. Upon looking down at the box, Jin knew Tristan had gone out of his way and squandered money on one of the greatest smartphones out there. He shook his head in firm grievance. Rime molding on his countenance. Dobby raised a brow. What's the matter? Don't like it? No, it's not that. Then what is it? This looks really expensive. He turned the box over, roving at it. Tristan screwed up his face, and rolled his eyes. Well duh, it's the greatest brand out there. Of course it's expensive. I bet he paid anywhere around 2,000 E-coins for just one of these. Jin shook his head. That's not right. That's a lot of money to waste. I know. He said think of it as a gift to express his gratitude. Gratitude my ass. Hasn't he done enough? Dobby raised his shoulders in a half-suppressed shrug. Jin opened the box. The box accommodated a green phone that was built out of the strongest metallic glass there is. There was also a strip of paper in the box that read, Loki. He couldn't hold back himself from shaking his head, and pressing his lips together in line. He even got me a green one. What a funny guy. Dobby toyed with a lock of hair. Mine is golden, not sure if it's real but it looks so. Probably to match my blonde hair? Probably. Jin then nutted. Hey, Dobby, relax, okay? I'm gonna get something at the pharmacy for Grandma. It's 5, I'll be back in a while. He turned off his phone. I'm coming with you. Jin folded his arms. You shouldn't. Please. Remember we have somewhere to go with Flint and the others if it's a trip you really want. He frowned, and drawled, fine. Jin smiled. He walked off, and got himself a hoodie. Apparently his friends had even done his laundry. At this point they were going a bit overboard with it. He shook his head, and started putting on the hoodie. Then, he approached the front door. I'll be back in a bit. Okay. He opened the door, walked outside, and closed it again. Deal 20 damage. You lose 1 horsepower for every hour passed without task completed. Suddenly a mask conjured on his face. He quickly sunk his hands into his kangaroo pockets. "Let's go complete the task." Jin, without the mask this time, had started walking through the grim streets, striding across the concrete pavements with a deliberate gait. He was going to look for trouble so that he could complete the system task, in that it was the only way he thought he would be able to. What he promptly realized, however, was that fighting in broad daylight would be a huge, blunderous thing to do. It was like asking for things to transition to the cusps of lethality. There was no telling who could show up and make things go south. And those daunting cops, magic coursing through their beings, would be swimming into view all over the city at this time of dawn. The wisest thing to do was to wait things out. Wait until the prowling cops were less prevalent throughout the city. Wait until there was less light to bounce off of the eyes. In the grand scheme of things, the ideal time for unlawful acts was dusk, and Jin was not taking any chances. By any means. What had been unveiled on the day he was attacked by Officer Clark still sent chills running down his spine. He would get his revenge someday. Still, he had no idea why the cop attacked him, since he had not seen his face. Why would the cop attack Sylvia as well? Although they were doing crime, they were blending in with the other civilians quite well from what he could tell. Why would the cop them? Jin had no idea, so he stopped thinking about it. He continued to amble through the streets, minding his own business, when all of a sudden, someone bumped into him. His body was thrust backwards. He quickly used his feet as aid to catch his balance. When he was standing as steadied again, he peered at the person who he had bumped into. It was someone he knew from his school. The figure was an orc with light green skin, a pair of rounded glasses resting atop its wide nose bridge, and marigold hair. Its hair was braided, and there was a bit of beard starting to manifest on its chin. Its canines were nowhere to be seen, and its fingernails were cut low. It wore blue shorts, and a sleeveless shirt. It appeared to be panic-stricken, standing nervously as if it was anticipating an attack. Having seen it, Jin smiled. "Funny meeting you here, Bagul." Bagul adjusted his glasses, peering at Jin in a dazed way. "Jin, is that you?" Its trembling voice was incredibly deep. Jin smiled. "Yeah, it's me, Jin." Bagul was essentially different from many orcs, especially the ones in his circle. He was never like them at all. Orcs had an inborn tendency to appear aggressively malevolent even when they tried as best they could not to. Orcs and hobgoblins were the races many feared, and saw them as beings who had no pleasant future ahead of them. Many of them just ended up thrown in jail, lingering behind bars. Others died before they could even make it to solitary. Bagul was different. Bagul was not the kind of person to enjoy doing harm to others, and he was not the kind of person to end up behind thick, metal bars either. What was so special about him was that he was beyond kind-hearted. Too kind-hearted to be considered an orc. He had his lower and upper canines removed simply because they were too daunting to the other races. In truth, all orcs were supposed to have their canines forcibly removed by the time of adulthood. It was this harsh way because they saw orc and hobgoblin teeth as nothing but lethal weapons. And they were. Countless lives were lost to the powerful draws of these races. A simple but successful gnash to the neck and that was it for the victim. Orcs pose a great threat to the lives of others, such that they were greatly abhorred and discriminated against. Bagul had to learn the truth the harsh way. He was even bullied by other orcs who despised him. They would constantly deem him a sellout to the orc kind. Even his very own parents loathed him grossly in that he was an embarrassment to the orc kind. He thought other races would accept him given that he was different. But they didn't. All they did was bully him. They hated his chic accent, which was a mix of many. They hated his anxiety when they weren't the ones suffering from it. Other orcs were envious of his grades that were akin to that of a hobbit's. They hated him. Orcs were not bad. They just weren't good. Not to say there were no kind orcs like Bagul. There were just so few of them. These nice orcs were hated by everyone. They never fit in regardless of all their efforts. They were nailed to the cross of their horrible reputation and there was no escape. Bagul looked at Jin from head to toe. This definitely wasn't Jin. The Jin he knew was a crippled, depressed teenager, who was, of course, still a virgin. He shook his head in incredulity. "No way. You are most definitely someone else." His chic accent was sweet to the ears. His accent was a mesh of many. One could hear the Orcish accent upon effortlessly listening. His tongue rolled upon uttering certain words, and his tone was passionate and soothing. His accent was a mix of British, Orcish, German, Swedish, and even Irish. Impossible. Jin scratched his head. Yeah, I'm no longer crippled, Bagil snapped. But that's impossible, Jin interjected. I know, I thought so too. You're so tall. I have grown so accustomed to looking far down at you. But now you are almost my height. From where I stand, I think it is indeed impossible for a crippled person to walk again. How did you regain your ability to walk? Can you enlighten me? Jin quickly averted his eyes. I taught myself again, I guess. Is that so? Yeah. I see. Also, Bagil, are you okay? You're not getting bullied again, are you? Bagil tossed his pupils elsewhere. No. His rushed tone far from inclining. Are you sure? Yes, I am sure. Can I come visit you sometime? Sure, no problem, pal. Okay, I am grateful. I have somewhere to rush off to. I should leave if I may. Yes, go ahead. You didn't have to ask for permission. What am I? Some great monarch? Bagil grinned. See you later then? Yeah. You can crash at my place whenever you feel like it. Bye then. Bye. Jin slumped on a bench on the pavement, wind brushing against his skin delivering serenity. The noises of cars, speaking all the urban city noises made him feel serene. Somehow. Then, he slowly raised his eyelids, his pupils slowly being revealed. As light hit them, they contracted. Then he glared at his system screen. HP, 11, 15. Deal 20 damage. You lose 1 horsepower for every hour passed without task completed. A mischievous smirk manifested on his elegant countenance. I'll wait for dusk. Dawn had broken, and all daylight had been besieged by the darkness of dusk. A mask suddenly manifested on Jin's face. Okay, it's time for some fun. He stood up from the bench he had been sitting on. He started walking down the path of the pavement, with his hands in his kangaroo pockets. He passed a few paranoid people who stared at him when they noticed the mask on his face. He simply ignored them all. But he paid attention to the people in the streets. He was looking for a fight. He searched and searched but to no avail. He could not stumble across someone who deserved to be beaten. He was getting desperate. He walked so far away from his home that he thought he would get lost if this kept up. He needed to find someone to defeat. Now, and fast. He started to get weary, telling himself that he should turn back now, and just give up. Yet some part of him kept to it, walking through the night streets, subtly looming in the darkness, when suddenly, his slit eyes met a scene that brimmed his being with exhilaration. There was a group of taller figures pushing around a lone figure in what appeared to be a dark alley. Jin's attention was only drawn to them after hearing their muffled voices from a distance. He quickly licked his lips under the mask, and started approaching the figures. He did not have a weapon at hand in that he assumed his fists would be all he would need. As he drew closer, their voices rose such that he could hear them clearly. Kid, you better stop bullshitting us. Where is it? I don't have it. I swear. Ya fucking liar. We know I have it. Come on, you gotta believe me. One of them flipped a knife. You scammed us, you little shit. You ain't making it out of here alive unless you give us what we want. The tallest of the figures approached the kid, his fists tightly balled. If you think we're some guys you could just con and get away with it, better think again, twerp. I'm gonna. Suddenly, a glass bottle crashed into the back of the teenager's head, and shattered. He hollered, and immediately collapsed. He writhed on the floor, a hand placed to the back of his head. Apprehended, the others quickly turned around, and peered over at the figure who had hurled the glass bottle. It was Jin. He stood, looming in the darkness, his mask lingering on his face and injecting fear into their hearts. Hey, what's good, guys? The tallest one who had been hit, was on a knee, holding his agonizing head. Don't just fucking stand there. Kill the motherfucker. His tone rose to a scream. The only hobgoblin started approaching Jin with a baseball bat at hand. His gait was formidably menacing. He swung his bat such that it rested on his shoulder as he walked. You heard the boss. Get that piece of shit. It was then that they all charged Jin, lunging towards him, all quick on their feet. Jin raised his forearms higher than his head, and bent his knees. Bring it on. His voice, deliberate and calm despite entering a battle. A meager goblin had drawn the closest to him. It jolted its body toward him and sent a fist with all its body weight. Jin quickly sidestepped, evading its hit. When the goblin's hit ceased, another attacked. It was the hobgoblin. It suddenly swirled on its feet, swinging its baseball bat. Jin leapt sideways. His body collided with a wall of the alley. The hobgoblin's lethal swing missed. It was about to attack again. It pivoted its body, and raised its bat to swing again. Jin quickly kicked it to its chest before it could. The hit ended up thrusting it back and stopping it from swinging. Jin struck again, scoring a jab to its face. He inched closer. He launched another fist. It whimpered as it regained its balance. Before it could attempt another swing, Jin raised a leg and back kicked it to its belly again. Progression, 420 damage. It gritted its teeth as its face scrunched in rage. It clutched both its hands onto the bat. Jin was ready. When out of nowhere, a shirtless figure sunk its knife into his left quadrant. He moaned in agony as he quickly sunk a fist into the knifer's face. The knife went pitching out of the figure's hand as he tumbled. The hobgoblin then swung its bat. Jin saw the attack coming from the corner of his eyes. He quickly raised his forearms and blocked his head from getting hit. HP 915. The bat whacked him to his arm, the metal colliding with his flesh. He skated on his feet from the impact. The hobgoblin then raised the bat again. It swerved sideward through the air. Jin quickly ducked. He started edging away, walking backwards down the alley as the figures closed in. The hobgoblin was drawing closer. The shirtless figure had gotten back up. The goblin was gaining on him. The goblin ran in first, running the fastest on its feet. "I'm gonna fuck you up," it snapped, charging toward him. He simply raised a leg. Yet the goblin still came rushing in. Its face collided with the leg, and it was sent flying in the opposite direction. Jin turned his head to the other assailants. The hobgoblin was far closer than he thought. It pounced into the air with its hands clutched to the weapon, raising the metal bat as best it could. Then it swung the bat in a downward motion. Jin swiftly darted to the right. The iron bat meteored downward and crashed into the ground, causing several cracks reminiscent of a spider web. The hobgoblin missed him again. The bat quivered as it crashed against the floor. The hobgoblin's back was bent forward, while it held the bat that was still touching the floor. It lost track of Jin. It turned its head only to see a boot launching into its field of view. It was sent crashing to the floor. The bat was knocked out of its hand. Jin watched as the bat bounced. It rolled down the alley a bit and halted. As he darted towards it, the shirtless figure kicked him to his back. He was knocked even further away from it now. He turned around, when suddenly a knife came hurling towards his body. It impaled his lower thigh and got stuck in his flesh. He gasped in pain. Still, he rushed toward the bat. He bent over and latched his hands to it. The shirtless figure unexpectedly rammed a fist to his head. He jolted back, still keeping the weapon a hold. Then he quickly swung the bat, knocking the shirtless figure to its head. It quickly collapsed, sprawling out on the floor as if deceased. Jin turned to the hobgoblin. The hobgoblin was yet again closer than he recalled. It scored a fist to his chest. Then another again. He was thrust back from the barrage of blows. He raised the bat, and quickly swung it at the target. He was going at the head. The hobgoblin blocked with its arms. Jin missed its head. So he swung again. The metal collided with its flesh, damaging its bones. Jin swung again, this time even harder. It was knocked down to a knee but kept its shielding up, blocking its head. Jin clenched his teeth, squeezing the handle. He raised the bat, and quickly bashed it into his assailant's arm. The wincing hobgoblin's breech had finally been broken. Its shielding arms dropped lifelessly, dangling at its sides. It was now on both knees. Progression, 920 damage. The hobgoblin, down on its knees with broken arms, gritted its teeth. "Go ahead. What are we waiting for? Do it," it hissed. Jin slowly raised the bat over his head again. "Do it, you pussy." He raised the weapon even higher. "Oh, trust me," Jin cooed, "I'm gonna do it." Suddenly, a goblin ran up his back, and held onto his head. Its sharp fingernails barely missed his eye. It quickly seized the back of his neck with its teeth, and finally, its sharp canines sunk into his flesh. Jin wailed in agony, struggling to maintain his stance with the goblin on his back. Its teeth were still in his flesh. The creature then hurtled its head, shredding Jin's flesh. Blood was drawn. HP 815. Jin whimpered in pain. He quickly ran backward, ramming his body into a wall. The goblin ended up knocking its head into the wall, yet it kept sinking its teeth deeper into his flesh. Jin began to feel the throbbing pain intensify. His body spasmed. He quickly ran forward, then backward again, screaming to the top of his lungs. The goblin's body rammed into the wall. The aggressive collision burst the creature's head. Blood splattered. Silence, as the blood trickles down the wall. Progression, 1620 damage. The goblin falls lifelessly as Jin edges away. The hobgoblin gained strength to stand. It stood, jamming a hand into its pocket. It pulled out a small, clear, plastic pack of a strange red powder. It quickly opened the pack, and sniffed some of this powder up its flared nostrils. It constantly knocked a hand into its temple. "You fucking cunt. You killed Bale," it snarled, its eyes twitching. Its convulsing eyes suddenly reddened. Veins began to manifest all over its body. The hobgoblin quickly curled its fists as its nasal breathing quickened. Its head, constantly twitching. The hobgoblin inches closer to Jin. Its dilated pupils were as fierce as an insatiable lion on the loose. Pulsing veins were manifested in uncanny places. Its breathing quickened, such that it was akin to a wild beast. This creature had a profound upsurge of adrenaline, channeling through its body faster than sound itself. It was ready for an onslaught. Jin had a hand behind his neck where he had been bitten. The bite still seared. He edged away from the hobgoblin. His mask shrouded the fear on his face, but not his eyes. "What kind of powder was that?" The creature spoke no more. It only snarled, and growled like a beast. Anger colonized all its other emotions. It was ready for an onslaught. Jin halted, clutching both his hands to a metal bat. His brows furrowed under the mask. Why was he brimming with fear all of a sudden? The creature then lunged forward. Jin swung the bat with all his mustered strength. The creature was hit directly to its head. It was knocked back. It shook the pain and rushed in again. Jin slung his bat over his head, and swooped it downward at the hobgoblin. It looked up at the descending weapon, and used its arms to block. Jin didn't waste time. He quickly side-kicked it to its stomach. As it steadied, he swung the bat again. The hobgoblin received a lethal blow to its head. Frothing blood trickled down its face. Yet, it steadied again. Jin raised the weapon higher than his head. The bat swooped, but the creature caught it. It pulled the bat, thrusting forward Jin along with it. Then it jabbed a fist into Jin's face. His head shuddered, dizziness running its course. HP 715. The hobgoblin struck him to the abdomen. Then another. He doubled over, his hand still clutched to the bat. His head was low enough for the hobgoblin to kick it. It was an opening. The hobgoblin felt compelled, and quickly sent his leg launching toward Jin's face. Jin caught the leg, wrapping an arm around it at his side. The creature's eyes bulged. Jin quickly let go of the bat. It was in his opponent's hand now. He looked down at the knife that was still stuck in his thigh. He swiftly yanked the knife out of his flesh, and winced. He raised the knife as best he could, and stabbed the hobgoblin to its leg. The creature howled. But Jin wasn't done yet. His hand was still clasped to the knife's handle. The knife was still in the creature's leg. Jin quickly clenched his teeth, and pushed the knife further up the creature's leg, shredding through its flesh like paper. Progression, 1920. Jin ran the knife jaggedly up the creature's leg. From its calf to its thigh, the creature wailed. It quickly dropped the bat, and punched Jin to his head on impulse, shattering the mask. Jin was knocked off his feet. The mask disintegrated and vanished. He could smell the scent of blood in his nostrils. His vision was nauseating. How much more could his body take? HP 615. The hobgoblin was distracted with the knife in its leg. It was an opening. But Jin quickly lunged toward the bat on the floor, and latched his hands to it instead of attacking. Should the hobgoblin get his hands on it again, Jin would be vanquished. The hobgoblin held the knife in its hand. Toward Jin, it limped. It lurched, floundering grossly. Blood trickled down its leg. Jin got time to get up. His hands were clasped to the bat. He was ready. The creature, head tinged and contorted from constant blows, shambled. Jin heaved the bat above her shoulder. The creature pounced. "You little fucker." Jin swung. "See you in hell." A smirk taking his battered face. The bat crashed into the creature's head, almost knocking the life out of it. It skated on its feet, thrusting backward. Yet, it was still standing. HP 220. It steadied, then lunged again. Jin didn't hesitate to swing. The creature received the blow to the arms it used to block. It was left with an opening. It rammed a fist into Jin's face before he could retrieve the bat. Jin's head wobbled from the blow. Then it launched another. Then another again. HP 415. Jin used most of his remaining energy. He leapt backward. He finally caught a breath. The creature came lunging toward him. Lurching on his feet, he raised the bat above his head. The creature screamed to the top of its lungs as it inched closer. Jin quickly slashed the bag as if it were a sword, pivoting on his toes. The weapon swooshed through the air, soaring through it. It plunged into the creature's head, shattering its skull. Jin heaved as the rain burst on the surface heavily, his chest rising and falling again. His body was shaking. The creature stood quiescently. Silence. Then it started leaning. It crashed to the floor, sprawling out, blood oozing out from its wounds. Fatality. Jin dropped to his knees. His eyelids drooped. Pain seared through the entirety of his body. Why didn't he just request Tristan's help instead? His lips parted as he looked up into the sky, rain pouring down on him. His heart slowed. He let out a long, stretched breath he did not know he was holding in. Victory. Endless mode survived. +10 exp. +10 up. Exp. 1625. Level 4. New skill. Shapeshift. He was bleeding. He peered at the screen with slit eyes. Pain on his swollen, battered face. Evil, you have slaughtered 3 beings. Your sentience withers. With the unfathomable magic, possibilities were at the cusps of boundlessness. Magic drugs were the greatest drugs ever produced, and took the world by storm. HP 415. Jin, on his knees, turned his head only to see the kid who he had saved from getting bullied. The kid had completely slipped his mind. The lone, youthful figure, eyes gaped, lingered at the end of the alley. The atrocious sight of the 3 stagnant vessels made his skin crawl. From the time Jin wore a smile on his face, chills were sent running down the kid's spine. This man must be out of his mind. Should he run away? Jin ignored him. In truth, he did not really save him for the sake of justice anyway. Who does? His eyes scanned the area. There were 4 teenagers. Where did the boss go? He shifted his attention. He brought up his system screen, and went to the stats tab. Stats, strength, 5, health, 15, speed, 2, skill, 5, available up points, 10, exp, 1625, level 4. He tapped an index finger on plus signs, spending his upgrade points seamlessly. He spent 5 points on health, and the other 5 on speed. He spent it on health so that he could regenerate lest something unexpected unveils again. Stats, strength, 5, health, 20, speed, 7, skill, 5, available up points, 0. He looked closely at the screen, watching as his health went up. The kid just sneered at him as he began tapping the air. This guy must have really gone insane. HP 515, HP 615, HP 715. Consume sufficient sustenance. He stood, noticing that some of his injuries were depleted. The main thing he felt now was great hunger. He peered down at his belly, and jutted out his lower lip. I know. He rubbed his abdomen. I'm putting you through a lot. Hang in there, all right? The kid twisted his face at the sight. This killer must be insane. Was he pregnant? Was he really a he? He shook his head, disdaining the thought. He just needed to slip away now while he still could. He stood, hunching his back a bit. He started sneaking away on his toes with widened eyes. When suddenly he heard something. A mask manifested on Jin's face as he turned to the kid whose back was now turned. He put his hands on his waists. Kid, aren't you gonna thank me? I just got my ass banged up real bad for nothing. His tone in mock sorrow. The kid heard Jin's voice, and halted. His eyes widened even more when he realized that he had been caught sneaking away. Fuck. He turned around. He plastered a smile on his face. Oh, I didn't quite see you there. It's really dark and also silence as they both peered at each other from the distance. Jin inched closer. Well, are you not gonna tell me why these guys were attacking you? Did you take something from them? His tone like an adult chiding a child. The kid shook his head. Wasn't he supposed to ask these questions before he killed the teenagers? He shook his head again. I didn't take anything. Jin wasn't buying it. He narrowed his eyes. He folded his arms, tapping a foot on the ground. Kid, I'm not dumb. I heard them, you know. I might have to hurt you a bit to get answers. The kid averted eyes. Okay. I'm Jack. I was supposed to take their money and give something to them. I'm really poor, and I ran away from the orphanage with my sister, so I really needed the money. Jin knew where this was going. I took their money, and gave them half of what I promised. I told them I'd give the rest to them later. He gazed down at the floor, but I didn't have it. Jin narrowed his eyes. What were you supposed to give to them? The kid didn't answer. I asked you a question. Still, no response. Jin heaved. Kid, these guys on the floor are gonna get up soon, and I'll just leave them be. They'll attack you for sure. Clearly he didn't know that they all were killed. Did he not see the system screen? Or I'll just have to hurt you. My MGs. The kid blurted. MGs? What are those? The kid drew closer. He looked around for people. Then, he looked at Jin and whispered. Magic drugs. Technically they're just powder enhanced by magic, but they're still illegal. I know. Jin raised a brow. Where'd you get magic drugs from at your age? This whole magic drugs thing was new to Jin. It wasn't the drugs he would purchase at a pharmacy, obviously. Could it be the powder used by the hobgoblin earlier? I stole it. I know. It's horrible. But it's the only thing I can do to feed my sister, and we're not going back to that orphanage. He snapped. Judging by his tone, Jin could tell that he went through some hardship at the orphanage he was in. This was nothing out of the norms. Interracial orphanages would oftentimes spell distress for kids. Jin pointed. Did that hobgoblin use magic drugs just now? He nodded his head. Yeah, he did. But he took an overdose of it. Too much of it in your system could send your entire body haywire. What are the drugs normally used for? Jack leaned on a wall, folding his arms. People use them just as they would use ordinary drugs, to relieve stress. It's like a relaxant. Red magic drugs are used like adrenaline, but too much of it can make you uncontrollably hysterical, even going as far as to make you stronger. Jin soaked all this in. He shook his head. Magic's just being overused at this point. Why would people with enhancement abilities enhance drugs? There are so many things I don't know about. This is so annoying. He shook his head. Jin put his hood over his head again. Kid, stay out of trouble, please. Don't go using drugs. Don't do drugs. No. I never used them. I just sold them to those guys, who are just dead now. His tone fell. Then don't sell drugs either. I won't let you off the hook next time. You shouldn't be running away from your home. The police would arrest you for smuggling. See you later. Jin turned around. Jack put out an opened hand. I didn't get your name. I gave you mine. Jin stopped. Sorry, but I can't tell you that. He paused. I guess you could call me the god of mischief. Maybe? He continued walking, his hand clutched to the bat. Jack grimaced at him. God of mischief? What was he talking about? One confusing day he's had. He turned around as well, and started walking the other way. He's had enough. Jin was walking on the pavements of the streets. He wanted to keep the baseball bat to use as a weapon in the future, but too many passers-by were drawn to him because of it, even though he had rid the blood that it was swathed in. Should a cop stumble across him with an iron bat, he would get into a lot of unwanted trouble. Then again, if he was to sneak home with an iron bat, questions would be asked. Ultimately, he threw the bat into a massive dumpster, and walked away. He was headed home, taking the same path he took to get where he was. It would be a long walk. A few minutes later, Jin landed eyes on a group of people hurrying up the pavement. He couldn't help but shake the feeling that he knew one of them. As he drew closer, he began to hear their voices clearly. He could see their faces clear as they inched closer. When he heard what one of them said, his heart throbbed. A figure with an ice pack on his head inched closer. He couldn't believe his eyes. Oh my fucking god. That's him. That's the guy who attacked us. Get the motherfucker. That's the one. Get the fucker. Jin's mask quickly manifested. Not again. More trouble. Look at what he's gotten himself into now. His health was low. Should he attack the group of teens coming his way, he knew he would falter and descend in utter doom. He cursed. What would he do now? His wounds were far from radically healed. His energy was at its culmination. Should he fight them and try surviving as best he could? He paused. I'm not gonna win, not by a long shot. His tongue clicked. The best thing to do is run. His tone rose. He darted off, pivoting on his feet. His breaths quickened. Right foot forward, then the left. Repeat, then again. Speed. Where do you think you're going? The figure's voice drawls, a struggle in uttering these words. Get back here. Another droned. Stretched, sagging voice no different from the other. Having seen Jin scurry, the boys started chasing him on their unsteady feet. It was a struggle to run, to chase at someone in such profound dizziness. Staggering on their feet, headaches. If only they took less of those shots back at aliens. Jin was far ahead. Right foot, left foot. He too was a bit shaky on his feet. This was his first time running after having been crippled for 6 years. He had to teach himself all over again. Right foot, left foot. Bolton through the streets, distance between him and the boys augmenting fittingly. Truly, the upgrade points on speed, though so little, were paying off. The wind that ensued running at this pace brushed against his skin. His heart relentlessly throbbed. He took corners and paths that distanced him further away from his home. But he knew what he was doing. He would lose the boys first. He would make them let up. Then, he would semicircle through the streets and make it home again, safely. One of the chasing boys popped a small, plastic packet open. Panting, he sniffed up some of the powder accommodated by the packet. Sniffling. Then he passed the packet to a companion. The boys quickly passed the packet amongst themselves. Now, they ought to catch the impertinent fool who hurt a member of their gang. No getting away from us. Running, Jin looked over his shoulder. Turning his head, veering his eyes to a corner. The chasers were gaining on him. But how? Where was this sudden speed coming from? At this rate, he knew they were going to catch him. Speed. He needed more of it. But he didn't have any excess upgrade points. He clenched his teeth. He would take more streets and paths to rid himself of them. He had to. He looked over his shoulder again. They were no less than 4 meters away from him. He peered at the road. It was a bit clear for now. Only one car was inching close. He edged away from the pavement, rushing toward the road. He quickly ran across the road, looking left and right constantly. A car was drawing close, not stopping for nothing. He quickly ran across nonetheless. The car blew its horn at him as it flashed past. Luckily, he made it across alive. A vehicle zoomed up the road. Then a few others. The chasers halted at the pavement. They were cut. A figure gritted his teeth. He dropped the bloody ice pack that was behind his head. Come on. We got across quickly. The group waited until the cars nearest flew up the road. Then, despite more cars fast approaching, they darted across. The one behind them all was about to get hit by a car that came inching haltingly. One of the headlights wasn't working. The driver had hit the brakes. But fuck. The stupid boy would still get hit. On an impulse, the boy quickly used his hands to vault the bonnet of the halting car. It was Wheato, thank God. He quickly slid his behind against it. Then across. This was easy for him. He made it across the bonnet and on his feet again. He was on the other side of the car now. Not a scratch to evince the tail. Still running, the figure with the burst head shed tears. I watched him kill Frank. He wept, his tone shaking from passing weight from foot to foot constantly as he ran. The tallest of the chasers, eyes reddened, pulled out a gun from his side. Don't worry, little brother. I'll shoot him for taking out your gang. Jin looked over his shoulder and saw the figure pointing the gun at him. He sped up. He quickly turned on his feet, slightly pivoting. His whole body veered. Agility. Jin took a street. The others followed. It was an open area now. No walls to block him from bullets that would come his way. So he began to zigzag on his feet. Shoot the damn guy. I'm trying, arsehole. Just shoot him. Fuck. I can't. What did you mean you can't? Jin took a sharp right. The area was dark. Yet the chasers quickly caught on, taking the same path. Jin met defense. He turned around. The boys were right behind him. Nowhere to go. He turned to face the fence again. Shit. He quickly hopped onto the barbed wire, latching his fingers to the intertwined areas. He started to climb. The chasers halted, their shoes skating on the wet ground. That's it. You have a chance. Shoot him now. Stop fucking ordering me around. I'm the boss here. Being the boss of your own gang doesn't make you the boss of mine. What the fuck, Clint? I don't care. Just shoot the guy already. It'll make him get away. The tallest figure sucked his teeth. Then he heaved. He took aim, inching an index finger closer to the trigger and closing an eye. He was ready to fire. Jin would get hit in this position. He knew it. He was high up the fence. All he had to do was fall to the other side now. But falling and having to get up again would only spell the shooter having a cleaner shot. Jin paused, still holding on to the fence. He stopped his climbing. Why? Look, the guy's not even moving. Why can't you shoot him yet? Stop ordering me around. Don't tell me he hasn't fired a gun before. He slapped a hand across his forehead, shaking his head. And you call yourself my big brother? The figure lowered the gun, and turned his head. Shut the fuck up or I'll shoot you instead. Silence. Just what he wanted. The figure turned to Jin again, and took aim faster than before. The gun was directed at Jin, who was frozen there. He quickly moved his finger closer to the trigger, inches away from the gun going off. But just when he was about to fire, green flashes of flickering light filled the skies. Lightning. The figure looked around. No thunder? How could this be? Then they watched as something bolted down from the skies. It crashed down to the surface. Its point stuck in the ground. Its handle was pointing upright. The ground began to crack where the sword had collided. Then, there was a shockwave that was seemingly delayed. It blew their hair. Dust blew into their eyes. Then a blinding light squinted their eyes. They were compelled such that they put their hands in front of their faces. What was going on? Finally, the shockwave had passed. Silence. As the dust slowly cleared, the figure's eyes expanded at the sight in their presence. A sword? Quickly, the vengeful one shifted his attention to the fence again. He scrunched his face, gritting his teeth. Jin was gone. Jin smirked. He got away from the chasers. All thanks to Levitine, who knew a sword he couldn't wield could be so helpful to him. He was in a strange yard. He had to get out, lest the chasers see him on the other side of the barbed wire fence. Levitine would not distract them for too long. His mask had disappeared. His face was pale. He rubbed his forearms, frost smoke escaping his parted lips, and fleeing his nostrils. He was amidst someone's backyard, and there was yet another fence before him, except that this one was wooden. He approached the wooden fence. He looked around, left and right. Good. Nothing. He turned to the fence again. He placed his hands atop the fence, and began to pull his body up. He slowly ascended. Then he found himself at the top. He rested his behind atop the breadth of the fence. His legs dangled loosely, hanging from the top of this fence. And finally, he dropped down to his feet. Easy enough. A mild noise sounded as his feet collided with the floor. He was in yet another backyard. He dusted off his hands, clasping palms together. Dust left his hands. These people needed to clean their fences. He began to walk to the other fence at the other side of the property, when suddenly, he started to hear an anomalous growl. He looked down at his stomach. He placed a hand on it. No, it wasn't Bell tummy begging for food. It was something else. If it was not his stomach, what else could it be? He slowly raised his head, only to see a dog in front of him. Silence as the two different animals paused. The dog perceived the intruder's scent. It was awoken from its slumber by it. Jin's scent entered its nostrils. Intruder, and clearly he didn't see the beware of the dog sign. It could even smell blood on him. This wasn't just any dog. It was a Rottweiler. The dog's eyes glowed fiercely. Its face began to scrunch in aggression. Its face twisted, contorting. Its mouth slowly opened, revealing its monstrous rows of teeth. Then came its series of growling. Jin cursed. Shit. His tone was as low as can be. The dog's growls sounded even louder. Jin quickly placed a finger against his lips. Shh. But his efforts to hush the dog were to no avail. It only made matters worse. The dog went from growling to snarling at him. It was then that he wished he hadn't trashed the baseball bat. The dog then pounced toward Jin. He quickly sidestepped. The dog missed his body. Using profound agility, The dog turned to Jin again. It gnashes its formidable teeth at him like a shark. Jin could only run. He darted off. The dog chased. With a powerful bark, he had to make it to the other side of the fence, and fast. Somehow, the dog had seized his calf with its teeth. Its canine sunk into his pants, then his flesh. Jin almost fell with the placed weight on his right calf. He quickly steadied. HP 715. The dog then started to munch on the flesh of his calf. It shook its body, pulling backward while gripping the calf. Its growls trailed off when it sunk its teeth even deeper than before. Jin's leg began to spasm. The pain seared. Convulsively, he kicked his leg about in light of freeing it from the dog's jaws. His squirming quickened. The dog had finally lost grip. It was about to snatch at his flesh again. Jin, gritting his teeth, quickly shot a kick into its face. Its whine trailed off as it went rolling from the impact. Jin quickly shook off his leg, and made a run for the fence. The dog ascended to its forelegs again. It was more ferocious than ever. It began to run with all its speed after the intruder. Jin quickly began to climb the fence as the dog neared him. He began to pull his body up. His feet rose from the ground. He was almost there. His eyes bulged, just a little more. Suddenly, the barking dog lunged into the air with the help of its hind legs. It slammed its jaws at Jin, successful in gripping at his shoe. Jin began to slip back down from the fence. He quickly grasped a baluster. He clenched his teeth. He curled his arms as he pulled his body up even with the dog tugging on his leg. When his body was held even in a precarious position, he heaved. Then, his brows furrowed. He looked over his shoulder and down at the beast. He used his other leg to smack it to its head. It still held on. He kicked it again, then again, another. His shoe slipped off his foot. Finally, the dog tumbled with the shoe in its mouth. Jin promptly began to pull his body up again. The dog was about to pounce at him once more. After all those kicks, the dog still had strength to continue attacking the intruder. It leapt into the air. Jin quickly secured both his legs, pulling them higher up the fence such that the dog couldn't reach. The dog leapt into the air and gnashed its jaw. Click, failure. Yet, it tried again. Click, failure. It didn't let up. Jin heaved. He was atop the fence. Safe. The dog continued to bark from below. Its growls, snarls, and barks louder than ever. Saliva frothed down from its mouth. Its barks reverberated. The dog's owners put on their lights in the house. They wanted to know why Roussel was barking so obnoxiously. They couldn't throw it at each other in peace. As the owner came budging through the back door of the house, Jin tossed his body, collapsing on the other side of the fence. He was flat on his chest, his face against a road. He caught a breath, and quickly climbed to his feet again. He was about to make a run for it, when suddenly he began to hear feet coming up the road. The clattering amplified, shoes colliding with the pitch. He could also hear voices. From the time he landed eyes upon the group of people, his heart throbbed. It was the chasers. They heard the dog barking and had probably assumed that it was because of him. They took another route to find him. There he is. I told you he would be around here. Now's our chance. They all rushed after him. He bolted off. His heartbeats hastened. He was limping because he had been bitten on the calf by the dog. He was slower than before. His legs were numb. The chasers neared him. At this rate, he knew they would catch up. His mask quickly appeared on his face as he sped up. He neglected the pain. A shot fired behind him, off by a few inches. The firing of the gun sounded throughout the neighborhood. People began to stupidly put on their lights again. Jin accelerated again. He quickly took a sharp left, cutting into another street. He looked over his shoulder only to see the gun directed at him. He quickly took a right. Running between buildings, the infrastructure acting as shields, he found himself at yet another dark alley for the night. He skated on his feet as he halted. A wall was before him. The only way to escape the alley was to turn around. A dead end and a black cat atop a dumpster. What would he do now? Where'd he go? Head veering from left to right. Which asshole said he ran this way? I saw him run here. I shit you not. He's supposed to be right here. I'm not the one who needed glasses. One snapped. The teens searched the area, eyes sweeping the dark alley they were amidst, going as far as to even look into the huge dumpsters against the walls. Rummaging, digging, not an iota of avail. All they found was an abysmal stench wafting out from the open dumpsters and warping into their nostrils. And the only living things they found were twin cats. One cat hissed at them when they neared, causing instant recoiling of their bodies, whereas the other remained silent, looming in the dark, lingering at the dead end, widened eyes fierce yet manifesting so much fear. It was at the cusps of ants' die. One of its legs was injured. Blood stood out to the eye given that it was on the cat's pitch-black fur. The cat lingered at the end of the alley. It trembles convulsively in the cold of night. Its eyes remain widened. The figure armed with the gun resolved to shoot them both for hissing. He would shoot them both even though only one hissed at him. Strong resolution. But he revoked it when he saw the glimmering innocence in the other cat's glowing, green eyes. He relented, shaking his head at the thought. He's not here. Let's go look somewhere else. We need to find that bastard. Then let's go, fellas. Go, go, go. They edged away, leaving the cats in the dusk of the gloomy alley. Silence. There, at the end of the alley, lingered the frail cat who the shooter had spared for its innocence. The cat's eyes closed as it expelled a stretched breath as if to sigh in great relief. It opened its eyes again. There was a puddle of water further up the alley. The cat approached the puddle, struggling to stride toward its destination step by step. Yet it couldn't seem to synchronize the movement of its hind legs with the forelimbs. It constantly collapsed. Hopeless it felt, after constant pain of bitter failure. The cat had decided to drag itself to the puddle of water. And it reached the. Slowly, it looked down into the puddle of water. The volume reflected the facets of the alley, the stars in the night sky, and the walls. Then, came the cat's reflection, drawing itself in the moisture-laden mirror. The creature's eyes dilated at the jarring sight. Its reflection peered right back at it with the same stunned expression. Deafening silence. This couldn't be. He had become a cat. In an instant he wished he could blend in. In the other, he shrunk. What kind of sorcery was this? The cat shook its head. What had happened? It couldn't speak like before. It couldn't walk like before. It started to recall unlocking a new skill. And that's when it hit him. Skills in use. Shapeshift. Its snake-like, green eyes expanded at the thought. It was most definitely the skill that had transformed it. It was saved from the skill. A matter of conscious volition triggered it. But how would it return to human form again? A subtle noise sounded. The cat's ears quickly bolted upright. Its body jerked. It quickly turned around to see another cat in front of it. The other cat was like a replica of itself, more so it thought, when in truth, it was completely the other way around. The stray cat hissed at it. Its body flinched as soon as the stray's hiss resounded. The hair on its body rose. Its heart throbbed. Fear? The stray hissed at it again. Was it a fight it wanted? The cat stepped back. Yet, the stray inched closer, drawing its claws. It snarled like a beast. The last question had an answer now. It really wanted a fight. The frightened cat stepped in the puddle of water. The stray pounced toward it. It rasped, swooping its claws at its target. The other cat got scratched to its face. Then another. Blood was drawn. The cat's claws extended out on instinct. It quickly shredded its nail back at the stray cat. The stray whined. Row. It lunged toward its target to retaliate. The other cat quickly turned around, and began to run away from the stray. It could not walk on all four of its legs a few seconds ago. But it taught itself in light of escaping. It ran with all its speed, running through the streets. So many different scents entered its nostrils. It knew each and every one of these food scents. Its stomach growled as it ran. It wanted to trace these scents, but it was deterred in that it didn't know whether the stray had been chasing it or not. And it certainly wasn't slowing down to look back. After running until exhausted, the cat halted on the pavements, catching a breath, slowing its throbbing heart. Suddenly, a human began to approach it. The woman drew closer. Ah, what a cute little green-eyed cat. As the woman bent over to touch the cat, it suddenly began to twist and bend. The woman gasped. Her heartbeat quickened. Her eyes widened. She watched as the cat's body grew bigger, wider. taller. It contorted. It stretched. The jarring sight had paralyzed her. Stunned she was. The creature grew and grew until it was taller than her. Its fur disappeared. Its facial structure altered. Bones crackled. The cat had become a teenage boy in a black hoodie. Ethereal as ever. An attractive young man, though. She saw him as a ruse, a monster swathed in elegance. Black magic it had to be, she was sure of it. Her night shift of security guarding was only starting. How much more horror must she endure? The teenage boy, with fine bleeding scratches on his face, stood in silence. He looked down at her and smiled. He cocked his head, maintaining a nervous smile. Then, he waved with laughing eyes. The woman didn't think for a moment. Her jaw was dropped. She unblinkingly gazed up at the creature shrouded in beauty. Her eyes closed. Her body began to lean. She collapsed. Unconsciousness. Jin heaved. "What a long day," he muttered. His eyelids were drooped. He approached his front door. He looked around, right, then left, then ahead again. He revolved the handle slowly such that he made no noise. He pulled the door open. A cracking sound made him part his lips and clench his teeth agitatedly. The cracking stopped. Dobby was swathed in a bed seat, sleeping on a couch. Thank God Tristan wasn't present. Had he been at Jin's place, he would have been awake on his phone. Jin slowly pushed the door closed, and walking towards his bedroom on his toes, he opened his bedroom door, and then closed it again. He heaved. He approached his bed, and plopped down on it. Alas, he was home. 2 days later. Exp. 2125, Level 4, HP, 2020, new task, 225 push-ups, 20 sit-ups. While everyone slept, only Jin was astir. He stood amid his bedroom with his hands on his waists. Finally, a different type of exercise. Excitement to his tone. With that said, he started to do the exercises. He descended to a plank position. Both his palms collided with the floor. On his toes, his body weight withstood by his limbs. He constantly pushed himself up from the floor, and then down again. Up and down. Repeat. Sweat trickled down his face like water droplets running down a car glass in the rain. Having finished the push-ups, he heaved, and quickly advanced to the next exercise. No time for breaks. His knowledge was a trifle nescient with regards to exercises, because he never had to do them when he was crippled. However, exercises on the whole were a part of the average person's everyday life, and so, he saw others doing them. Thanks to this, he knew how to do them. He sat on his behind, his feet still touching the floor. He descended until his back touched the ground. He was looking up at the ceiling. He placed both his hands behind his head. He pulled his body up. His body curled. Then carried it back down. He repeated this several times until the task was completed. Progression: 200 push-ups, 20 sit-ups, plus 5 exp. Congratulations, you have leveled up, plus 5 up, exp. 130, level 5, inventory unlocked. Jin thrust a hand in the air. Let's go. Finally, Level 5. Crystallized exhilaration. He stood, placing his hands on his waist. He heaved. Pain riddled his muscles. He felt the most agony in the area of his abdomen, in that it was his first time doing sit-ups. There was a new area in his field of view. It was a circle with the letter I in the middle. It had to be the inventory he had only just unlocked. I should be able to open it through thoughts, right? Immediately a new screen manifested before his eyes. There were 9 huge empty squares before him. One occupied. The occupied slot housed Levitine. However, the box that accommodated the weapon was red and displayed, not available, in use. That's when he remembered summoning Levitine last night. His heart throbbed upon the thought. He quickly went over to his weapons tab. Weapons in use, Levitine. Not taking a moment to think, he tapped a finger upon the text, and clicked on the text Levitine. A new screen appeared. Are you sure you want to expel this weapon? Yes, he blurted. Levitine, Mistress of Evil has been expelled. Skills, 1, +1 exp. 230, level 5. Jin's eyes expanded at the screen. Chills bolted down his spine. His brows gradually furrowed upon dawning recognition. Kill. When did he use the sword to kill something? Kills, 1, 3, he grimaced. 1 out of 3 kills. When I do get the 3 kills, what's gonna happen? Is it a task? He shook his head. He knew it was no use. Nothing but vain. He wouldn't get the answers from the air. No. He had to find them himself. He slowly opened his stats screen. Stats: Strength, 5, Health, 20, Speed, 7, Skill, 5, Available up points, 5, Exp, 230, Level 5. Then, he started tapping on the plus after the Strength, 5 text. He tapped 5 times until his upgrade points were all consumed. Strength, 10. An enigmatic smirk manifested on his elegant visage. His body flickered green, then halted. Anticipation quelled him. He could feel his muscles strengthening under his skin, heedless of the little points he spent. His smirk lingered. I feel stronger already. His tone, deliberate. Exuberance. Your senses increase. Bonus. He smiled. I'll take a bonus. Spider senses maybe? His smile turned to a grin. One of your active skills strengthens, +1 exp, 330, level 5. Jin's got even wider. Wha? It's raining down on me today. I'm on a roll. His voice rose. Dobby opened the bedroom door and walked in. Jin? Who are you talking to? Where's your shirt? Jin quickly turned around. And no one. And I was just doing some early exercises. Dobby, eyes kept to slits, stood there. He rubbed his eyes. Exercises? He looked down at his phone. It's not even 7 in the morning yet. So? Dobby heaved. Nothing. Just forget it. Be sure not to overwork yourself. You needn't put extra strain on yourself. Relax. I'll go make us something to eat. I'll feed your grandma. He turned around. Wait, blurted Jin. Why not just let me feed my own grandma? A brow ascended. Dobby had not turned around to face him again. He paused. Cause he quickly amended, we don't want you worrying about her too much. Tristan got her the tablets at a pharmacy. The most expensive unless it never worked. They didn't. Nope. We might have to take her to the hospital. In fact, that's what we're gonna do. He started walking away again. Just feed your bloody dog. His distant voice resounded. Jin halted. His lips parted. In short, Jin had still visited his grandmother. Just as Dobby said, she was even worse than before. After feeding her the soup Tristan bought for her yesterday, Jin left. He went to the room next to hers, the one where Benjamin was being kept. He clutched a hand to the door handle and opened it. A clicking noise sounded. He pulled the door open. There, laying on the floor, laid Benjamin. It was much wider than Jin could remember. Its stomach was swollen. Its fur was dropping out. Its eyes were almost completely closed. Jin approached it. Benjamin. Having heard Gin's voice, it raised its head, looking up at him. Jin crouched. A remorseful frown molded itself on his countenance. Benjamin, boy, I'm really sorry. This is all my fault. I'm really sorry. He carried a hand toward it. Muscles now tauten. The dog peered at the nearing hand in silence. Then, it slowly relaxed its tensed muscles. Jin placed his hand on its body. He began to rub it. That's it. Relax. I used to pet you all the time. Effect, deceptive delusion. He frowned again upon seeing the screen. He's been like that pretty much all week, remarked a voice from behind. Still crouching, Jin turned his head only to see Dobby. He stood, leaning against the doorframe. His feet crossed, arms folded. It's like he's sad. He eats anything that he sees. That's why Ash cleared the room of everything. Jin averted his eyes. Thanks for taking care of my problems. His most hated thanks that ever left his mouth. Seething in rage, Dobby changed the topic. Jin, Flint's coming to take us somewhere tomorrow, right? Jin stood, and turned around to face him. That shit totally slipped my mind. Dobby leaned off the doorframe. Not mine. I've been wanting to go outside for a while. I mean, who lives in New York and just stays indoors all day long? It was obviously a rhetorical question, to which Jin needn't answer. He remained silent. I guess we should get ready for tomorrow then? Yeah, I'll call Ash. Tristan says he's not gonna make it. Going to some rich golf game with his family apparently. Then tomorrow it is.